What it look like, man?
Let's see, you know what it
Real,
is.
man. I feel the same way you feel about
Word.
Word. I just don't want
I
much,
can't
man. I just want to take it one day at a time.
Me too.
That way we reach the highest point of friendship.
What's the highest
I
point? Let me know.
then whether you know how far to take this flight.
That's what I'm talking
Word.
about.
You don't just jump in the plane and fly and don't know where you're going
Why
first.
not?
Just chill, baby. I got you. I got you.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, but come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, but come on, let me show you.
A lot of y'all really talk about that shit. Me and my nigga, we really do it, dog. Always keep it real, dog.
Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100, I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100, I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Every day of my life, man, I gotta stay 100. That's just how it is when you coming where I'm from. Hey man, I rock my own clothes with my name on my shirt to let everybody know the L is the same and the B is for Blizzle. Yes, I make it snow, but just keep that on the lizzo. My bloodline is filthy, most of us is criminals. The jack of all trades, but the master counting decimals. Sticky situation, so I keep my heat accessible. I'd rather your peeps than my peeps looking pitiful. It's crunch time. Hey man, I do this for y'all, just in case you didn't know. Hey man, I die for my dogs. My only fear is counting too much money. The same cats they help me get it might try to take it from me. My deepest fear is goons pulling up beside me, ready to lick shots, pop, pop, and try to blind me. I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100, I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100, I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I came from a family where females were go-getters. Granddad was an alcoholic, grandma was a bootlegger. Hey man, that's where I got my hustle. Plus my Aunt Julia was never scared to bust ya. And Uncle Dan, he was a fool. He didn't care about too much. You smoke, you too. Taught us that drug dealers didn't last too long. That's why I put my all into each and every song. I see death around the corner. Lord knows, where will I be without Joanna? She helps me focus and keep my eyes on the prize. Man, your boy been 100. Man, I put that on my life. And I'm just trying to live right. I know goons that was killers that committed suicide. One thing's for certain, two things for sure. You can take my breath away, but I'll never sell my soul. And I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100, I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100, I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100.
Man, peace and love, man. Hope all y'all can hear me good. Hope everything is clear. I think my boy Cuzzo Bap still cooking, but y'all know how Bap go. Bap ain't for long. And I see he already got another show scheduled for the night. So I'ma slide up on in here, you know I'm talking about it. Do a little something, man. Today I got some interesting things to talk about today. You know what I mean? Plus it's an open panel too. I'm gonna drop the link as soon as I get finished doing what I do, man. Y'all already know. So I'm gonna get these out the way first, and then you know what I mean, we get into it. You know what I mean? Let's go. Yeah. What it look like, man?
Let's see, you know what it
Real,
is.
man. I feel the same way you feel about
Word.
Word.
I just don't want
I
to rush,
can't
man.
tell.
I just want to take it one day at a time.
Me too.
That way we can reach the highest point of friendship.
What's the highest
I
point? Let me know.
then whether you know how far to take this flight.
That's what I'm talking
Word.
about.
You don't just jump in the plane and fly and don't know where you're going
Why
first.
not?
Just chill, baby. I got you. I got you.
We don't have to rush, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you. We don't have to rush, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you.
See, you don't have to rush. Baby girl, be patient. Anticipation of love making. Got your legs shaking. See, every time I'm next to you, I feel your heart beat faster. But yet you try to hide behind your smile and your laughter. See, money's what I'm after. So all I do is chill. I'm out here on the grind. I'm trying to see a meal. You never seen this good life. Well, come on, let me show you. You never had a real hug. Well, come on, let me hold you. This life I lead is troublesome. You win some, you lose some. You lost one, then gain one. You want some, come get some. See, everything you want, you need, I got you. Even though you don't know me, I don't know you, baby, I got you. That's just how it's supposed to be. Rather have you next to me, never in front or back of me. You look good beside me, so we take it there. It's some things you need to know. We don't have to rush, baby, we can take it slow.
We don't have to rush, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you. We don't have to rush, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you.
Say you like me, is what you want. I ain't about games, I'm trying to front. See something that you want, then get it. Ice cream man always deliver, never late. I come on time. Tell me, girl, what's your room size? Sitting here, watch you visualize. I can't lie, I see it in your eyes. Fantasize, I'll be you all day, all night. Let me strap your seatbelt on before we take this flight. You know I'm helicopter high. Baby, you know I'm on a wide, baby, we can vibe. And that's just how it is. El Blizzo keep it realer than all the rest is. And don't compare me to them other dudes. I act a fool, with my tool, lock it down, just for you. You got a man, you can keep him too. I don't want him, I want you. Got a couple friends, but I got a couple too. Just let me know, girl, what you wanna do. And we can keep it on the low, long as you know, baby, just take it.
We don't have to rush, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you. We don't have to rush, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you.
Yeah, man. Peace and love, man. I hope y'all told somebody out there that y'all love them, man. Somebody, someone, or something. You know what I mean? Because they need it. Trust me. From the plant to us. You know what I mean? We all need it, man. Definitely. Love was what kept the American Indian family together. They gave it the name love, or we call it love, or whatever like that, but that was just everyday living us. That's living. Treat people as you want to be treated. That's one thing I rocked with the Old Testament, though. That eye for an eye, you kill my cat, I kill your dog. Hey, that kept people at bay. I'm trying to tell you, that kept people at bay. You know what I'm talking about? For real, for real. And the reason why I'm saying that is because all of that started from the matriarch of the chieftain or the tribe, however you want to call it, or your community or your family. The matriarch held it together. I don't know about y'all, but I truly believe, and this is my perspective, I truly believe that every strong family backbone starts with a matriarch. I mean, I ain't saying she just came here by herself and all that. And I ain't saying she didn't have grandpa with her or great grandpa with her. I'm just saying, though, she kept the records. She kept intact with the important shit. While Papa gonna fight war and protect shit. See, men, we go and we fight. We going protect, we fight, we hunt. We do all the necessary things that we're supposed to do. We do our part. At the same time, when we come back home, food on the table, clothes washed, fresh clothes, back rub, foot rub, you know. It's a balanced society. And that's why we thrive for so long. And once things got interrupted and wildness and savagery got brought into our society, that changed the whole complex of America. And I'm speaking about North America. And I'm definitely speaking about South Carolina. Different influences is what changed the lifestyles of the American Indians in South Carolina. So don't be mad at me because I believe in that matriarchic society. You know what I mean? That's not saying that I'm just all feminine. No. The man plays his role too. But also remember, anytime American Indian man went to war, they got the blessings from the matriarch. Let's always remember that, man. So by me saying that, you know what I mean? I'm just saying I love all the mama chiefs out there.
Shout out to the mama chief. Yeah, you be quiet when Big Mama speak. What she gave us is a part of me. It flows through my arteries. Even on that journey, that love grows how the garden be. The first to teach us when we sick, the first to heal us. Mama's boy, yeah, you know, her pride and joy. Soul food, yeah, you know, I'm an enjoy. Calm you down just by the sound of her voice. There isn't another feeling inside when they cheering you on at your game and you feeling the pride. You and your siblings fighting, she gon' make you put them feelings aside. She can't lead you down the road, but she can give you the guide. Where you think I get that blissful look in my eyes? I need a side of ice cream with Bim's apple pie. You know for sure for Mama Chief, you know I'ma ride. Cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. The greatness, the patience, the foundation, the knowledge passed down so many generations, our motivation. I just wanna thank you for my creation. Cause we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. The dedication, I seen your tears at my graduation. Now look, Ma, your boy that made it. You the reason I'm one of the greatest. Yeah, cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. Now be quiet, let Big Mama speak.
Man, shouts out to Mama Chief. Shouts out to Mama Chief Powerton, man. Make sure y'all go over there and subscribe, man, to her. Definitely great work. Old history over there. She got old history documents and everything, man. You know what I mean? Shouts out to my dog, Dre Cobbs. You already know, man. You know, out of all the work Dre Cobbs did is fire. But that one right there just pisses me off. Excuse my language, y'all, but that ticks me off when I hear that because it just ain't long enough. Damn. Sorry, y'all. I got to do it again.
Shout out to the Mama Chief. Yeah, you be quiet when Big Mama speak. What she gave us is a part of me. It flows through my arteries. Even on that journey, that love grows how the garden be. The first to teach us when we sick, the first to heal us. Mama's boy, yeah, you know, her pride and joy. Soul food, yeah, you know, I'ma enjoy. Calm you down just by the sound of a voice. There isn't another feeling inside when they cheering you on at your game and you feeling the pride. You and your siblings fighting, she gon' make you put them feelings aside. She can't lead you down the road, but she can give you the guide. Where you think I get that blissful look in my eyes? I need a side of ice cream with Big Ma's apple pie. You know for sure for Mama Chief, you know I'ma ride. Cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. The greatness, the patience, the foundation, the knowledge passed down so many generations, our motivation. I just want to thank you for my creation, cause we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. The dedication, I seen your tears at my graduation. Now look, Ma, your boy that made it. You the reason I'm one of the greatest. Yeah, cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. Now be quiet, let Big Mama speak.
Yeah, man. Now be quiet and let Big Mama speak. Y'all already know, man. Hey, man, shouts out to Hawk School over there, man. Doing this thing over there. He lied too. I didn't know that. My apologies, man. But let me give a little shout out to the chat, man. Shout out to Juice, man. Always. You know what I mean? Big Dog Philly OG, my OG, man. Peace and love to Big Dog Philly OG. Keep doing what you do for the community, dog. Trust me. What you do for the community is needed. Regardless if people let you know or not, it's needed, brother. You know what I'm talking about? Chief, you already know. My dog, peace and love to you, man. Black Panther Jackie Brown. You already know how I go, man. Peace and love to you too. You know what I mean? Dre Cobbs, my dog. My dog. Peace and love to you too, man. Y'all already know, man. I got you know what I mean? I like to hold on. Damn, hold on. Is that my dog Sword? Sword, what's going on with you, kinfolk?
Peace, man. What's going on with it? Just here chilling, man. Yeah, want to come show some love to the family.
Yeah, definitely. Hey, we'll watch that debate. Later on. You know what I mean? Definitely we watch that debate later on. Shouts out to BAP in the debate league, man. Shouts out to Lane. You know what I mean? And shouts out to the contestants, man. That battle. You know what I mean? To have the heart to battle.
I was watching the after party, but then I had to go do something, so I missed the rest of it. I'm gonna have to go back and watch the after party to see, what actually happened in the debate.
Yeah, I got the debate. I paid for it. You know what I mean? I sent extra in, man. You know what I mean? I paid for it. So, we'll watch it in the study hall or something like that. And then, you know what I mean? Yeah. Definitely, man. But how you and the family over there, though?
Yeah, everything good. Just got reconnected with some folks. So, some of my homies from way back. So, it's been a long time since some of my old homies from way back. It's been a long time since I talked to them, so they not aware of me and my knowledge as it relates to, the American Indian and the history thing. So it's gonna be interesting to see, where these conversations go, and again start back from the root, I'd ask my homie, like, hey, bro, you ever thought about doing your family tree?
Yeah.
So
the first thing that you asked them though is hey man, anybody in your family, any of your elders ever say that y'all had Indian in y'all family? Mm-hmm. And right there, once they say yes, which 90% of the people today say yes. Mm-hmm. Once they say yes, then okay, they go your connection right there, and then it's just, the thing is about this, what I learned about us, Sword, we don't force our information on people. we don't try to force people to
Mhm.
be an American Indian. We just say like, yo, if you got that in your lineage, this and this right here could be for you. See,
Mhm.
in other words, little do people know, we telling them how to go about getting what's due to you, but they don't know, they don't understand where it's coming from, because you know some people like to put it in legal terms so they can understand the legal terms. But a person like me, dog, I tell you straight up, uh, layman terms. You know what I mean? Once I understand it and I can bring it to you in layman terms, that's how I want to bring it to you. You know how I feel? Word,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
word. So
I'm pretty sure though, cause I knew his grandparents. Like I met his grandparents on his mom's side. I never met his grandparents on his dad's side, cause I think they were from up north. But yeah, I was sitting here thinking about it, and I was like, shit, his granddaddy looked like an Indian. He was a
right,
very successful man, and he was real like mellow, not mellow, but like he was a very relaxed kind of guy. He was always relaxed, and it could be a testament to just life's experiences that kind of let you know don't get too high on the highs and too low on the lows. So he was just always an even keel, smooth, fly, always stay well dressed, pressed with the crease. He was just a real cool dude, man. So, but my homie ended up moving away, and we hadn't talked in like nearly 2 years. What's up, girly girl? And yeah, but I thought about him this morning, and like 5 seconds later, he texted me. And I was like, damn, it's crazy. Man, we hadn't talked in like 2 years. So,
damn. Hey, what's
got
going
like,
on, girly girl? What's up with you? Tell your
girly
mama
girl.
I said, hey.
Like a red Indian, boy. Look at her.
Hey, that old red ball, that
Shiny
old
red.
Texas red ball, this shit. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Oh, it's trying to look like somebody snacking shit. Yeah, y'all gonna stop that.
Some checker fries.
You know what I'm talking about? Season. You know what I'm talking about? Good. God damn it. Her and sister Sharice.
Yeah.
Damn,
Shout out to Sharice, man.
yeah, I know everybody was looking for me to come on live yesterday, man. I know I had set the show, but I didn't know that when I set my show that back already I had a show set, because the alerts don't go out like that, man. So, I went on with the sisters, them with Jane Elliott. I'll show a little bit of that too today with the sisters. Jane Elliott was on Unscrambled Minds yesterday, man. Shouts out to my sisters over there at Unscrambled Mind. My goddesses, them over there, man. Bunch of a panel full of snacks. I'm gonna stop. Let me stop. I say I got the right to say the things that other people just wanna think. Yes, because these are my peoples. Yes, my beautiful peoples, them. Shouts out to Unscrambled Minds, man. Always coming through with a fire interview. They keep the community, they keep the environment going with these offshoot guesses that they be having. You know what I mean? And I love it. I love it.
Right.
I love it, man. Copper Goddess. What's going on with you, Copper Goddess? Mama Chief, I just got
Peace,
to
Copper
talk about
Goddess.
you. I tell you.
Shout out to the Mama Chiefs. You be quiet and
my
let Big
problem.
Mama speak.
I had to play that twice again, Mama Chief. You already know how OTK get down.
You might have to run it back again, though.
Yeah, I'm gonna play it again throughout the show.
Right.
You already know that. Anytime some shit start getting agitated, boop, I drop that in. That calms everybody down. A song about mama calms everybody down. Word. Yeah, man. But so hey, Sword, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I went to school. I went to school for law. That was my major when I went to college, but I didn't get to go to the college that I wanted to, only because paperwork got delayed. So I didn't get to go to the college that I wanted to. So I ended up going to a Division II college. So they didn't have law as their major. You know what I mean? So that's when I got into computer technology. That turned out to be my major, and history turned out to be my minor. But I dropped history. Once I had a person that didn't look like me as a teacher. So that was a major setback with me, with college. And it was a HBCU in North Carolina. It actually was founded by one guy from South Carolina and one guy from North Carolina. You know what I mean? In the middle of the hood too, man. You had two rival gangs in the hood, East Side and West Side. You know what I mean? And they was like beating up people like off the college campus. Who they seen was not fit, not street. So they took it like, oh, y'all inside our neighborhood going to college, and we can't even get into this college. Well, I tell you what, we're gonna do this like this. You know what I mean? So I was one of the ones that couldn't go off campus. I went off campus. I used to get my hair braided off campus and stuff like that. So I was cool with all that. So yeah, man, it was an experience though. Being 18 years old, it was an experience. You know?
Yeah. I remember when I went to college, I went to school. I never really was around white people like that until I got to college. I ain't go to school with nobody other than a black person until I went to college. So, but then when I went to college, the school that I was at, and it was in such a town, and the town was so far behind, they barely had cable. And they was right down the street from one of the KKK houses. So that was my first time ever seeing a Klan rally. And on the football field, it was whites versus blacks. And we were knucking up every day. So, yeah, it was an interesting experience, man. Because, you know, I really wasn't a fan of history at that moment in time in my life. But through that experience made the whole black-white thing it made it more believable because it got connected to me, you know, through fighting. Like, bro, we was fighting every day. You come out the dorm, we was fighting in the locker rooms, on the field, and you would have thought it was like some Remember the Titans type of junk. But man, me and my homie was back to back. The one that I just got back in contact with, we was at the school back to back. Once we realized it was gonna be like that type of party, then we all made like a pact. And then you know how like when you go to school, you start to click up with people that's either look like you or that you share the same heritage, if you will. So, you know, all of the folks from Georgia link up together and like, shit, we all we got. So we never left the dorm by ourselves. We never ate at the caf by ourselves. You never caught us by ourselves after like the first day or two, because we already knew them boys would catch you slipping. So finally, we fought enough that they just was like, all right, we tired of fighting. We understand that y'all ain't gonna back down, in which we wasn't. We was gonna go the whole year throwing them hands. So it ended up settling out, and then we actually ended up having somewhat of a decent football season beyond all the other little scuffles and stuff that took place. But yeah, Good old college.
It's definitely a learning experience. Definitely.
Right. But yeah, them boys, we was boxing them
Sword.
boys up, man.
So
Yeah.
so let me ask you this, Sword, and I want you to go in real quick. I'm gonna do something for like a minute, but go in on this real quick. Do you think we should support our kids going to college now or a trade school? Go ahead.
If I had to choose between the two, I would say a trade school, especially for the boys, because they have more trade oriented type of work. But the women are starting to develop, their grade of what would be considered as trades, because you have, the lashes and stuff, and aesthetics and cosmetology and things of that nature. So they develop in their own line of what would be equivalent as trades, which is good. So I think the trades are best. Now it would be even better if they could learn these trades before they even get to the age of what would be considered as college or collegiate, because now they can go into the world with these skills, because that's the whole purpose of learning the trade. Either way, is to learn a skill. The challenge is we only have one or two trades that we know how to do. And that's why I think, like, even myself, I constantly assess myself and assess my own life. And then I ask myself, like, what do I know how to do? And if it comes across, if something happens to where I need to learn a skill that I don't have, then I'm already behind the 8 ball, So it would be awesome if these things could be learned as we are growing up, like it used to be. Like, I remember, when I was a teenager, man, I built retaining walls, I built sheds, I laid sod, I built a pool, I built a fence, I painted driveways, I soldered, I sawed, I built computers. Like, these are all things that, was just taught at home. You go outside, you know how to cut grass, you know how to trim the edges and all of that stuff. So that way, if you just so happen to lose that good corporate white collar job, now at least you still got skills where you can find out how to go out here and make some stuff happen. So that way, you can keep some food on your table, So
Right.
if I had to choose between the two, I would say a trade school would be way more valuable than, like, even if you're in technology, rather than spending 4 years at a college, spend 2 years at a technical school, and you're going to be way more qualified than your homeboys or homegirls that spent 4 years at school, because at the end of the day, you ain't really doing nothing but having 2 more years of partying. So, which is fine if that's
Right.
what you want. But I would say the experience that you get at a trade school of whatever trade it is in this economy is going to be way more valuable long term than a 4-year college or a 4-year degree.
Man, I like that. And people in the chat, they engage into. Yeah, definitely. The reason why I asked that, man, because let me give you a quick example. My mom,
Mhm.
Dukes, her husband, who she's married to now, no hands-on as far as trade, hands-on capability. But now if you want to talk about computers, school, doctoring, you know what I mean, that type of work, yes, it's him all day. I've noticed that because of that, and them two together, it seems to make like a well-rounded because they always get into a discussion with each other. You know what I mean? And I love it because they just
Right.
called me over there like, yo, now I got to be the mediator. But I love the discussions between them because one has one output and the other one has the other output, but they both telling the truth and they both successful. So
Hmm.
you understand what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I yeah, but that was in his time. So in his time and in my mom's time, that was in their time. My mom, was spent most of her life in South Carolina before she moved to Chicago. And then, that was her first husband. Her second husband, you know what I mean? He spent damn near all of his life in New York. You know what I mean? Yeah. So they when he came back down here and they got back together after knowing each other from elementary school type shit like that, man. They got together. It was like two different worlds coming together, but they had a common understanding because they already had knew each other. And that was the bond, that they already knew each other. But I done seen times where I done seen them probably going through some stuff where, the average couple, dog, ain't no more us. You know what I
And
mean?
that's what's
So
wrong today. That's what's wrong today, right there. What you just said. As soon as you start going through things, shit ain't no more us.
ain't no more us. You forget about all the good things. That's why I tell people, man, what you do for somebody today don't mean nothing tomorrow. That's just my mindset.
Shit, you
You
ain't the
know what
only
I
one.
mean?
It's clearly visible. It's clearly visible with how our people deal with one another. We got to stop that, man.
Right, right. So when you do incorporate and you do run into these people that do care about what you did for them today, because they're gonna turn around and do something for you tomorrow. Or it might not
Yes,
necessarily
sir.
be tomorrow, but and see, it's people like that, man. And you know what I mean? And you get tight with people like that, man. Y'all boys, you know what I mean? Be careful because sometimes we got to understand that when you meeting somebody that came from a different background and you might have similar stories, but you came from different backgrounds. You got to understand you didn't come from the same parents also too. So just keep that in mind, man. Understanding uh each other is the first. Uh somebody somebody said liberal arts school. You know what I mean? What you think about that, Sword? Liberal arts.
I mean, I don't know, man. I'm not really a big fan of college like that no more. Unless, unless you're embarking upon a career that absolutely requires you to go. So, like, if you want to be a doctor, like especially like a surgeon or something like that, like you're gonna have to go to college. Um, it's like we never really needed college to learn. We still don't need college to learn, if you ask me. But because there's certain regulations and quote unquote licenses that need to be garnered, that we got to do what we got to do. But I don't know, man. I'm just like, if you want to play a sport and go professional, then of course you got to go to college and at least do 1 or 3 years or whatever the requirements are. But what's going on, Big Dog Philly OG? Yeah, I don't know, man. It ain't the same no more. By the time you got kids going to college, and the crazy part about it, it's across all fields. It don't matter what field you in. By the time you learn what you learned in college, the shit is old and it's antiquated and it's no longer useful in the industry. This there was like, I want to say like 6-7 years ago, the students that graduated from NYU, New York University, they were trying to file a lawsuit against the school because they felt that the school didn't prepare them well enough to go out and get a job. And these are these are law students. So it's like, in the tech field, by the time you learn, you sit down for 4 years, you know, by the time you get out, that shit old. You know, so it just depends on what you're going for. That's what I would say. I would say we need to start looking at our own babies and say, okay, what does this kid want to do? What are they good at? And then point them in the right direction. And for some of them, like, because you got to take this consideration too, and I'm gonna land with this. You got some kids that if they was raised by a single mom and they sat back and watched their mom work 2 or 3 jobs just to make ends meet, or if they was raised by a single father and watched their dad do 2 or 3 jobs, now you're gonna tell this kid that before they can start making money, they got to go to school for 4 years. That shit gonna make them turn. They gonna turn to the streets. They gonna be like, oh, okay, I know what to go do to make some money tomorrow. You know,
right? Shit, I'm gonna go make this money to pay for college.
Yeah, I'm about to help out my mom. I'm about to help out my dad. You know,
right? Exactly. Because if she's struggling with 3 jobs to take care of us, I know damn well she ain't got no money to pay for college.
Exactly.
For a semester is critical at some colleges. And we not hold up. Universities is even worse with the prices. You know what I mean? With the prices, you paying for education, and then in some branches that you go in, you will be paying for that for the rest of your life.
Exactly.
You might have a credit. You might have a base credit, but you still paying back for the rest of your life.
And your ultimate goal, which was to help out your parents, you never did.
You never did. You
so
never
now
did.
Both of y'all in debt. Both of y'all struggling. You know, you might be living a little better. So, you know, I don't know, man. Like it's and then you got these colleges. I think this shit needs to be talked about a lot more, because let me tell you how fucked up this was. So I was told that I had a full scholarship, but they packaged in loans into the scholarship.
Correct. Out-of-state loans. That's what hit me. I got hit with out-of-state loans along with my scholarship. That was the only loan I got. It was $1,000 loan because I left from South Carolina to North Carolina.
Yeah.
You know, me being 18, not knowing nothing about this. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
In 10 years, this goddamn loan turned to $9,999. Some reason that loan never went higher than that. So I'm like, yo, why did it stop now? And then I found out because you got the forgiveness debt that came out. So with that forgiveness debt, anything over $10,000, you can get forgiven. But that's why they kept it underneath that. And that's the federal government, y'all. I owe the federal government that money. And you know when you owe the federal government because they garnish your wages and work, all of that.
Well, you know, the interesting thing, so when I actually went on campus for tour, the coach looked me in my eye, shook me in my hand, said, we're going to cover everything. I didn't find out I had loans packaged in until the end of the first semester where they was threatening to kick me out of school. That's how I found out. So it's a cold game out here, man. And at the end of the day, you know, I'm of the age of majority, 18. Okay, I get it. Yeah, you know, I got to take that hit on the chin. But, bro, shit got hard because it was like, you know, I ain't want to go back home. So I had to, you know, it's a cold game out here, man. And depending upon, you know, your upbringing.
That's
and
why
all
I
that
tell
stuff.
my kids, man, I let my kids decide what they want to do. And I talk to them about it and, you know, give them other aspects because they at the time now. See, I'm on them now before they even hit high school. They in 8th grade going this year right here. So I'm on them now like, yo, y'all need to start thinking about what y'all going to do.
Right.
You know what I mean? Now, right now. I already know my son, triple, you know what I mean? He probably be a triple athlete by the time he finished school because he get into baseball now. He already starting in football and in basketball at the school for high school. He plays for the high school already. But yeah, man. But to that question with the liberal arts, I think liberal arts is well-rounded. It's well-rounded, but I think you all with the trade to back trade and liberal arts, I think is beautiful together. I think those two will be beautiful together because liberal arts will give you the background of all these different the 5 major subjects, and then the trade will bring you up to using your hands and trying to apply these 5 major subjects. So yeah, I think both of them together would be good. Hey, shouts out to Big Dog Philly OG who just came on the panel. Hold on, man.
Big
Y'all,
dog.
my granddaughter calling me. My granddaughter calling me. Hold on, I'm coming, baby. Yeah, Big Dog Philly OG, what's going on with you? Peace and love.
Grand Rising, my brother OTK, Sword Fish, much love and respect to you and the family, everybody in the chat, man. You know, I just think a little different than not saying y'all brothers right or wrong. More than likely y'all right. But you know, my thing is one,
Yeah, you look.
I'm gonna go off subject for a
Who that
hot
is?
30 seconds. Hey, little
Who that
one.
That's you. Say
You
hi.
know,
Hello.
Say hi.
Hi.
This is my granddaughter, man. She's getting big, ain't she?
beautiful, beautiful.
Remember, she was
Big.
playing the piano, right?
Yes,
Sorry,
sir.
Big Dog. I didn't mean to cut you off. 1,000 pardons,
Good,
man.
brother. You good. You can interrupt me anytime, sir. You already know. You know, like I said, I'm gonna go off subject a little bit, but I'm gonna bring it right back. You know, we're talking about our kids, sending them to college or trade school. First of all, I think we kick our kids out the house too fast. We know
Yes,
this is
sir.
an evil, messed up world. So, you know, we kicking them out at 18 when you know they ain't really ready for life. So that's the first mistake that I see we do. Because I see other nationalities, they kids be in their house to 30 and 40. You know, now I'm gonna get back to the topic that y'all brothers was talking about. For me, I choose to leave my family a business that she can have a choice to sell and get the money from it and do her own thing. But I choose not to send my daughter to college or to their schools. You know, my thing is we should be preparing our children for business minded to run a business, not to be an employee, because that's all we've been taught is to be somebody else's employee. So basically, you know, my goal is to have enough properties where my daughter will have a bunch of real estate that she can play Monopoly with if she chooses to keep renting them out, or she can sell them and, like I said, do her own thing. But I think, you know, us sending our kids to these colleges is the worst thing we can ever do. You know, and I went in the military. Y'all brothers went in college. You know, I chose the military route because I got kicked out of school, got my GED, and thought I was grown. So I had to learn early. But, you know, that's my biggest thing. We should be teaching our children how to be business or run businesses or how to manage businesses, not sending them to their universities where all they're going to get is student loan debt and a piece of paper and hope they can get a job in their field. Because if they can't get a job in their field, then they got to go to the rest of the market. You know, so that's my biggest thing. We kick our kids out too early. And we need to start preparing businesses for them and have them business minded instead of religious minded, teaching them the Bible and all this stuff. Teach them business 101. Teach them, you know, have a business set up for them. That's what I'm planning on doing for mine. But y'all brothers got it. Always respect to everyone.
Right. And listen, and you know what? I respect that.
And
too,
I ain't
Big
saying
Dog.
y'all brothers was wrong. I'm muting up.
No. I ain't gonna lie to you, Big Dog Philly OG. It was a big thing for me to go to college because I was playing ball. You know what I mean? I was trying to go to the league. So that was my way to get to the league. But not only that, I was the first to graduate from high school in my family and to go to college. So that was super big for me. You understand what I'm saying? Because I'm the oldest of the grandkids.
Yes,
so
sir.
that
That
was
was,
super big
I would
for
say
me
that was
having
what was going on in that time. They was pushing us to get the indoctrination, get the degree. You know, that's what our parents was doing. So, you know, that was the thing of that time, but we in another time now.
Yeah,
You know
it was
what I
either
mean?
that or the military at that time for me.
Yes, sir.
And I wasn't trying to go to Desert Storm at that time.
Exactly.
You
That's when
understand
I
what I'm
got out.
saying?
I was sent to Desert Storm and I got out under medical. You know what I
Right.
mean?
I
I didn't
wasn't
want to
trying
go
to-
in the military, but you know, my choices was prison or military. Because like I said, I was a bad little kid.
But I'm gonna
You
tell
told
you,
me
big
don't
dog,
do it, I
Philly
did
OG,
it.
I don't give a
But yeah.
damn. I don't give a damn what anybody say about it now, Big Dog Philly OG. The choices that you made have paid off to where your family is comfortable and you are comfortable, my dog. Mama didn't have to worry about you while she was here. You feel me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Totally. I've been
You
away
feel
from
me?
I left my mom's house when I was 17 and never been back because she told me you can't bring them girls to the house and think you're gonna do that thing with me upstairs. So I'm like, well, mom, you know, that means I have to get my own place. And I've been, you know, never went back. Always been a, you know, a homeowner at my own, but y'all brothers got it.
Right. Heru, I see you just pulled up, man. What's going on with you, man? Another person that's out there in the community, man. Y'all go to that man channel, subscribe to his channel. He got the track meet stars and all kind of stuff out there, man. Along with me too, man. I appreciate the work you're doing for the youth, my brother. You know what
Appreciate
I mean?
y'all.
Too, man. Yeah.
Peace
See,
to the family.
Heru, we might have
Peace,
our
Heru.
disagreements on views, but that's okay because we different people. But when it comes down to being a man and taking care of business, I gotta respect you for that all day, every day, and Twix on Sunday, like my uncle used to say. Not twice, Twix. You know that country lingo. You already know. Peace to you, man. Hope you and the family doing good, man.
Doing good, doing good, doing good. Peace, everyone. Peace, everyone.
Damn, boy, this is crazy. Nothing but South niggas on the panel, man. I got South Georgia, middle Georgia, middle Georgia, South Georgia / Florida area. I'm right here next to the border. That's a beautiful thing, man. But it's beautiful because we all have different aspects and different point of views because of the times that we came up in, but we damn near close in vicinity. So that just shows you that things was going on different everywhere. So when people be speaking out here, man, we got to understand that these people be trying to take what one person say and trying to apply it to everybody. Don't let them do that, y'all. That's why I speak specifically for my people in my area from what I study, research, or what I've done in genealogy or oral history. I speak from my point of view, which is subjective. Yes, it is. I have no problem with that. You know what I mean? But how you doing, Heru? How you and the fam?
We doing pretty good, man. Pretty good. Grandson, first day of school. Gotta go pick his ass up in about an hour. Other than that, I'm getting ready. We doing a basketball show Thursday night, man. It's gonna be basketball, soccer picks. You know, I bet on the soccer heavy every day. They call me soccer
Hell yeah,
god.
hell yeah.
They name
You
me
say
that
you're
at
doing the
school.
show? Hey man, you got to send the link. Send it, post it way before you do it. You need to post that now. Make a post about it and a link. That way I can share it to my channel. You know what I mean? And so people will know off my side to come on and check that out, man. You know what I mean?
I
That's
sure
definitely hot. I
I'm
like
working
that,
on
man.
some little intros too. I'm doing a football pool. I ran a football pool. You know, officepoolstock.com. You can set up your pool, $10 sheets. It was pretty
Yeah, we
nice,
need
you
to
know.
do that. But see, now I would say let's do a fantasy football league, but I don't think everybody like football, man. They don't like the sport because the way the sport done turned out to be now. You know what I mean? I think the sport has came a long way as far as money wise. Talent, definitely, but money for sure. These guys deserve to have guaranteed money. And I'm liking that part of it, that these guys are starting to get big contracts that's guaranteed money. Because one time back, these boys had big contracts, but the money was only guaranteed if they fulfilled that contract. A lot of them got hurt.
Exactly.
Let's just say RG3 for instance. They brought him back way too early. That ended his career, pretty much. He was on his way to a big contract in Washington. First year there, you took them to the playoffs. He was on his way, and he was playing in the playoff, in the last of the games, hurt. He ain't never been the same after that, man. Shouts out to RG3, man. But he getting that money now, commentating and stuff like that. You know what I mean? He getting that money now. Definitely. You need to put that link, put that same link that you just put in the back chat here, Ru, put it in the front chat so people in the main chat can see your channel, man. I don't got no problem with that, man. I roll like Big Dog Philly OG. I told you, I called him and I got the game from him on how to do this, how to conduct myself. And, you know, it came from a couple of people now. I called a couple of people before I really got going. And I take from all of them, you know what I mean? But yeah, that's one thing I love about Big Dog Philly OG. He'll tell you subscribe to everybody channel.
Yes, I.
OT Cat, my bad, brother. I'm gonna jump off and jump back on my phone. I came on my laptop because I tried to come on my phone and it wouldn't let me. So I'll be right back.
And listen, Big Dog Philly OG, when you come back, can you pull up that song for me? It's just another officer, and that's that's my shit. Hey, that's my shit.
Hold on, that's
fuck the
police. The police, yeah. I don't know if you want to play that one, good bro.
Okay. All right. Okay. The fire, the floor is fire.
Be right back. That's the one that say after police. Yeah, you know that.
Yeah. Papa Goddess in here. What's happening? Hey, Brian William Anthony O'Shea, my pink brother. I seen you in the back, man. But before I let you up, I wanted to talk to you first to make sure we got a clear understanding, because I ain't for the white supremacist talk today. I'm not even messing with y'all. Where now, if you want to come up and you want to talk about what's on topic, it's all good with me, man. But other than that, dog, I'm not dealing with nobody who ain't of me or for me. No more. That's how I'm gonna keep my blood pressure down. Now I'm talking about
yelling with these fools.
Yeah, man, I want to tell you, man, could be the wild ass Indian, man. You know what I mean? Shouts out to everybody out there in the community. My ones who gave me love and showed me love, that gave me enough goddamn confidence to get out of here and do my own, man. So here y'all go.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always keep it down, slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always keep it down, slow mo.
All the being
Appreciate all of y'all, man.
Bob
Appreciate all of y'all.
Ali Dubai.
What are you talking about, Heru? Hey, Heru.
Oh
let me
no,
ask
I'm
you this
looking at one of these soccer teams.
Hey,
They
Heru,
named
let me ask
Shabab
you this.
Ali Dubai. I'm
Oh,
just looking
Lord.
at these locked for tomorrow. I love these little soccer teams, boy. It done made my
Hey,
geography game on point. Like I know,
let me ask you this question right here, Heru, because I asked Sword and he gave me an answer. Why does I get everything loaded up in the back for my for the show, and I get the show going on. I'm about to pull up some shit and get the show going on. I got you, Alabama. I got you, Goddess. You ain't never got to show your face to me, Alabama. I know you. Trust me, I know you. If it ain't you in the back or whatever like that, I know you be done hit me and let me know. What's up, OTK? My brother from another mother.
Let me first and foremost
early in the morning. Go ahead,
let me first and foremost apologize if I blew up your spot, if I farted in the mix, if I was a skunk at the party offending the sensibilities of Mama Chief. Let me humbly apologize to the host with the most. Now, Mama Chief, this was not directed at you, but since you said it hurt you and you felt some kind of way, could you throw that in the mix, brother, about Mama Chief? Because you know I always have to I at least have to ask you to do that for any reference to her or to any reference to our women, our daughters, our sisters, our aunts. I don't like the term baby mama, but you know, since it's in the colloquial phrase, could you be so kind, my brother, as to throw up Mama Chief? Dre Crobs, arrows down.
Shout out to the Mama Chief. Yeah, you be quiet when Big Mama speak. What she gave us is a part of me. It flows through my arteries. Even on that journey, that love grows how the garden be. The first to teach us when we sick, the first to heal us. Mama's boy, yeah, you know, her pride and joy. Soul food, yeah, you know, I'm an enjoy. Calm you down just by the sound of her voice. There isn't another feeling inside when they cheering you on at your game and you feeling the pride. You and your siblings fighting, she gon' make you put them feelings aside. She can't lead you down the road, but she can give you the guide. Where you think I get that blissful look in my eyes? I need a side of ice cream with Bim's apple pie. You know for sure for Mama Chief, you know I'ma ride. Cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. The greatness, the patience, the foundation, the knowledge passed down so many generations, our motivation. I just wanna thank you for my creation. Cause we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. The dedication, I seen your tears at my graduation. Now look, my your boy that made it. You the reason I'm one of the greatest. Yeah, cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. Now be quiet, let Big Mama speak.
Now, for those who may not understand what was supposedly the problem, I did not want to come across as Diddy did it, and he did. And I did not want to offend her sensibilities for a sense of homoerotica or homosexual insinuations. If you remember what I'm saying, OTK?
Yes, sir, Alabama. Go ahead.
Mic check, mic check. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Alabama.
I don't know what the deal was with that particle guy, the one in question in particular, but and I'm asking you and extending a request, since I'm in your house on your platform. If I haven't shared it with you before, I will say again for all to bother to hear, I have a zero tolerance policy for foreign invasion. Now, I don't know who the invaders, plural, are, but I can smell some individual stench. You feel me, OTK? So when I hear British accents, alarm bells go off. You feel me, bro?
I got you.
I don't care if it's from the other land, not the motherland, because according to certain people, this is great, however many greats you want to put in there, grandmama land that we call North, Central, and South America. So
Fact.
anywhere from anywhere else seem to have that British stench to it. Have you noticed that, OTK?
Yes.
So when I hear that, that's foreign. Foreign to my ears, foreign to my people, foreign to my culture. Now, while we're allowing and tolerating a foreigner to speak on us, over us, about us, or with us, I do not know why. I'm not asking you to do anything. I'm not suggesting anyone in any of their platforms in what is called the supposed Aboriginal community, but I have a zero tolerance policy. Are you feeling me, my brother? Are you picking up what I'm putting down?
I told him that day. I told him, I said, look, Particle, when it come down to Alabama, he don't got no tolerance. I didn't say it like that. I think I might have cursed a couple of times, but
I'm trying to keep it clean on your platform, brother, because I'm not trying to be vulgar. And I'm not trying to upset you or any of your guests.
Yeah.
But I'm saying we playing games here and we're at war. Is there something about that people don't seem to comprehend? Now, the American known as the Negro has not declared war. But you can goddamn well bet everybody else on this planet is out to get the nigger. Now, do we have problems with understanding that, my brother OTK?
No,
maybe not you and I,
no,
for the moment, because it's you and I having a conversation.
I think the problem comes in at Alabama when we tell these people we know what your mission is, we know what y'all getting at, and they dodge away from that, and then they start throwing other conversations to try to deflect you, and they never answer that question like yes. They never can admit that.
Now they're trying to punk you. Now let me say this, because I think you were in there in the audience with Miss Elliott last night, and I'm not again casting aspersions against Unscrambled Minds, my good sisters.
I got you, big dog. Got you.
I got a problem. I got a problem when we give cover to these people, brother. Do you understand what I'm suggesting?
Yeah, Alabama. Yes, I mean, I gotta understand where you're coming from. You're older than me, so you know a lot more. You live more experiences than me for you to have that output or that understanding that you have. Yes, so I got to understand where you're coming from.
Let me put it to you this way, and anybody else on the panel want to respond is fine, but I want you to seriously think of what I'm saying. Driving Miss Daisy and Morgan Freeman and Stephen the Coon and Samuel L. Jackson. What do those two images mean to your manhood?
What do those two images mean to my manhood?
Yeah, whether you take it personally or not, I'm not asking you to be personally offended. I am saying because how media, films, video, and now social media work, they play off of archetypes. Have you ever heard of the book Tom Coon's Mammies, Pickaninnies, and Bucks, the anthology about the history of Hollywood by Donald Bogle?
No, sir.
Are you hip to that book? You want to put that in your library. You want to put that in your archives.
Hold on, let me get my ink.
And you just do a quick Google search or on Amazon. You can see what I'm saying.
Oh, don't worry, I'm going.
Personally, because it conflicts. I'm always conflicted when I'm talking to any of you brothers or any of my children or possibly my grandchildren, depending on your age. When you can't operate contextually with a proper historical reference. Now, probably for most of you, if I said Bamboozled, you may or may not have seen the movie, from Spike Lee, or you may understand the significance of the image manipulation from the theme of that movie, but do you know the history of mammyism? Do you know the history of Al Jolson and blackface and coming out of the context of minstrelsy? Do you understand what the significance of debasing the image of the American known as the Negro that literally is the foundation of Hollywood? So when you get
What's the name of that book again, Alabama?
you will get the context of why you're dealing with what you're dealing with today.
Alabama. What's the name of that text again? That book? My apologies. Damn, Alabama be traveling through these. Mic check. Everybody else can hear me? Mic check. Everybody else on the panel can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, Alabama must be dropped in a little hole real quick, man. Traveling through those.
Alabama needs to start talking in them parables and explain it to the people a little more. You know, he too poetic. And then he'll hit you. You get what I'm hitting you with. No, you don't get what you're hitting us with. It's too complicated, Alabama. You know you done read the Library of Alexandria.
Hey, the first time I talked to Alabama when I met him, I was like, hold on, Alabama. I don't understand that shit. Break that shit down.
Now, mic check, because I'm always around the hucky hole somewhere.
I already know, fresh off of Cops ass.
I was just teasing you when you.
So I did not hear anything that y'all were chopping up. So what did you want me to respond to?
No.
What's the name of that book, real quick?
Toms, Coons, Mammies, Pickaninnies, Bucks, Assholes, whatever you want to call it. But essentially, it's Toms, Coons, Mammies, and Bucks. But if you want to know about Pickaninnies, are y'all familiar with Ethel Merman? God bless America, or shit like that. This bitch actually sang a song called Pickaninny Heaven. I'm gonna let that marinate for a minute while y'all contemplate that. When you get the book by Donald Bogle, it is the history, literally, of Hollywood. Now, first of all, most people don't understand how films work. There is essentially only two main characters, which we call either the hero or the villain, or the protagonist and the antagonist.
Yeah, the star or the core star. Yes.
Okay. All the rest of what is in the story, the narrative, background, milieu, the overview of everything is the American known as the Negro. And you pick whichever one of those archetypes you want to talk about. The book, you're familiar with Mandingo, the movie, I imagine, or the novel. The Mammy, you're familiar with Aunt Jemima. You've seen her on pancake boxes. Chained to the actual Aunt Jemima that they put in that archetypical position was literally chained to a stove in a kitchen. And Tom is not an actual accurate description. It's more accurate to say Sambo or Coon, but Uncle Tom actually was a rogue, renegade revolutionary, if you bother to read the book. Now, in Uncle Tom's Cabin, Uncle Tom would put information in the hands of the field Negroes when they were allowed to meet, you know, like on Sunday service that we call church and congregations today. He would spirit away food from the master's table and feed those that were being starved and punished. He would even go and work extra, putting cotton in folks' sacks so they wouldn't miss a quota. You feel what I'm saying? See, we don't seem to explain things like this to understand certain behavior that would be on code, as the so-called FBA Negroes like to talk about, when they don't have a clue of what is the code you should be following. Do you brothers understand what I'm saying? And what is a buck anyway but a perpetuator of breeding future slaves?
Or a fucking deer. A fucking male deer.
Right. But we're talking about right now image making and the dream machine called Hollywood. So when you have all of this array and the panorama of things that are considered, when you do a painting, And you have a table, you have landscapes, you have portraitures, you have things that are all a part of the backdrop, right? And then you have focus drawn onto the central figures, which is the hero versus the villain. But actually, if you notice, the hero is almost one-dimensional, not even quite two-dimensional. It's only supposed to be based on virtuous, behavior, the good guy, vanquishing evil and whatnot. But all the character actors that get what is the splash is for playing the villain, right? You've noticed that in the history of filmmaking in Hollywood, right? So much so the villain has become so popular, they've created a new phrase called the anti-hero, right? So like the Joker gets elevated above the Batman, though the Batman is supposed to be the crime fighter. It's supposed to be the one that's trying to vanquish evil. But we keep having this stuff clouded and confused. While these two characters are playing out in the front, who is the supporting cast and the foundation of the narrative? The American, known as the Negro. So when you get that book or you go and watch the movie Bamboozled, I would advise you have the book as well so that you can understand the context of the narrative in the movie Bamboozled. Have you, my brother, seen any of y'all on the panel? Have y'all seen Bamboozled? The movie with Damon Wayans and Jada Pinkett Smith? Have I dropped in the hole again? Mic check, mic check. Anyone?
No, we haven't seen
No, I can hear you. I gotta look at it again, but I'm gonna tell you like this: I came from that era. I don't think I missed none of Damon Wayans or Tommy Davidson's. I mean, not Tommy Davidson's.
Yeah, no, Tommy Davidson was in that too. Because if you remember the Sandman character.
No, I'm talking about the dude, Robert Townsend. I don't think
Robert Townsend, yeah, Hollywood Shuffle. If you remember Hollywood Shuffle, wasn't that whole movie was about stereotypes?
Message all throughout that movie. Message, and I'm gonna get you, sucker.
Revoke my black card.
Always
revoke your black card.
Yeah, because I didn't like none of those. I watched some of them, obviously. Like Boys in the Hood and Mr. Side. But
remember, you have to keep in mind what was going on at that time. We were starved. We were starved for so-called black images. We were not seen on film or in TV shows. So they go and feed us this toxic stuff, and we just so happy to see a bunch of black faces on the screen.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I loved the Cosby Show and all those love sitcoms. I did love those when I was a kid. But
see, I bet you Julia predates you, right?
I woke already. By the time I was 16, 17, 18, I ain't even want to watch no movies, really.
I gotta set up. I'm gonna set up. I'm gonna do it today. I'm gonna set up my Zoom so I can start showing movies on Zoom for the people, man, because it's a bunch of old movies out there. A bunch of our old movies had messages in it.
Absolutely.
Damn, one of the most critical movies that had the most messages in it was Enemy of the State.
With Will Smith of all people.
Oh yeah, I see that.
Yes.
See, I like suspense. Now, if it's gonna have suspense, get my little mind going.
Fuck the suspense. It just showed how they can shut down everything for you and change your whole life within a matter of seconds.
Because it also shows you the connectivity of the system. If you are familiar with what they call the social credit score, have any of you brothers heard that and hip to that recently, particularly in China? How does the social credit score work?
It's basically a silent discrimination tool. It can discriminate against you through the algorithm, basically.
And don't forget, they're using biometrics.
And to the point that Alabama was making, Hollywood has always portrayed us in a negative way, either lazy, stupid, So, that was my reasons why I really got away from TV because, once I learned how they portrayed us and wanted us to think, really pushed me away from the TV and the media. But you got
But see, big dog, that's black connotation. See, people don't understand that when you keep using this word to define you, describe you, or to be attached to you, all of this baggage is attached to it. And it goes all the way back to the first time that Al Jolson sang Mammy and put on blackface with big red lipstick.
What word are you referring to, Alabama?
Black.
I don't know.
Blackface is an actual archetype use of vaudeville and the theater. The stage was transitioning to the silent films in the early teens and the 1920s.
Let me ask you a question, though. Is it possible, though, the word was a powerful word until these face people flipped it and changed the meaning of it? So
now you're getting into the history of language, right? So before it was put into what we call a dictionary, what is the time that you're talking about that's to be powerful as referencing black?
I mean, you can. I'm not really necessarily trying to pinpoint the time. I'm just focused on the concept. So conceptually, is it possible that black, before the pale faces changed the meaning of it, was a powerful and a good word to use? And
now, I'm not suggesting any belief system, but we know in the Holy Bible, the very first words were, in the beginning was what? The void. Now, do you use the term black to describe? What is the void? Every time you look up in the night sky.
Ain't no belief. We ain't talking about no belief.
Mm-hmm.
When we talk about black, we're talking about a meaning. And that's not a belief. It means whatever it was meaning. And there's some science behind black too. Like when you learn as a cosmetologist, first thing you know about the color spectrum and how all the colors come from out of this black.
Now, what you just said, is that not underscoring that in the beginning was the void and therefore all things came out of the void?
You say black, brother. I say darkness. You say black. I say total darkness.
But black.
We want to put words in that place to make it fit our narrative, but a void of darkness, not black.
Same thing. But just remember,
it's not the same thing, bro.
Yes, it is. Remember, though. Remember, we are the controllers of these words. We make the meaning of them. The words don't make us. So
now, I agree with you, brother, but on this point, though,
you look up a thesaurus, you'll have a word, and there are various different words that can mean the same thing or same concept. You got me?
But they will always tell you a derivation, and therefore you go to etymology, right? Because everything literally has a history. So there is a beginning point on a word.
I understand,
as well as the languages that are using them. But no matter what, if both parties don't agree on the language, the definitions, and the meanings, there is no communications. And that's the point that Big Dog was just making. Differentiating between darkness and what is black, or what is considered black, is a perception. And if it's not agreed upon perception, then we have miscommunication. And that's what's going on.
I agree with that. But that's the last point I was going to make to what you were saying about belief. And you said the void, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's not a belief. You can look out in space and see a void of blackness or darkness or absence of light or whichever word you want to describe it. And there's science behind the suns and stars and all that being born. That's not belief. That's some scientific.
Who want to prove this science? Because the last time I checked, brother, the stars are nothing but luminary light. You can't go to them.
Science and belief is not.
You know what I mean? The moon is out of our atmosphere, and the sun,
it's not really
supposed to be too hot
the data
for anybody to even get near. So none of those places that you're talking about in the sky, nobody has ever been to besides mentally or in their mind.
I said it ain't about being there. I said you could look up and see the blackness.
You said
Now,
the science of the sun, the stars, and the moon. How can you have a science when nobody has been there? That's
When you
my
got
point, brother.
telescopes and spectrometers and you
Telescopes ain't
observe
telling
light.
you
Hold
nothing,
on, bro.
brother.
Hold on. I
Telescopes
know you
ain't
don't
telling
like
you nothing.
science. I know you don't like science, but
I love all of them,
they're
brother.
using
I
the
just don't,
science
you know,
to take
believe
over
in
this
their
bitch. So we better
information or the
understand the
information that
science
was
and not
taught to
deny
us.
it.
I love science.
Okay,
I
then.
live in the woods.
All I'm saying is, and I'm
Just
not
because I
trying
didn't
to
go to
prove the
science
science or
class
not
mean I
prove it
didn't
right
like it.
now. I'm making a point that there's science that backs up this word black, darkness, void that the ancients
The
taught,
key word you said was
and these
their
white
science.
people are calculating. So apparently, black, that word is not as bad as we want to make it seem. Take our power back. Why are we using the white meaning? That's all I'm saying.
now, to fill the void of silence for the moment, my good brother, I was going to ask you, and I agree with some of what you're saying, because we're both discussing things from as we have been conditioned to think, starting with kindergarten through 12th grade. Now, you may not have gone to public schools or even private schools. You may have benefited from homeschooling. I don't know, but I still would think, even in a homeschool setting, most parents think that they're removing their children from the public or even the private setting are still using the same dogma because they're using the same textbooks or curriculum so that they think their children are informed or better informed similarly as the other children in those public settings. You feel what I'm saying though, brother?
I feel you. And I'm glad I went to school for engineering. I went to Bethune-Cookman. And one of the things I knew.
Well, you went to AME college?
I went to BCU, a black college. Yeah, black.
That's an AME college, Bethune-Cookman.
See, he finna slap you with he's finna slap you with the BCU.
Hey, let me stop. Yeah, he trying to take it. That's an HBCU. Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah.
No, but go ahead, bro. And by the way, hold on. Before you go further, please share with the audience who Mary McLeod Bethune was and what its significance to you attending that college.
You know what? To be honest, she wasn't so significant to me. I ain't gonna much lie. But it was more significant that my grandma went to Bethune and became a teacher from that.
So you followed in your elders' footsteps.
It wasn't necessarily that. It was sports related too, because I went on some university trips, went to Clark, Atlanta, all these different schools. And it just ended the money. I wish I would have switched after the fact, but anyway, that's another story. But it just
well, here let me give you something to contemplate.
That was one of the factors too.
From why I asked this, because you familiar with Benjamin Mays, Dr. Benjamin Mays, who was supposed to have been her mentor.
Yeah.
She's also the coordinating, organizing effort behind the National Council of Negro Women. I gather you're familiar with that.
Yeah, and then I was reading about some supposed calls might have been a underground railroad here in Jacksonville too. They were fleeing the Fernandina Beach. So yeah, I just recently seen a picture of Mary McLeod Bethune that made me start opening up some other stuff. I was like, man, it's just too much information, man.
It is because it has been purposely suppressed. So if anything that we have, what bit we think we know as pure indoctrination and dogma is by definition whitewash.
I got you.
So until we do a cleansing, and I mean this psychological and mental, until we do a cleansing, we are operating from a toxic frame of mind.
Agreed.
That's why I keep stressing, trying to keep my message simple. Identity crisis is a thing. Until that's addressed, people's behaviors cannot be corrected. Until you operate with correct behavior, you have people who are just like Agent Smith in The Matrix. You remember that scene? Until you're extracted, even you are Agent Smith, working against yourself.
I got you. But one thing I will say about the schooling, even though we need to have a whole new system for our black people, whatever, I still think right now schooling is the best thing. Because if you learn math and science, regardless, it just opens your brain to more analytical thinking and questioning. And then you have the ability to see more if it's bullshit or not. So even though you might be looking at, let's say you just scrolling through some documentaries or some podcasts with these scientists on it, you'll be able to understand a little better what they're talking about and if it's bullshit or not.
Well, now you're talking about exercising critical thinking.
Exactly. And then,
but you would have to remove everything else.
Yeah, critical
Go
thinking
ahead,
is not
OTK.
taught in college.
It ain't taught in the education system either.
But it's critical
They're taught
thinking that
regurgitation.
develop
That's
naturally.
it.
Critical thinking develop naturally when you exercise your mind, when you do homework, do math problems, do like science experiments.
So you
Now,
saying critical thinking is common sense? Hold on. So you calling critical thinking common sense? Because it sounds like you're getting critical thinking mixing up with common sense.
On a more higher level. Let's say more higher level. The common sense is more simple things. But then
Okay,
you have
so
to
what?
use
All right.
critical
So in order for you to take common sense to a higher level, you have to be. That has to be a learned behavior after that, correct?
There have to be some critical thinking in it.
And
So
to
that's
me,
something
critical
that's
thinking is when
That's
you
where the
go
problem
past what
Yeah,
you're
go ahead.
taught and try to learn. My bad, OTK. That's critical thinking to me. When you
Agreed.
go past the criteria that you're learning and seek more.
And
That's
to me, that's
critical thinking, not
science.
just the basics.
And that's
You're
science.
going past the basics.
That's
But
science.
you got it, brother.
And math, because you're trying to continuously push the bar.
But
Now,
I mean,
at the risk of that, we're doing
critical
semantical arguments.
from science. What the
Well,
hell?
here's what I would suggest, OTK. Discernment is a muscle just like the brain is. If you would look at it objectively, it has to be equally exercised. That means exposure, which means over time you build experience. But what he's getting at, which is the part of the scientific process of being objective, and if things can be correctly come to a conclusion, if it cannot be replicated, then it is dispelled. When it can be replicated, it's accepted because it can be done anywhere, anytime, all over this planet. That becomes agreed upon, which is my point earlier about communications. If you're not using things that both parties agree on and are communicating and defining and on the same accord, there's miscommunication. That's what's going on with Negro, colored, and black mentality. Because we have our people actually segmented in each of those particular distinct groups of mindsets. Now you're getting African American stamped on top of it. BIPOC, ADOS, FBA, which continues the chaos and confusion. Now, back to his point, it's really critical analysis is through having logical processes that you come to a conclusion by participation and you verify it on your own. You're first given it through guidance. That's what teaching is. That's what a classroom setting is. But if you have the ability to do it of your own accord, under your own operation, now you're starting to analyze what's being given to you, and you can come to discern whether it is truthful to your understanding or not. This is not encouraged in a system of control and white supremacist domination.
Correct.
Because the whole point of this system is to make the American into the Negro or nigger and put them under the control of others as property. How do you critically analyze that when you're inside of it? That's the whole narrative of the Matrix movie. That's why the Matrix movie is talking about the American made into the Negro.
Exactly.
Now, how do you extract people with the red pill out of this shit and then make them a better man or woman with a correct state of mind, my brother?
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe in any of the
Chris.
prophecies?
Chris, you changed your
of
name
any
or
like
something?
religious text?
I'm sorry, your OTK was
My
speaking, so
bad.
I couldn't hear
My
what you're
bad. Hey,
saying.
Chris, you changed your name or something? Why the hell you ain't got no wrench? Damn, my bad, y'all. My bad, y'all. Damn, I'm talking to my chat. While y'all talking and y'all got the panel, I'm sorry. I'm gonna engage with the chat every now and then, man. You know,
But I didn't hear what he was asking.
my
I
fault. Go
was
ahead, Heru.
I was
Thousand pardon,
asking,
Heru.
do
Go
you
ahead.
believe in any of the religious texts?
The problem I have is not just with the word belief. We have ended the age of belief in Pisces. We are in the age of knowledge. So the issue is, what do you know, not what
Aquarius.
do you believe?
Okay, I agree with you on that. So is there anything you feel like you know to be, you know? And I
Now
ain't this ain't a trap
we kind of
question. I'm just asking.
still on the scientific Socratic methods they claim, because they tell you this stuff got out of the ancients,
Well,
the classics, the
well, let
Greeks.
me get right to it because
I
I ain't
definitely
trying to
don't
trap
believe
you or
in
nothing
none of the
like that.
religious texts,
I,
but you got it, bro.
I got you on that, big dog, but I
I'm not
wanted
trying
to
to
talk
trap
with
you.
him in this fashion because,
Hey,
again,
big dog,
oh,
hold on, big dog. Leave my church out of this. Big dog, I wouldn't get into religion today, but somehow you always got. I got something for you. All right, y'all go ahead on it. I got something for you,
The
big
brother just asked, "Do you believe the
dog.
religious text?" I just answered no. That's it,
Okay,
brother.
cool,
Y'all
cool.
got it.
Yeah,
No, because the
Respect.
only
yeah.
reason why I was gonna ask, I was just gonna ask
but if
a
I could
lot of
finish what my
some of these
response
texts.
was, hey, real, if I could finish what my response was, because the words that we're using, and this is only because I try to be exacting in my language as in attempting to be a competent wordsmith.
I retract the
You
question.
using the word religious is no different than saying whether we're discussing belief when the text, what is communicated in the stories, has elements of truth. You feel what I'm saying, Heru?
I got you. So I retract the question because I was just trying to get to a point, and the point is, some of these texts suggest that everybody won't be able to be saved, or there's going to be a few. Do
Be
you
saved
think
from
that
what?
might be
Yeah, I
what's
knew
going on?
OTK was going. I was not only from
That's,
what, but for what. I was going to say saved for what, but go ahead, Heru.
I'm
Saved
talking
for,
about.
yeah,
No,
saved
no,
for
no,
what
no.
and
I'm just
saved
saying. I
from
know
what?
that's in the context. Hold on. See, y'all got to follow me. That's in the context of the religious text. But I'm going to get
Everything
back
good
to
here, Ru?
our reality. And
America.
our reality is, do you think that's the same thing we're going through as far as trying to wake our people up? Like, everybody just ain't going to be woken up. And some of these people just going to have to crash and burn and learn.
Whoa. What is woken up?
I just use the term. You know what it
Yeah,
means.
so all right. So
So
you
I'll
use the
tell you
term.
what I
What is
mean, and I'm
woke?
glad you asked.
Yeah. What is woke to you?
An understanding that, or at least some type of awareness, because none of us probably fully understand what the hell's going on fully, but at least we could be aware that, hey man, we done been taken over. We've been ruled by these white people. They don't like us. They killing us. You know, whatever else information you want to attach to it, you know.
Hold on.
Okay.
So was we taken over here in America, or was we incorporated?
It could be the entire world, as far as I'm looking at.
No.
Well,
See,
hold on. This "we are the world" stuff is part of the
That's fine.
confusion too.
Hold on.
Every time this kind of conversation comes up, we get wrapped into other people's shit.
But
So
listen,
what I'm hearing what you're saying, Heru, but I want to try to be focused this
keep
way.
it here, bro.
Because there is only one American, whether you hear me say this or not. I try to keep it concise and succinct. We keep discussing foreign business, foreign interests, and all these other people are foreigners. They are not American. We are allowing them to state things and do theft, because that's what that is, stealing the identity of the American. But because the American known as the Negro keeps getting confused and thinking he or she is something other than what they always have been.
okay,
Now, whether you want to say that's in
Yep.
religion, faith, or what I'm suggesting, true knowledge is about to come on the scene.
Okay, cool. Now all I'm saying is that's your perspective. So
in the matter of woke for you would be, these people will know this knowledge that you just said. Now, if I'm an African, I might say these people will be woke if they knew the Pan-African information. All I'm saying is, whatever lane you're running in, are you not going to be able to say these people?
Okay, I got you on that. Okay, Heru,
okay,
let's both say we agree. First of all, I'm not a Messiah. I'm not here to save the people, even you, my brother. What I'm saying here is, listen to what I'm saying, my brother. I got you, Heru. Listen to what I'm saying.
You said it though earlier.
It's not your truth, my truth, OTK's truth, or Big Dog's truth. It is the truth. Now, whether you believe in that from some religious tome or not, there are scriptures that say very clearly, and the truth shall set you free. But free from what? Which is the point that he was asking earlier. Now, OTK, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but what are they being saved from, and what are you being saved for?
And who doing the saving?
Apparently, we trying to save. Because we're on here preaching this knowledge and trying to get it across to the people. Let's start right there first, since y'all trying to make this shit so difficult. So let's us first. We're doing the saving because we're wasting hours of our time trying to beat people across the head with this information. Whatever information you're spilling.
Hey, Proverbs, stupid.
I'm gonna go get my grandson. Y'all, I'm gonna mute up. I gotta go get my grandson. Y'all,
make sure you come back now.
Y'all chew on that for a minute.
Yeah, now Heru had a legitimate, as he threw a grenade and ran off into the background.
Ran off and shit, right?
He has a legitimate.
I wouldn't even call it a grenade. I would call it mustard gas.
Oh, mustard gas.
Skunk at the party, right? So you let a fart, you let out one of those silent but deadly ones. You know, you don't even hear it, but all of a sudden your eyes water it and shit. But okay, here again, I am not climbing up. I am not climbing up on a cross. I am not getting down off of one. I do not have a Messiah complex. What I am suggesting, what I keep doing my messaging specific to the American and the American only, that he or she is being duped by philosophies, religion, science, cultural invasion from all over the planet. And he and she refuse to look within themselves. And part of that, okay, like yesterday, because I don't know if you were listening, OTK, and the sisters, I didn't mean to fire them up because I came up there and was trying to expose
that's a fact,
white granny. Again, after all is said and done, these people are benefiting by attaching themselves to the American, claiming Americanness, slapping a hyphen on it, and are thieves. And when I explained that to her, and I was being very simple, direct, not attacking her, just going by the definition from another foreigner, that the American is the copper-colored aboriginal inhabitants of this land. Her initial response, besides laughter, which is disrespectful, was to say that we need to do away with the term American. Well, I guess a United States citizen would say that. While Uncle Jim Crow Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. during the State of the Union declared that we are all from somewhere else, but we are all Americans now. Is that a confession of identity theft?
Hey, Proverbs, who are you? You say you Cherokee. And there's a reason why you guys want to insist me to be an African, but I land my plane there. And right before that, you say, OTK, I know you're a Khan, but you got to be mixed after 400 years. So, Proverbs, I'm going to ask you this. Then you said you're no thief. I don't know what the fuck you stealing. But you can definitely hit the goddamn link. You can hit the link and clarify yourself. And I definitely want you to clarify yourself about me being a Khan.
No, and no disrespect, OTK. Uh,
damn it. I got time today.
whether he's a coward or not, and maybe I have to challenge people that way for them to, because there's public speaking, is the number one fear in the world. You know that, right?
Right.
So
Right.
speaking before a group of people is a frightful thing.
It's
Okay.
frightful. But see, I'm not frightful.
However, anyone who has a defense position of claiming they didn't steal something, which, by the way, arguing that we're all mixed up means we have foreign invaders in the mix, right?
Cut
Is
your
it
camera
safe
on
to
real
come to that
quick.
conclusion?
And Proverbs, cut your camera on real quick, bro. Let me make sure you a human, man. All right. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. You okay? All right. Bet. I got you. You can touch your camera off. Oh, I'm sorry. I totally apologize. Oh my God.
It's
Hey, hold on
okay.
real quick, Alabama. My bag. I apologize to you, fam. You know what I mean? But I didn't know who you was. I thought you was really a troll.
Oh
One of
no,
them
I'm not no
trolls.
troll.
No. Okay. All right. But just
No,
hold on
he
a second.
can have the floor. My only point I was saying,
No,
OTK,
I'm about to say, let me
anyone
let
who
Alabama. Hold on, let me let Alabama finish real quick first. Proverbs, and then we can get into a conversation or whatever. But let me let Alabama finish first. My bag, Alabama, for cutting your thought and your wisdom, my elder.
my only point was that anyone who is defensive about the immigration discussion that's going on, arguing that we cannot be quote unquote 100% pure, arguing that we're all mixed, is an admission of foreign invaders amongst us. And if you argue for that, you're the enemy to the American known as the Negro. But you got it, brother.
All right, first of all, Proverbs, what you want me to call you, man? American first genealogy or Proverbs?
Whichever one you is easier for you.
Okay, all right. Proverbs.
Mm.
Welcome. I know I seen your name a couple of times in my chat.
Yes,
Glad you
sir.
came. You know what I mean? I stand on American Indian business. You know what I mean? But
Oh
I
yeah.
respect everybody. I respect everybody for who they are. Can you give us just a little quick synopsis of you real quick so we know who we talking to? Because I don't want people
Okay,
to
so
start
I've been
arrowing
on
you up.
I'm good. So I've been watching your channel ODK. I've been watching Copper Empress. I've been watching Big Aboriginal Power, Dane Calloway. And I've been watching the Aboriginals, right? And I've been noticing that they're not talking about the origins of the American race to the fullest extent, so people are not confused. Some people are saying natives come from Africa, which is not true. And Aboriginal means the first. Okay, we all have looked at that meaning up, but
Well, you
Webster's
broke up.
dictionary.
You stop. Hey, speak up a little bit, man. Hold on. Don't turn your
Sure.
mic up. I got you. Don't you adjust your mic. I got it. I adjusted it for my show. Go ahead.
Okay, so when you're talking about the American, I wish I could share my screen. Could you share my screen? Okay, but if you can't, I'll just read it. It says American Dictionary of
No,
the
you can
English
get it. You
Language.
can get a screen share, but the thing is, though, what you're gonna show. Let me see it. Put it in the back. Let me see it first, man, because I don't know. So what are I see you say American first genealogy. So what are you, American
Right.
Indian? I see you say you were Cherokee.
I was. I am.
You was.
And
You listen to what you said,
yeah,
and
I
I'm
am.
glad you caught that. Listen, and I'm glad you caught that. You see how I slipped that on you? You said you was a Cherokee, and you say, yeah, you was. So what changed your bloodline?
When the European settlers came and mixed within, and the Africans that they brought with them. They came within and mixed, and that's another part of the
Okay, all
complex.
right. Hold on. Stop. Don't go into no more real quick. I got you, dog. You got time. You can be patient. So what Cherokee are you?
What type of Cherokee? Now it's hard to tell what type of Cherokee because the Cherokee were such a large tribe of people. They
All right. So when I
span
say
throughout the
what
whole
Cherokee
southeast.
you are, you should give me a region, a location.
Oh, southeastern woodland.
Southeastern Woodland.
Yeah,
All right. So Southeastern Woodland is where I'm from, correct?
yeah,
Okay. So you saying you're from South Carolina, Georgia, Florida area?
yeah. I come from the descent. I'm a descendant of those people there. That's what I've been told.
Okay. So where are you from then? Where
I'm
was you
from
born at?
Jamaica. I
Oh,
was born in Illinois.
you was born in Illinois.
Yeah.
Then how you can be from Jamaica if you was born in Illinois?
My parents, so they were saying that natives got sent all shipped to Jamaica and Barbados, and they got shipped all over the world. The first contact, it's something that's not really
Okay.
explained that
So
well.
you believe that's why you've been watching my show, because you see me talking about the American Indian slave trade and how they dispersed us all over the place.
Right, right,
Okay, see, you
and
got to
that's
make
something that
yourself
is not
clear,
talked about.
man, so you don't get arrowed up and shit like that, man. Because right now, I don't know, because you say you was a Cherokee, and then you say, you try to correct that, but I'm gonna let you go in on that, man. We just want to know who you are. We just want to know who we
Okay,
talking to. In other words, because I got a person up here, an elder up here, elder and an OG up here that don't tolerate no bullshit. You know what I mean? I got time to tolerate
okay.
bullshit because I'm trying to change myself. I'm working on myself, but I got two people up here who don't bullshit, and it's America first with them.
I
With me
know, I
too.
know.
With me too, but I'm just willing to
Me
ask a
as
little
well,
bit.
me as well. But
Go
the
ahead.
thing is that they're unspoken admixtures, and they're tribes that were undocumented in the South. Um, when the Europeans first came, they came to they didn't even come to North America. They came to the Caribbean, and the Tainos were some of the first pilgrims in America that came with the pilgrims. So you had Tainos meeting the Pequot, and that's how Thanksgiving started. You had
But brother, not to interrupt
Oh,
you, it was already people here in America. Go ahead, brother.
right. That's the truth. But the
Okay,
specifics
you're
of
gonna
what
start.
happened is not. Yes, sir. The specifics of what actually took place is not really, and who the people in America are is not really, um, it's not really signified, or it's not like given a permanent origin story. You know, it's just some people's speculations, and it's not really speculations when it comes to DNA and actual history of what happened. And some people are afraid to say an American that the American Indians were like the first people here in America, and like the original people, and they came from the soil. They have different origins. Some came from the stars. Some came from the spirits of animals. Some were changed by God from clay into human form. It's like practically talking about the origin of man,
hey,
and
listen,
what
brother,
other cultures.
you sound, I seen your face, so I know who you are now, and I'm telling y'all, yeah, I seen his face, so you know what I mean.
Okay,
He is no troll, he's no bot. I think he's from what I'm listening to, I think he's just going off of the story that was taught to him, and he hasn't done too much groundwork and research within his family and his chieftains and stuff like
Right.
that. And he's just going off the story. So I think that's why he's here. So when we got somebody young like this in Alabama, I know you don't, and OG, I know I get like that
No,
too. But when
I
we got the
understand that
well,
you're taking
yeah,
patience with him. I
yeah,
don't ever
and when
want
we
to
got
come
the youth,
across that I'm shutting people down. That's
no,
not
no,
what
no,
I'm doing.
no. I love y'all attitude. I'm not asking y'all to change. No, hell no. I'm just saying. I was about to ask y'all. So could this be like how? A matter of fact, not
Let me just
could this
say
be,
this is a
how
potential
can we
Neo.
help this young brother?
Well, let me say this is a potential Neo, but remember he's still going through cold turkey. Now remember what happened when Neo got first pulled out, right? Or anytime you pull somebody out of something they're addicted to, they throw up,
Shop.
right?
Yeah, they go in the shop. They got to throw up all that bullshit. They got to throw up all that bullshit that was getting fed to them.
So go ahead and wean them, OTK. You got it.
Yeah, I
All right.
wanted
Yeah,
to just
the
ask the
thing is,
young man one question,
Go ahead,
TK.
big dog Philly
Do you
OG. Go ahead.
believe in that all life started in Africa, that evolution
no, I
theory?
do not.
Okay,
I
all right,
don't
that's
believe
fine.
that story. The
Gotcha.
reason I do not believe it is because the evidence points otherwise. The
So
evidence
you
Now
points
my
do you
now my
to
young brother,
okay.
hold on. I gotta say this, OTK, because this is a continuation of them allowing Jane Elliott to regurgitate the stuff that they did. She wanted to throw that 300,000 back to Africa, out of Africa notion, and then ignore Albert Perry's DNA alone is what, 280,000 in your backyard, South Kakalaki?
Oh yeah, yeah. And the truth being, I ain't even gonna want to take too much credit for Albert Perry, but I seen some things that say that his bloodline actually came from what is called the Florida region. I'm just
Okay.
saying though. I'm just saying though. I'm looking more into that Alabama, but yes, he was found in South Carolina, but I heard he came up from the Florida area, and which would make sense because you got people like William Perry, the Fridge,
Mhm.
him and his brother. That bloodline still exists today over there in upper state South Carolina. Shouts out to the
Now
Perry family.
remember, every time we're saying what we're saying, we're using colonizing word definition
That's why
and
I
map
said
boundaries. And I
yes,
got you.
man.
I feel I'm saying this for my good young brother here. He calls himself what? American First Genealogy.
Yeah.
Mm.
I appreciate you making that statement by using it as an identifying phrase. But what does that actually mean to you, young brother?
It means that it means a lot to me. It means that Americans were some of the first people, if not the first people on the earth created by God. And genetics, as genetics evolved or as genetic testing progress, like if as it progresses through time, it's going to show that it's going to go back to Adam and Eve. And I've heard that the Mormons say that the Garden of Eden is located in Missouri, which is very interesting. We're always taught that the Garden of Eden was in the Middle East, but it actually is located in the Midwest. So what
Now, do you,
this is
as you're saying
signifying,
that, you
Alabama.
realize the importance of the Mississippi River in proximity to what you just stated?
right? That would be the
That's his missing
um
link right there, Alabama. His
Let me say one last thing
religion and his
before
belief.
I sit on my tongue. Let me say one
No,
last thing before I sit on my tongue. No,
Alabama.
just
You
hear no,
you
just hear
right
me
on
out. Hear
point.
me out, OTK. Hear me out.
Go ahead. Go ahead,
Where
OG.
is Gopher Wood other than Florida on the planet, young brother?
I haven't seen another place where gopher wood grows. And that's talking about Noah's
So how
Ark, right?
was that specified for the creation of the ark? I'm not talking about believing any of these things in the text, as I was trying to say to Haru earlier, OTK. The elements of truth is what we should be discerning. That would come through critical analysis, but y'all chop it up.
Correct,
Right,
correct, Alabama. And you're totally correct, Alabama, that they don't even understand that when that book was talking, they was describing so many things that you don't even find over there that you find over here. But I'm gonna leave that alone. I'll get back into that. But I know, boy, that's what you just said just now. American First Genealogy. I know when I knew you was biblical, that was gonna be my next story, because when you said you was off the southeast, I already knew that you came out of Bible State or whatever like that. But then you said you know born in Illinois, so that's more like the Midwest, not the Southeast.
Yeah.
So when you say
Right.
Southeast, you're talking about Jamaica, but that wouldn't so-called be Southeast. That would be all South.
Mhm.
You feel me?
Okay, okay. I feel you.
But it's no problem with that. I don't care about people's beliefs. You got other people now that come up here now and they care about belief because they think that belief messed some people up, which it did. But I don't think it's necessarily the belief. I think that was the people that was involved in the belief.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? Like the book ain't never hurt nobody. The book ain't never literally transformed and shot nobody or killed nobody or did nothing. None of those books. It was the people who was reading in the books and interpreting it the way they was interpreting it, and then going out and thinking they doing God's work or the higher power work. So what religion are you?
I'm Seventh-day Adventist.
Huh?
A Seventh-day Adventist. I'm a Seventh-day.
Hey, do me a favor real quick. Proverbs. Your mic just a little choppy. I don't know if you got something else open in the background, but your mic just a little choppy.
Oh.
Log out real quick and come right back in, bro. Cause you know what I mean? I want to have this build with you, man, because you know, you one of the first younger brothers that I know that's really honest. At least you've been being honest. You know what I mean?
And when he comes back to speak on coming from a context of Seventh-day Adventist, Pentecostal faith, whether you want to call it speaking in tongues, you know what I'm saying. The context of these people, the Kingdom Hall, the Jehovah's Witness, Seventh-day Adventist, what do you think is that really formed and fashioned that thought? Because we keep talking religion, we keep talking faith, but we're really not addressing thought patterns. You feel me, OTK?
Yeah, right. I got you, Alabama.
Right,
Hey,
but
give me a mic check. Give
address
me a
that.
mic check real quick. Proverb. Give me a mic check.
Okay, 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Still
Can you hear me?
breaking up.
You still got some Rice Krispie mic, brother. You got some snap, crackle, and pop going.
Oh man, I really want to talk to you guys about it though.
Yeah, you good. Just don't get too close to whatever device you're at when you start talking.
Okay.
I know my big dog Philly OG gonna come back up here, especially you start talking about religion. You know, he like to come push my button anyway, but now he got somebody else button to push. But go ahead. Alabama, ask him that question real quick again, and then
No, all I was saying, because as young as he is, and I shouldn't presume, he may not actually have thought
What's up, Shawty?
outside. It's like context. How did these type of beliefs come about? Some of it is called either the Lutheran movement from Martin Luther, Calvinism, which comes in here in the American experience, those holy rollers, the Holy Ghost believing. Then you have these different denominations that splintered from the American experience, because I don't think much of the denominationalism that's in Christianity has gone beyond the boundaries of what we call the 48 contiguous. So Seventh-day Adventists, Pentecostals, the Holy Rollers, the ones that play with snakes, Kingdom Hall, and Jehovah's Witness. What has created that thought? You understand what I'm saying, young brother? Or you, OTK? What has created that thought that we are now codifying as a religion?
My bad, y'all. My granddaughter won't say bye. Say bye. Bye. Say see you later.
Oh, bye.
Hey, look here.
Bye, baby.
Say love you.
Thank you.
Huh?
And we love you back.
Love you back.
Thank y'all, y'all. Yeah, that's Nana. Come on,
No
let's
problem.
go, baby.
It's hard to say where these splinter groups, why they splintered, but Seventh Day Adventist theology is basically Luther and Martin Luther and Ellen G. White practically.
Now, since you said that, again, this is not to challenge your faith. I just want to deal with some things that historical reference. Okay. You understand that Martin Luther was a Catholic bishop, correct?
He was, but he didn't believe. He didn't. He had like a different
Well, actually, he never
persuasion.
disavowed being a Catholic person or believer. He had a problem with the politics of the Pope and the Vatican. Now, as
Oh,
far as people not understanding what the difference, it's like differentiating between people think that Martin Luther King was an integrationist. He was not. He was a desegregationist. But do you understand what the difference between those two words are?
yeah. It's the difference between classes
No, let me help you with
because
this. Let me help you with this way. He wanted funding going equally to where we were amongst ourselves. He didn't appreciate that the school settings that the children, our children, Aboriginal children, Americans known as Negroes, were suffering under, while these foreigners were getting better books, desks, buildings, structures, etc. You see, because they were stealing from the American community and benefiting the foreign United States citizen community. You follow me?
yeah, I get
So
that.
the desegregation was not to physically move our children into desks next to so-called white children. It was to have equal resources and the same level of curriculum and what was being taught. Because remember, he was a classically taught person. He went to their higher education. He went to college at 15 and graduated at 19, same as my mother. Do you see what I'm saying, my
Yeah,
young
I
brother?
see.
So the
Yes,
problem is we keep saying Martin Luther King pushed integration. He did not. The people who
okay.
used his corpse after his execution professed that I have a dream. You notice they keep using only that one clip about not the color of your skin, but the
Oh, not that
content of your
Martin
character,
Luther. Not that
claiming
Martin
that
Luther.
little white boys and little white girls should be equally beside little black boys and little black girls. These are all things taken out of context. But when
Okay.
they kept depriving us access to public spaces, instead of us appreciating what we already had, we ran to them locking us out of what they were in control of. You see what I'm getting at now?
Y'all
Yeah,
gonna
I
leave
get you.
Martin alone too. Y'all gonna leave Martin alone too.
Hold on,
There was
OTK,
there
hold on.
was
I'm not
two.
I'm just
bashing
tripping.
Martin.
I'm
I'm
just
I'm
tripping. I'm
using
just
this as a teachable moment. No, what I'm doing
Well,
with this
I'm
young
gonna leave
brother,
that the truth can be told.
no, here's
I'm
what
just
I'm trying to
tripping.
do with this young brother is to show him how to exercise critical thinking. You follow what I'm saying, young brother?
Okay, I get you.
So when you're using language and not making differentiation, you're allowing people to make you think you agree with what they're intending to communicate. You see what I'm getting at? And
Right.
please explain to me, after 60 years, it is always the American known as the Negro integrating amongst others, and none of them immigrating or participating with us, except setting up businesses and extracting wealth in our community. Explain to me why that's the agenda of integration. And Mama Chief, we all need our Mama Chief. Now shut up and let Big Mama speak, and I yield.
Okay. Well, I think foreigners need integration because they lack resources. That's right. We have Europeans. These people were foreigners, right? They're not indigenous to American soil, right? And they are considered peasants in their own land. So they're just using your lack of understanding of your position or where you're standing. They're using that to their advantage because they come from a background or supposedly come from a background that of peasantry, of serfs, knights, and etc. Um, and that's a very interesting um, way to look at it from you being the one on top and not the one on the bottom, and everybody's trying to follow you around for what you have instead of the opposite way around. See, and that's very interesting.
So do
If
you
you don't
see
mind me
how
asking,
this is
Proverbs,
this
how
is
old are you? If you don't mind me asking, what age level you in? 20s, 30s? What
20s,
age bracket? You in the 20s?
20s.
yeah, I
Oh,
was gonna
okay.
say he sounded like because my granddaughter is like 29.
Hey, but at
But
least he's not an arrogant 20. At least he's at a
you
point
mean
where
like
he's
Shaw's son?
concerned.
A numbnut
Yes,
like Shaw's son, you
yes,
mean?
yes. He's not an arrogant. He's not an even though he believe in science, he still don't believe in evolution. Yeah,
So
Right.
I
I
caught
don't.
that. I caught that when I listened to him. See, I got 2 ears and 1 mouth, so I can listen more than I talk. But sometimes I talk a lot just to make people say what I want them to say. You know what I'm talking about? But yeah, go ahead, Proverb.
so young
Right.
brother,
So
do you
yes, yes,
see
Alpha.
what I would refer to as trichoniggonology? That's a spin on Malcolm X talking about the tricknology, and he always framed it. And again, this is part of the weakness of our thought process. He always framed it in the context of believing the white man had not superiority, a level of authority. And this is where, do you get where I'm describing this and the difference between the two?
I get what you're saying, but it's a false. It's like a false door or a false opening. It's like something that's fake. It's a pretended authority because especially police officers, they they sign up to become police officers saying that they're public servants. That's what they say, and they're supposed to be protecting the citizens of the United States of America. Okay,
But in
so
the Negro or Black community, they are law enforcement, not public
okay.
servants. What's the difference?
So the difference is that in the Negro community, they're upholding the different treaties, the different laws that have made their ways into that community um, are observed by the citizens there. And when you're a Negro or you're a Black, you're not considered. Black means civiliter mortis or civiliter mortis, I think. Black under like legally. So there's a normal way, public way of saying things, and then there's a legal way of saying things. For example, in court, when you say, "Do you understand me?" means, "Are you below me?" In regular life, "Do you understand me?" means, "Do you understand what I'm saying when I'm speaking to you?" So it's simple. It's simple, like um, simple nuances, or not nuances, but like simple. Um, there's a difference between how they treat people in the Negro community versus regular citizens because, and I can say this because I know that I've seen
Yes,
some
because you're
people that are
melanated.
dark skin.
Because you're
Yeah, but
melanated.
it's not about the
Yeah.
melanated part.
But I know, but let people know why you know that, because I don't want people to might think that you're different than what you're talking about. You're talking
I am
about it from
melanated.
yes.
Okay, I can show you I'm
Don't worry,
melanated.
I
As in you
already
seen me.
seen you. That's why I say I already seen you. But if you
Okay.
won't cut on your camera, that's you. You know what I mean? But I just
Okay.
need to see to make sure you're not a bot. But that's you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
he's good. So let me ask you this. When did you start coming into American Aboriginal American Indian information? From
when I
YouTube?
realized, not really
From
from
YouTube?
YouTube, not really from YouTube, but
Ain't no problem
when
if
I
you
real
did. Ain't no problem if you did. It's some good information out here. It's just up to you to do your research.
Partially.
And yeah, it's just up to you to do your research, and then you got to weed out, you know what I mean, the good with the bad. But you got to always understand the stuff that we also are bringing. All of us also say the only thing that comes from us is our genealogy, our bloodline, our story. Everything else that we read in the book or something like that is coming from somebody else. But you know what I mean?
But I've been told for most
Yeah,
of my for most of my life, to answer your question, for most of my life, before I came to the YouTube platform or this you know, the different platforms, social media or what's not, I've been told by my teachers, my parents, different, even my grandma, and my grandparents that I descend from American indigenous people. And I wondered what is the difference between me being a descendant of and actually being indigenous. I wondered if there was a difference. I wondered, you know, I have so many questions in my head. How do I go about day to day
you
routines,
came to
life?
the right place.
Okay.
I'm not trying to change your religion. You can keep your religion. Just wipe that shit off at the door. But anytime your religion comes in the way, in the play of your bloodline, to where you go against your bloodline, then you got a problem. You need to do a mental and a stable check. Okay. Spirituality is one thing. Religion is another. The reason why we cling on to religion because it's a spiritual system.
Okay.
You feel me? We already was having a spiritual system. So all I tell you, man, just keep researching, man. You know, you always welcome here. If you want to, man, you know what I mean, you can be a regular over here, because I love your conversation coming from a younger standpoint. You're respectful.
Right.
You know what I mean? And you're gonna tell us how you feel and all of that. And you know, you get this information, man, you know what I mean, and then you decide.
Okay.
You decide.
Do I take it to the
That's one thing about OTK, dog. Listen, go research everything I say. And then you decide, because the way I read it and the way I understand it might not be the way you read it and understand it. But the whole point of the goal is to get the point C. You can take point A. I can take point B. But long as we get the point C. That's what it's all about. You know what I mean?
So OTK, I was wondering, because you had a little fiasco with YK the Truth.
Am I
saying
really
you're
a
a
con? Am I really a con?
They call them Cormente, so I'm not sure if you really are.
Okay, and I seen you said that in the chat, and you was like, yo, OTK, I know you're a con, but shit, after 400 years, I know you mixed. So you saying like you don't care about that. You don't care even if I am mixed with a con. Yeah, but you saying
I don't mind, because I mix with like Scottish. I mix with all sorts of different people.
Right. And I understand what you said. That's why I invited you up. I understand what you were saying. I can wait for not a coincidence to pull up, and then we can go through what he said, because he's the one who did it.
But there's no way you're not indigenous. There's no way you don't carry DNA.
But listen, though, I'm gonna let them tell it, though. Let them tell it. They found African in my lineage before they could find their own African. Now, American Indian found American Indian African in his family before a goddamn Pan-African, a trans-African found their lineage. Come on, man. Get out of here. And they got a story that they came on a slave boat. Shouts out to Osto.
Father Ray, Reed Youngin. Come on, man. Fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African. Hey, the niggas translate some ooh. Try to get back to them slave boats. Hey. Try to get back to them slave boats. Hey, hey. Fucking slave narrative, they phony. I had this nigga named Toby and he owe me. When the plot crop and the stock drop on top, them niggas going. Sold to the bitter cotton pickers, them my niggas. I'ma come down, feed them chitlins and them gizzards. Nigga, I'm the mister, I whip you, I kill you. In the big house, go down with your sister. Send it back to you, then I send for your mother. Y'all niggas look out, I'ma work you like no other. Make you pick cotton till the sun come and touch you. Till your damn hands and feet and foot all bust up. Look me in my eyes, I'ma backhand the buck up. Nah. Shout out to Grandma Foo. Why your man came, she the one that sold you. My crew swam to the show and got you. Good shit, Jesus, man, that nigga came through. Hey, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African. Hey, them niggas trash like some ooh. Tryna get back to them slave boats. Hey, tryna get back to them slave boats. Fuck off it, fuck Glenn, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Fuck off it, fuck Ben, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Fuck off it, fuck Glenn, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Ayy. Play with this shit, dude. Begin it. Yo, so peace, teeth, acrobatic. Fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African.
Yeah, Shy Son, this ain't the time. I don't need you coming in talking for not a coincidence. I'm not trying to get agitated, man. For real.
I want to hear what he's saying. I want to hear what he's saying. This
Yeah,
is the
it's
thing
not
about
about.
it.
Hold on, bro. It's not about you want to hear what he's saying. You know what I mean? It's all good though. But I'm talking about that con shit. See, I want the person who brought it up and who brought it on Smoke Signal channel. I can easily pull it up off of Smoke Signal channel and show you and go through it. But if I do that, I would love for Not a Coincidence to be here. That's why. That's all I'm saying. I got no problem with Shy Son. I got no problem with Shy Son. You know what I mean?
Okay, just because you're mixed with a con doesn't mean.
Say that again now.
Just because you're mixed with a con or a Coromante doesn't mean you're not indigenous to America. I mean, we're not saying that. Okay, so
hold on though.
you're still an
Hold on.
Indian.
Is a con an African? Huh?
Supposedly.
First genealogy. Is a con an
Supposedly. Supposedly, it is. It is.
Supposedly. Okay. All right. Bet. I like that. I love your honesty. Don't worry. Just stay tuned to your boy channel, man. Matter of fact, drop your email in the back. Drop your email in the private chat, so I can stay in contact with you, man. Where Heru, what's going on? You back? You done picked
I'm back.
up the grandson, Heru?
First day of school.
He has to still have an Indian lineage because that's who they mixed with during slavery.
But see, the thing is, that's why I want Not a Coincidence to come up here. See, I'm not going to do videos on nobody. I don't want to do that. Yeah, I might mention their name and shit like that. Ah, fuck it, man. You know, they mention my name, but they make videos about me. You know what I mean? So that's why I want him to come up here. That's all. And then me and him can go.
Let them come up. Let them come up. Because if they're wrong, they can't do anything about it.
Right. I want him to come up so then we can go through that together. Right. It can just be me and him. Everybody else will stay muted. It'll just be me and him, and we'll go through that. You know what I mean? Because he never disrespected my mom, my grandma. He never said my mama was dead or none of that. I had to show my mama on the screen one day, like, yo, hold up. My mama's still alive and kicking with long ass hair, dreads, looking like a wild ass Indian out there. What y'all talking about? That shit crazy. You know what I mean? But it's all good, isn't it?
So
But
what speculation? You have to have some sort of speculation, OTK. You have to like you think you're Blackfoot or um
I know who I am on 3 sides.
okay.
One side I was always questionable about when I say 3 sides, I'm talking about 3 sides of my genealogy, all the way down. It's just this one side. So it's 4 all the way down, but it's just this one bloodline that I was questioning. It's 2 actually. It's 2 bloodlines that I was questioning because it's hard to find research on them as far as where they came from, or they, you see what I'm saying?
No, it's more
That's
it's
it's
more
very complex. It's
pivotal
very
than this.
complex. Right. So when I first came out on YouTube, my sisters over there at Unscrambled Minds, they used to always ask me, they was like, yo, OTK, so you saying that you don't got no African in your lineage? I said, I don't know. I'm still researching my lineage. But what I did is once I found the basis of my lineage, I concentrated on the main ones that was here. And that's a journey by itself. That's a journey.
Okay.
So you know what I mean? But
They don't think this is work.
I know they not African though. That other bloodline that I'm talking about. I just want to prove that they are Moors.
They're Moors?
That's they could be. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's why I'm doing the research still on them, because I'm tracing them back to some kind of Moorish heritage.
Hey, Cuzzo, I got you. I got some information for you on that, OTK. I'm glad to hear you say that.
Hey, hold on real quick. Hey, Naga, you could just show your face real quick, man. Let me make sure you're human. Hey, Shy. I man, cuz I don't want to. Oh, okay, that's Naga. Oh, that's my dog. Okay, all right, I got you. Hey, Shy, man, listen, no disrespect, man, but damn, man, I don't want to let you on the panel because y'all disrespect, y'all disrupt, not disrespect. Y'all don't always disrespect, but y'all disrupt things, man. Right now, I want to have a bill with my family real quick, man. But tell Not a Coincidence to come on through so I can put this to rest with that shit right there between me and him. Because I see once I came out with what I came out with in 15 minutes, I see y'all stop making videos.
So he found one enslaved person. He found one enslaved person.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mama, Chief.
Great continuation to y'all. How y'all doing? Can I be heard?
Good.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, good. Well, welcome, young man. I don't know about Proverbs. What's your name? If you don't mind me asking, I don't have no question for you. I just wanted to say welcome. Anyway, I'm Mama Chief. I just jumped up and OTK, I got some information for you. It might help on that journey you were just mentioning. But I just wanted to know, do anybody know about the Massachusetts General Court?
I'm not gonna lie to you, Mama Chief. I stay within my state because, boy, South Carolina has so much history by itself. So I love when other people bring history out about other states and other places. You know what I mean? Yes, I love that. And that's what I encourage people to do. Conquer your state, your city, and your state, man. Get the information from your state. That'll tie into your genealogy. I guarantee you.
It certainly will.
I guarantee you in the story.
It certainly will. It will. Well,
Go
the
ahead.
reason I wanted to bring it to the attention of our people, because I find that the reason why we're behind and we're not in the right space and time is because we don't really know the laws in which we are governed by these people who are governing the spaces which we occupy. You know what I'm saying? So we don't know what laws is really being governed. So we're being pushed into places where we're not supposed to be in. Because if we say we are Indians, not taxed or counted, then why aren't we standing on it? Why is it that now everybody, well, okay, excuse me, you're doing big things then, because what I'm talking about, who is that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Who is that speaking?
Hopper.
Who?
American First, right above you.
Okay, young man, you just learning, so please don't speak over me or with me right now, because I'm trying to give the people who is advanced. You're not advanced enough to even understand where I'm at right now, please. Okay? So, what I'm saying, this Massachusetts General Court is a court of common law and the lower houses of the General Court. That has to do with every 13 colonies that were set up on this land. Do anybody follow me? This ain't just got to do with Massachusetts, because this was started in 1634, you guys. The common law courts still exist today in this land. But they got us under what? Maritime law. Under some bull crap where we're going to jail and we're going. No. The lower houses of the General Court consisted in the colonial period of the deputies. You remember earlier y'all was talking about the police or this, that, and another. The deputies were set up in the beginning, you guys. First elected by who? Free men. Who are these free men, y'all? In 1634, sitting separately from 1644 to 1686 as the House of Deputies. In the intercharter period, from 1689 in the provincial period, 1692 to 1780. And under the 1780 Constitution of Elected Representative. If you pull that up, you will see all of the representatives, all of this, and they just renewed it in 2023, y'all. So I think that this would be prevalent when people be always talking about what court we go to, what court we go to. When we gonna do something? I ain't talking about the people who doing something like they said, like somebody just said. I'm talking about do something. Hell, all kind of things that happen around us, and they are doing something. When each of us is individually doing what we're doing, but we need to do something as a collectively, because they did it to us collectively.
Hey, Master of Self.
I'm sorry, y'all.
I don't know, man. And somebody say that I got Not a Coincidence blocked. I don't got nobody blocked.
Okay.
I never blocked nobody for one. Now, I got some wild ass Indian moderators, and I don't question what they do. And I'm not going to question what they do. Is for a reason. I mean, that's just, it is what it is. Y'all would never have a wrench over here or none of that. Master Self, man, if you just show your face real quick, I'll let you right on in. Is this not a coincidence, maybe? Because I see Johnson say you trying to pull out. Okay, that's not a coincidence right there.
Okay, y'all. Right. I'm going to let y'all go and have that battle.
Yeah, it ain't a battle. It's just gonna be a little quick. It's gonna be a conversation. It ain't gonna be no battle.
I know how y'all. Okay, baby.
Yeah, one thing about Not a Coincidence though. He don't curse people, family members.
I mean, but then y'all didn't even give me a chance, but that's okay.
I don't curse.
Mama Chief, what you mean? What you mean?
I'm trying to help our people though, but you know what I'm saying? That right there. Listen, we need to do something. We need to put our blood on the table. That's all I want to say, y'all. We need to do something, okay? And I'm gonna stand down. Love y'all.
Hold on, Mama Chief. Hold on, Mama Chief. Hold on. I don't want you to think that I'm cutting you. My bag. I thought you was finished because you say, well, you know what I mean? I was asking Master Self because somebody else is in the back too. I just told them to show their face real quick so I can see their face, and then I let them up. But I see Not a Coincidence came in. So my bag for cutting you off. 1,000 pardons, Mama.
Hey, I love you, son. It's all right. Y'all handle that business, and maybe, I feel my energy to come back up, okay?
I got you, Master Self. All right,
I got you. Y'all.
Real person.
Peace and
Shit,
love.
that's a real ass person. All right, long as I see. All right, master of self. You a real
What I'm
person,
saying?
man. Peace and love to you.
Yes,
Not
sir.
a
Peace and
coincidence.
love.
You see how I let you up without you showing your face, bro? But just hold that thought real quick. But peace and love to you, master of self, man. Go ahead, bro. Appreciate you for coming on through. Mama Chief, don't you go nowhere because somebody just asked a question. What courthouse you say? Don't you go nowhere, Mama Chief.
Okay, baby, long as it don't get too wild for me.
No, it's not. Listen, Mama Chief, when I say I
I know you
literally been
usually hold
working
it
on
down.
myself. Yeah, I've been working on myself. I promise you, I've been working on myself. Word. All right, master self, man. Go ahead. Where you from, man? Thank you for coming through. You know what I mean? I am who I say I am. That sounds like Jesus talk. You know what I'm
No,
talking
no,
about?
no.
It's all good.
Nah, I'm Indian, my brother.
Huh?
I said, nah, I'm with the Indian kinfolk.
You with
I
the
ain't too
Indian
much into the,
kinfolk? Okay. Where
yeah,
you
I ain't
reside
into
from?
much of the religion. I'm in Ohio, Columbus, Ohio. My family come from the Carolinas though.
Oh,
My
okay.
grandma, ever since I was a kid, my grandma told me that I was Blackfoot Indian and Cherokee Indian.
Blackfoot and Cherokee.
Yeah,
So y'all came from the top part, like the y'all got some Catawba too, huh?
I
Or
don't
you
know how
ain't going that
how deep it go.
you
Yeah,
do
but
your genealogy.
I'm born and raised in Ohio, Columbus, Ohio. I got family all in Ohio, but I got family all over though. We come from the D-Berry plantation.
The D Berry plantation. Where is that?
Yeah, that's where my family was slaves at in North Carolina.
They were slaves. They was Indian slaves.
Yeah.
You sure they didn't own that?
It's crazy you say that because the slave, the oldest slave, the slave master was was the son of an Indian woman named Temperance Littlefoot, and his dad was a British dude, but he ended up taking over. He was a slave master. He also served in the government. He held offices in the government.
Is that like by Newberry? Up there where you at? Is that like outside Columbia? Where you at? Like going outside the states? You going
I'm in
towards
Ohio.
I mean, I know. But your family members that came, which way did they come from out of South Carolina?
They went through Virginia. But my great grandma, she had 10 siblings and they all went different ways. So I got family all over. I got family in DC, Kentucky, Tennessee. I got family in Texas,
Now,
Georgia, Florida.
When you say they were slaves, that kind of strike me.
Yeah.
So how far you trace them back? What year was that on this plantation?
My great grandma was born in 1927. Her father was born, I want to say
80s, 90s.
Yeah, I want to say the 80s.
Yeah. So he was the one that was enslaved?
No.
All right. So who was the one enslaved?
His parents. But
that would bring you to the 1860s, 1850s. You sure they were slaves, or was they indentured servants or something? Was they learning a trade, or was they teaching a trade?
I'm going off what. No, because you could be right. I'm just going off what my grandma told me as a kid. I'm still doing research, but she passed when I was in high school.
She said y'all was African too?
No.
Okay.
She might have African in her, but I know for sure she made it known that we was Indian.
Yeah, but I just want to let everybody know, slave does not mean that you're African.
Right.
That yeah. All right. Okay. Hey man, genealogy is a mug, man. If you got anybody else older in your family, man, do as much research as you can on your family, man. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Yeah. But stay up. Don't leave. No, don't go nowhere, man. Good to know you, man. You know what I mean? Usually when somebody come in, I'm gonna tell you, usually you say peace to everybody on the panel, you know what I mean? Because I'm strictly a show that tell people, man, make sure you tell somebody they love them. You know what I mean? Somebody, someone,
Yeah.
or something. You know what I mean? Because we all men and women at the end of the day, and we got somebody that depend on us. So you know what I
Yep.
mean? So
I'm with
yeah.
that.
But don't leave though. But stay up, man. We can get into some more, man. We get into some more conversation, man. NAC, that's you?
Yo. Yeah, it's me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. I can hear you loud and
What's going
clear.
on?
Yeah, so I didn't want to talk about what you showed or anything like that without you being around. That's why I came on back channel that day and had you to pull that back up while you was there. You know what I mean? I can say your name, but I ain't gonna go in depth with you behind your back. The other day when you came on, it was done too late. I've been done full deep and blown in but them boys was deep and blown in the conversation. But those stuff that you brought up on people who you say are my family members. Are all of those federal or state documents? Here, Root. Y'all boys can hear me on the panel? Mic check 1, 2. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, it got quiet for a minute, but we can hear you, brother.
Okay, all right. And not a coincidence.
My
You can
bad.
hear
I
me
got
now?
a phone. I had got a phone call. My bad.
Oh, okay. All right. You gotta hear my question though.
Nah, I heard like the beginning, but then they called right in the middle. But go ahead.
Any of those documents or anything that you so-called brought up on my family members or anything like that, are those federal or state recognized documents?
So the federal documents, yeah, from the Freedmen Banks Bureau. Yeah.
Freeman Banks Bureau?
Yes.
All right. Can you pull that up for me?
I'm on the phone. You have an Ancestry account, I can give you the link and you can pull it up.
Nah.
I'm on the phone.
No, because my link might not do the same that tree that you made up. It might
No,
not
I'm
take
talking
me to
about
the
a link
same
to
link.
no, I'm talking about to the actual document, not to the
Okay,
tree.
did you make a tree up off of one ancestor that I gave over TV that I said I gave over the screen on the show?
Yeah, a tree about Morris Pickney
No,
and his close relative.
yes, you made a tree up, right? So you made a tree up, correct?
About of Morris Pickney.
No. You made a tree up, correct?
Of Morris Pickney, yes.
All right, and you correlating them with me because I showed that name on the screen, right?
Yes.
All right, that's the only way you're correlating that person with me because I showed that name on the screen, right?
You showed 3 documents. I went and found those
Hold
same
up.
3 documents.
Listen, is it just yes or no, bro? It's just yes or
Oh,
no.
bro, listen. If you just want yes or no, I'll leave, bro. Because you're not gonna manipulate my answers.
I'm gonna
It's
let
either
you.
you gonna let me.
You can ask questions back. I wanted you to pull it up so we can go through it, bro. But you say you on your phone. How long
Yeah,
did
I'm
it
on my
take you to get to your computer?
I could probably be by my computer by like 5.
5 o'clock?
Yeah.
Bet, no problem. No problem. We'll wait till then, man.
So if you want, I'll come back.
Yeah, I'll still be here. Hell yeah, I want you to, because the only way that we can get this solved is if me and you talk. You feel me?
I feel you. But
I bet.
it gotta be a conversation. It can't be
Yeah, that's why I
you
say
over
just me and you. No, you can
you
ask
over
me a bunch
talking
of
me
questions too, bro. Oh, my
because you
bad, my
know this
bad.
is
Go
your
ahead.
panel. I said it can't be you over talking me because it's your panel and you trying to dictate my answers and things like that. That's not a
Okay, I
conversation. You know what I'm saying?
bet. I respect that. I respect that. But if it's just me and you, man, shit, we can have, you know what I mean? Just like we was up underneath the fucking tree or something smoking, dog. We gonna talk over each other until the next person get to talk. But it's no
Oh yeah,
disrespect.
yeah, yeah.
It's just gonna be
Nah,
me and you. But
it's a
everything good.
difference. It's a difference in the conversation with somebody over talking you and somebody, adding on or what I'm saying, having a question. There's a big difference. You can tell the tone and things like that. So but I'll be
Okay.
back then.
All right, bet. No problem.
Uh
All respect, man. You know what I'm talking about. Where?
Yeah, I understand.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it thousand, slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it thousand, slow mo.
Man, shouts out to everybody who showed me love in the community, man. Like I always say, that gave me enough confidence to come out here and say, you know what, the information that you got, man, is good, young brother. Go ahead, OG, go ahead, man. You know what I mean? Boom, man. But also, what helped me along is also this. Where, man? Shouts out to everybody on the panel, man. First time guests, goddamn Proverbs, you know what I mean? Our homebody, Mama Chief. You know what I mean? Power 10 14 24. Make sure y'all go subscribe to her channel, man. You know what I mean? My OG. I always gotta have an OG around, you know what I mean? Big Dog Philly OG. You know what I mean? Master Self, first time coming through, man. Appreciate you too. You know what I mean? And Naga, my dog Naga.
OTK.
I was going through. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah. Could I tell you something? Could I say something? I don't think these people know that they're actually Indians. They don't realize it.
But the thing is, we don't have to force it. We just got to keep bringing the information. And once that information hit and ties into home, they'll get it.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
the whole
Okay.
thing about it, bro. We don't force it. See, they force that trans-Africanism on people.
Oh, okay.
You feel me? By saying everybody that look like me and you are trans-African. They force that on us. You don't hear me going around telling everybody, hey, yo, yeah, boy, you look like me, boy. You's a goddamn American Indian, or you's an Aboriginal. No, I don't say that. I ask you who you are. That's the difference between us. We don't force nothing on nobody. You feel me? We don't force nothing on nobody. Where
You know, I don't think they really understand what it means to be an American Indian. I'm not trying to force it, but
yeah.
they're not looking at themselves like that. They're looking at themselves like they come from another continent, and that's not true.
But if you look at it like this, though, bro, some people lost disconnect. Grandmama stayed in the South, while a lot of families moved up north. A lot of people didn't get to come back and bring their peoples them back or their kids them back to see grandmama before grandmama left.
Wow.
We got to understand that too. You know what I mean? It's a benefit of the doubt with that, because I got cousins like that. They call me and ask me about grandmama because they don't know certain things. They don't know a lot of things because they didn't grow up here with grandmama. That plays a major part. So whilst we growing up with grandmama, they growing up in books.
You know, OTK, it's kind of interesting, but we're making history, just kind of cushioning the fall of, you know, the black and the African American misnomers. You know, we're definitely making history, and you don't
Everybody got to
realize
play.
it.
Nah, I didn't aim out to realize it. My thing was to aim out to inform my peoples them of this
Right.
American Indian history and this American Indian information. Now what you get out of that and what you choose to do and how you take it and how it affects people, then you know what I mean, that's up to them. But you know what I mean, my whole intentions from day one was to read books, bring information. Just like I got a serious ass book right now in the back that I want to bring up, man. And that's one thing about me, Proverb. I like to read, man. I like to read a couple of pages, and I like to engage with the people on the panel to see what they get out of it. You know what I mean? That's what I call getting stronger.
Right.
Right, definitely. Talking with Tyson. What's going on, baby boy? Alabama just came off the fresh out of Cracker's ass community.
Can you hear me?
He's back on it. He's back on the dirt road. Yeah, he back on the dirt road now.
Shout out to you, Alabama. How you doing? Shout out.
Oh gosh, now I need to shut up. Let Big Mama speak.
No, I was speaking to you, big brother. How you doing?
Let me first of all, ZOTK, I wanted to walk with you on something, but are any of you on the panel familiar with Dr. Nancy Eisenberg and her infamous book, White Trash, The 400-Year Untold History of Class in America? Any of you?
My channel got strike. My channel got strike for playing the book. I played the audio version of the book tonight.
Well, I want the audience to understand that I am repeating from her reporting, and she's, by the way, out of Louisiana. Absquatulate. Absquatulate was informed to me by her from the Cracker Dictionary. So we're not slurring them when we repeat what they define themselves to be. And an absquatulator was someone who squats as low as possible, believing the mythological tale of Davy Crockett. Do you remember that part, OTK? Davy Crockett accounted himself to be the lowest squatting human being on earth. Now, besides the visual image of that, what one be doing? Squatting, period. But to squat on our land is the definition of land speculation, which is the definition of criminal activity. And the term land speculator was tagged to the Indian killer, I believe Heru is back here, known as Andrew Jackson, the first white trash president, according to Dr. Nancy Eisenberg. I just wanted y'all to contemplate on those facts for a moment. Now, back to he who should not be named, but when he does interact back with you, brother, I'd hope you'd address him as he continues to ignore the question that's on the table is what benefit is slavery to him, the individual, while he has situate himself as a gatekeeper over your ancestry. Could you explain that to me, OTK, please? Because I'm confused. Mic check, mic check. Did I drop again?
Nah, we hear you.
Now you're
My
here.
brother.
You're here.
No, I'm asking my good brother OTK, whether he entertains these foreigners who call themselves Pan-African goofies or not, of what benefit is enslavement or to be the descendant of a slave to any individual. He has failed to answer that question.
And
So
when
whether
you get through
you
with your
decide
question,
to... Mhm.
I was going to say, when you finish your question, can I just ask a question? Because I'm confused my damn self.
No, Mama Chief, what I'm saying to OTK, whether he continues to entertain such person who will not be named by me, I would ask him, encourage to get a response from the person who seems to be out gatekeeping the American known as the Negro.
That's what I'm saying. The
But
whole thing
go
of
ahead,
it
Mama
is confusing to me because of the fact that if we be who we say we be, then why are we allowing so many things to transpire? I just can't get that. I can't get how we can say we all of this and all of that, and we got the blood to match, but we won't go and put it on the table. What's the problem? We just like to order? No. It's time out for the bullshit. They done moved us around. They done did this. They done did that. But it's up to us. If you say you got your records, why we can't do and go and be about this business?
Okay, so do you want to circle back to that common law court that you were unable to express and inform the slow bus and the people slow on the uptake?
Did you hear me, bro? I'm thankful. I'm so grateful because
No, I'm just asking. I hear your plea. I hear your cry. So what I'm asking is, and I'm not disagreeing with you, I've said this in a different way myself. Where are these common law courts where these absquatulating foreign invaders filed for citizenship, United States citizenship? There is no American citizenship. Where did they apply and how did they get approved for citizenship under the 1790 Naturalization Act? I believe that falls in the timeline of what you were discussing.
Yeah, it's ridiculous because of the fact that we sitting here talking about going to the World Court, going to the United Nations, going to, and those are the ones that let them in here. But this particular court here was set up by the freemen. Who were these freemen?
Yes, who are these people?
Who is these freemen that set this royal common law court up here?
Now, the operative term was royal and then common law, which people believe to be of British origin, which it is not.
Well, I'm
All
sorry.
common law means is nature's law.
This one says common law, bro, and lower house. I'm sorry, and not the royal house.
No, that's okay. I'm just saying that people have, this is the way that we allow people to steal, Mama Chi. We allow them to steal through language, and then we don't check them in their theft.
Yes,
Go ahead. Go ahead. Cook on it, sis.
Okay, so I'm gonna start it over again, y'all, because we have remedy. We have remedy, but we're not looking at the remedy that we have. Okay, the founding fathers signed of the Constitution was 1828. 1865, we end up having World War. All of that, right? So John Adams, Samuel Adams, they was cousins and brothers and stuff, these people. But they was in Massachusetts, y'all, okay? Rhode Island, my 10th great grandpa got the charter from King Charles I. I'm talking about got records of this shit. So we all got records and we need to put our records on the table because we are a part of all of this. And long as we sit here and allow it to continue to happen, we can't complain. We really can't. But it says the Massachusetts General Court. Go ahead. How?
Put the records up, like you're saying. That's all we need to do. It's just, I think it's an ignorance of what they've been doing.
in an ignorance of the first peoples in America, and they don't know. They really don't know that we are indigenous. Okay, guys.
That's absolutely, Proverb. I agree. So this general court, it says it is the common law court. The lower house of the general court consisted in the colonial period of deputies, first elected by freemen in 1634, sitting separately from 1644 to 1686 as the House of Deputies. In the inter-charter period from 1689, in the provincial period 1692 to 1790, and under the 1780 Constitution of elected representatives. So this is what the court that set up the Constitution. And if OTK want to pull it up, he can. So y'all can see this building for yourself and see that this is still operating. They just renewed they whatever they do in 2023. Like I think it was May or June. So on October the 27th, 1648, the General Court of Massachusetts would take what began as a body of liberties and create the first printed laws in the book of the general laws and the liberties concerning the inhabitants of Massachusetts, which would, okay, remember, we talking about 13 colonies being set up. We talking about these people came to set up 13 colonies, and who they were? Britain and the Europeans. So, but how is they claiming all 52 states now? How is the Democrats claiming all of this when Spain colonized California, Mexico, Florida, all the way around Louisiana and all that, and then French colonized their part? So how is it that these colonies acting like the 13th colony rule everything? And I'm gonna land on that note. Let's build, y'all.
First of all, we gotta understand too, when them boys say colony, that doesn't mean they own the whole territory. That's just a place where they set up shop.
Facts.
That can be a small little area. That doesn't mean
13
the whole
square
area.
miles. 13
Yes, they
square
can say,
miles.
right.
Yeah.
So when they be saying, man, oh, they colonized this and they, no, they didn't, because there's still parts in South Carolina that's untouched by man. Well, I can't say untouched by man from what we know. That looks untouched by man. How about that? I'm trying to tell you. Good word. In other words, not touched by these so-called colonizers. If it touched by people before them, but not these colonizers. How about that?
Yeah, I don't know what this means to anybody, but we fighting over the word Indian and whatever. But in this Constitution that was created by what I would say at the time, because we sitting here don't know what the heck happened, but I know our ancestors did. So we always talking about, we talk to the ancestors, we dealing with the ancestors. Look like we should be on the ancestors' radar enough to be getting led to what we need to be doing to recover everything that these people have done to them, because we're in a different time, we're in a different mind now than we ever was. So at this dispensation of time, we supposed to be about the ancestors' business, not really ours. And I'll land on that again.
Man, shouts out to Epic Study, man. All them boy, my boy Sachi, my dog, A-Knots, you know what I mean? TJ 100, you know what I mean? Came in there, man. Darius, he already know. Kinfolk. Man, shouts out to y'all for just pulling up and coming on through. You know what I mean? All love and respect to y'all. Y'all already know. Hope y'all told somebody out there y'all love them. Word. Yeah, man. Master Chief, I see you had dropped out. You came back. Okay. Okay. Who dropped out just now? Youngin dropped out, man. Hope Young can come back. I don't know. Somebody was asking to please share screen or something like that.
So how many people done got how many people has got a card or connected to their true tribe? Anybody in the chat? Anybody on the panel? Does everybody want to be in here, but don't nobody want to do this damn work? I want to know. I mean, y'all can't even carry on. Let's go. I turned 67 yesterday, y'all. I ain't got much time. Y'all better get this.
Nate,
I want
what's
to
going
see it.
on, Nate?
I want to see it.
See, this is the silly shit like this that I be talking about.
What?
The whole SC was colonized.
See, he's stupid. See, I wouldn't
That's
even
what I'm
entertain
talking
that fool.
about, man.
That's so stupid.
For your family, that's around it, man. Shouts out to Nate, man. My
Hey,
Hebrew,
Nate.
my Israelite, man. They already know. I don't care about religion. Just don't let that shit just goddamn get in your way of your bloodline and your fucking American business.
If it help you, it help me. If it help you be a better person, it helps me.
It helped me. I don't got nothing wrong with it. I don't bother nobody beliefs, dog. You know what I'm talking about? Because you might be good in a good place, and I might change your mind about something and take you in a darker place.
Well, you feel bad for, or you feel bad for our people genealogy? Yeah, I do too. And I have an urgency, and everybody know Mama Chief got an urgency. And ain't nobody even feeding on my urgency right now. Y'all know, can we put our blood on the table? Hey, Cuzzo, that's one of my cousins right there for sure. What's up, Bloodline?
And then you say, what part of South Carolina was not colonized? Boy, so many places I could tell you. You don't know these places, but I'm not going to give them to you. You do your own homework, nigga. That's the problem. Y'all come around here and ask questions, and we always answer them. And then y'all go and y'all research that, then y'all leave that question alone because y'all see we right, and then y'all go and try to find something else, man. Do your own research, dog. Do your own research.
You know how they tricked them though? Because the territory is still the same thing. It was named when the ancestors named it. These folks knew Buddha coming over here talking about South Carolina anyway. Anyway.
No bets. We don't need to make no bets, and I don't need you to pay me to show nothing. I got my own money.
You gonna argue with him?
I got my hey shit, cuzzo, you already know, nah. Just in there chilling, man. I wanted to come in here because I was interested in that y'all see that Young Thug trial just came back on, man, and changed judges, man, and everything got changed today, man. And it was funny, the first part of it, man. I don't know, man. Anybody be watching law? I love to watch court cases, man. I love to watch court cases. In fact, I can show, I like a court case, that goddamn, that one in Wisconsin.
Well, since you're gonna change the subject, let me ask you a question. Did you notice how they was? No, listen. Did you notice how Young Thug's case, how they was always talking about the retainers fee and all that, how they was on vacation on retainer? How y'all think that happened? That's happening through their trust. The whole case, even Trump's case. If y'all like law, watch it. Y'all will see what they was using UCC filings. Y'all will see what they were talking a lot of USC codes and a lot of UCC codes. I just wanted to throw that in there, y'all.
And on some real shit, man, that I watch certain law channels because they break down the law. So I can understand when brothers be coming up and they be talking about the law and stuff like that. I can understand where they going at. You know what I mean? When they be talking about that. You know what I mean? But yeah.
I know that you don't intend what you're saying, my brother. When we keep conflating the word law with statutes, regulations, and codes, what's problematic about that, Mama Chief? Because we are not operating under law.
because we
And
don't
that's why this
understand the
criminal
law.
enterprise continues unchallenged. But go ahead, Mama Chief.
No, you're right. Go ahead. It's because of we don't understand the laws that we're governed by, and you know, we think that they are ruling us, and they're not. We're supposed to be ruling ourselves, and you know, it's just sad. I'm about like my little boy, baby in the chat. I feel bad. You know, I land.
Yeah, I was just tripping about the whole thing because a bunch of violations happened. It should be a mistrial, but instead they started a whole new trial in the mix of a trial halfway through before the judge, that first judge, started getting all biased or whatever like that. You know what I mean? And it's interesting to me. It's interesting to me. Where I just
But
like
I'm saying, OTK,
go in. I like to look at it, and then I like to dive. You know what I mean? I like to build with people so we can like see something live that's actually happening. And like I
but
watch
see,
a bunch of
OTK, this is my point. We are not discussing accurately what we're talking about. We keep using the word law, which is a problem because people's mentality goes to Law and Order, a TV show. We are discussing statutes, codes, and regulations, not law. That's what Mama Chief's whole point about the common law court and what is constitutional law and common law, neither of which is in activity on our soil, which is why there's a criminal enterprise ongoing.
Why y'all think everything is black? The black code, the black this, the black that, the black everything. If they sell your property, they're gonna be on the courthouse talking about black sale of the land. Everything is black. But now all of a sudden, anybody can be black and run for office and be black, and everybody will say, yeah, they black and vote for them. That is some crazy shit to me. All this black stuff. No, we ain't standing on nationality. We ain't standing on who we really are here. Right now, any of us who know who we is, we can go and get everything that those natives get. We can replace them. What are we doing? We letting them stay being us? They just gave them the native name that did apply to us. Now they're giving them indigenous name. It did apply to us. Then they're going to give them aboriginal name because we're not stopping nothing. We're not intervening nothing. Flint, Michigan's still over there with bad water, and they done did all this shit. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. Let me land. Bye.
So if you understood what I was suggesting, OTK, by not explaining what is a statute, what is a code, and what is a regulation, then people cannot comprehend the administrative law, because that's what's going on. This is administrative court processes under admiralty, maritime statutes, regulations, and codes. It is not law.
Which applies to corporate entities. Right, so your name is not who you are. Your name is a corporate entity. That's why the codes and statutes and regulations apply to the name.
Okay, let's differentiate again, because I'm about specificity of language.
Right.
Your appellation in all capital letters, because your name is what you agree to be called by.
Right.
But your appellation in all capital letters is a straw man document and a corporate fiction being controlled under admiralty, maritime, administrative law. But go ahead, Brother Cook.
100% correct.
And it's also a trust.
100% correct.
So when you go to court and you omit you're basically taking responsibility for the actions of that. What you call it, the appellation, the name, the appellation of the name,
The
the corporate
appellation
entity.
in all capital letters put on any supposed document is
Right.
owned by the federal, state, local, municipal entities that are all corporations as well. But go ahead, cook, brother.
Right.
Let's make it clear. Excuse me, let's make it clear, bro. It's the debtor. They want the debtor. They don't want you. They just want you because you are the only one, the living man that can sign. See, you the living man, and you the only one that can talk to them, give them your name, your birthday, and your social. And then you give them a signature, and then they can take and do what they need to do to go in your trust. And that's with every application you ever fill out in life. Anything you do, this is what happened. And it goes to some place called the TTL, Tax Trust and Loan, and they give them a line of credit to pay you off up. Or they give them a line of credit if you want a car or if you want a house. This is what happens, y'all. This is what we've been under since these years of being under this. Our land.
Go ahead, young brother, cook with what you was going on.
Where was he at? All right, so so the federal government hold the liability of that trust, basically that appellation. So when you go to court, you're not being adjudicated on the actions of the human being. It's the actions of that corporate entity. So until you omit, unless you so you have to basically object to everything. You don't what's the word I'm looking for?
You're going back and forth between consent and volunteering, offering yourself up to participate under with being misinformed,
right,
and being duped with the labels Negro, colored, black, now BIPOC. What is a black, indigenous person of color anyway?
It's under threat and duress and all of that we are being held captive. We're still prisoners of war, even though we think we just free enough to do what we want to do because we go to work and make a paycheck, get some Federal Reserve notes which don't value nothing but the value that you give it when you go and purchase something that you want. Other than that, you still in debt slave. And everybody in your land is getting treated better than you. How that make you feel?
Young brother, go ahead, man. I mean, we listening to you, man. Cook on where you were going.
I'm going off the top. I don't got my notes with me, man. I'm trying to explain it without jumping around. Cause I'm still learning, so it ain't like I got it.
So you still learning. So what we at with the learning then? Cause people who still learning, if you ain't really did some of this stuff, we shouldn't talk. So let's see.
Nah, I'm learning because I'm dealing with the law right now. So I'm planning on representing myself in court.
Oh, big. That's big.
They got me on the ankle monitor and everything right now.
Oh, you already on the ankle monitor, baby. You can't. If they already.
So let me so how I got on this whole process, right? Of just knowledge of self and all this, right? It started like 2019, right? Cause I'm a young dude. I'm coming from the streets. I'm gonna be honest. So I first got interested. I seen a video on law. It was a more, I forget her name, but it was the title of the video on YouTube is called Black's Law. So and as a dude coming from the streets, I'm like, oh, this could help me out with the law. So as I start learning and I start getting more deep into it, I start realizing about everything that we talk about now. So I feel like a perfect way to introduce all this to the youth is to figure out a way how they could apply it in real life first to grab their interest, you know, and then build on the other stuff. Once you got the interest.
Since you said that, my good young brother, can I give you an example of what you just stated?
Yeah.
Traffic offenses that end up in dead black people. Could you go with a scenario that, you know who Laquan McDonald was, famously in Chicago, right? Shot so many times he was spun around on the streets of Chicago. What was his supposed offense? Jaywalking? So take an example like that. A traffic violation, a broken tail light, expired registration, whatever. I'm talking about for a teenager or someone young in their 20s. How would that then transfer, or it actually ends up transforming their life? They end up dead as a corpse on a slab. But explain how that can turn into a dead black person in reality. Did you hear what I said, or did you understand what I was proposing, my good young brother?
No, my bad. I didn't even know you was talking to me.
Yeah, because you were saying how to bring this to the youth. So I'm saying, for example, for a teenager or someone in their early 20s, how a traffic violation under a black state of existence, because that's the problem, not just us calling ourselves black, that causes us to live black experiences. Could you give a scenario? And that's why I asked you about Laquan McDonald. You remember that young man? I think he was 16 or 17. Tamir Rice, who was barely 12, shooting a BB gun.
Yeah.
In a recreation. That's the young people you're talking about, right? 12 to 16. Explain a scenario how this evolves into a black situation and they end up a dead black person on a slab. But go ahead, brother, cook on that.
Well, you're not aware of the laws, for one. So so the young black dude is out here with no guidance, no teachers, no real structure on how to operate and navigate this land. So we do stuff that's natural to being a man, a young man. And without no structure, we're going to do stuff that's that seems primitive. Like the young man is not thinking about, like you said, jaywalking. He's not thinking about, oh, I have to go walk across the crosswalk, and if I don't walk across the crosswalk, the police is going to bother me. He doesn't know that. He just growing up in the hood. He walks across the street regular every day with no crosswalk. Nobody says nothing to him. But when that police officer says something to him, now he's on defense. What did I do? I ain't do nothing wrong. Da, 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 da. So now the police officer gets agitated and becomes aggressive. And now he's scared of that young man because he knows how young black men from the hood are. So he acts instinctively off muscle memory, what they're taught to do, and defend themselves. So the lack of awareness in the black community is a big problem.
That's the problem. Black. Hey, Belly, so
now I'm saying black because we're all from the same community. We understand. You understand what I mean when I say black?
No.
If I was in front of a white people.
That's your problem, though, baby. When you identify as black, you have no standing in law. So they can shoot
I
you
know that,
down
but I'm not
dead.
in front of a court right now.
Well,
I'm
yes,
saying
but
just
you need to learn how not to talk to people who not that either, baby. This is a learning process, right? So we need to learn. We need to practice this daily. Don't identify with things that don't identify with you, because that is the problem. That's why so many of us get shot down dead, because we're under
okay.
the 14th Amendment blackness. We
Okay,
need to identify.
I
That's all I'm
understand that
saying,
perspective.
sweetie. That's all.
No,
That's all
no,
I'm saying.
I understand that perspective, but I'm speaking on the perspective of
And you're also
more of
speaking to
a
other people though, and that's what I'm saying. We cannot continue to do this. This is the problem for us today. You see Kamala, she ain't black, but she finna get all the folk think she black because she look like them. This is a problem. We need to not identify with other people. If we are indigenous, Indian, whatever, we need to identify with Americanness. We need to identify with this soil. We need to stay with our people. We cannot want to
I
identify with
understand.
every wind and doctrine. That's why we stuck
Right.
now. That's all I'm saying,
I
young brother.
understand.
That's all I'm saying.
I'm saying that if we're at a cookout full of people that look like us,
I'm gonna be walking around there telling them niggas that they copper-colored Indians. I ain't gonna be walking around there telling them niggas they black.
Right.
I'm saying
I'm not gonna do that. And that's
me
why I'm saying we're
personally-
learning. We gotta come out of the stagnated mind we've been in all this while.
okay,
Y'all
you're
grew
right.
up being black, so I understand it's a hard thing. Oh, I'm black and I'm proud.
You're right. Trust me. I'd say the same thing to my peers. I just want them to understand the difference. But after you understand the difference, it doesn't matter if we having a casual conversation and I say, "Oh, just something about being black," because internally, you know.
I still can't identify with what you're saying. If you're talking to me, because I don't identify with anything that's
Okay, but
being black.
I would know how to talk to you though. That's
Okay, but that's what I'm
that's
saying. We
different.
should know how to talk to all of our people that say that we all the same.
But everybody doesn't understand
Some niggas
what
like,
you mean.
like the Africans who say they're black. See, they have that connotation that they wants to do because they want us to identify. Because when we identify, we disassociate ourselves from this land. Period. Period.
But black in terms of law is a different meaning. I'm saying I'm
No,
using
it
a
has no
different meaning.
standing. That's right. It has no standing.
Okay, but we're not in law right now. We're not in the
Yeah,
courtroom.
we're always in law because we're always under the codes of the black laws. This is what I'm trying to get you to understand. Or anybody understand what I'm saying here? We
I
were set
understand
up
what you're saying.
under black codes when they took over and gave us this fake white supremacists.
I understand what you're saying.
So in order, if you say you're black, you're giving them superiority over you. Why would we give them superiority over us? By calling ourselves black and them white. No, we must stop that. And I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not trying to offend anybody. I'm just saying. If you're gonna talk,
you're not offending me.
Shout out to the Mama Chief. Yeah, you be quiet when Big Mama speak. What she gave us is a part of me. It flows through my arteries. Even on that journey, that love grows how the garden be. The first to teach us when we sick, the first to heal us. Mama's boy, yeah, you know, her pride and joy. Soul food, yeah, you know, I'm an enjoy. Calm you down just by the sound of her voice. There isn't another feeling inside when they cheering you on at your game and you feeling the pride. You and your siblings fighting, she gon' make you put them feelings aside. She can't lead you down the road, but she can give you the guide. Where you think I get that blissful look in my eyes? I need a side of ice cream with Bim's apple pie. You know for sure for Mama Chief, you know I'ma ride. Cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. The greatness, the patience, the foundation, the knowledge passed down so many generations, our motivation. I just wanna thank you for my creation. Cause we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. The dedication, I seen your tears at my graduation. Now look, my your boy that made it. You the reason I'm one of the greatest. Yeah, cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our mama chiefs. Yeah, we all rap for Mama Chief. Now be quiet, let Big Mama speak.
My bag, Mama Chief. I thought I
Shout out
had you
to
Mic
time
check,
perfect.
mic check.
I
Am
thought
I in the hunky
I thought I
holes?
had
What's
you time. No, you're not. I thought I had you time perfectly, Mama Chief, for the video
yeah, that
after you
was.
got through doing. But you had to say one more thing. I say, God damn it. Cut her
I
off.
was just I was gonna
Nah, we
say
need to hear Dre Cobbs again. Now shut up, nigga. Let Big Mama speak. Dre
You
Cobbs,
took it, goddamn.
feathers up,
shout out to
hands
all the mama
down.
chiefs. Shout out
Shout
to
out
all
Big
the
Mama.
mama chief, y'all.
Shout out Big Mama.
Shout out Big Mama. Thank y'all so much. Y'all understand me though, don't y'all? Y'all know I want to see it. I want to see this, y'all. Me and Alabama, we're in our same age, man. We want to see y'all do this. But we got to encourage y'all and show y'all what we're trying to tell you. Don't ever go out the house black. You might not make it back.
Right.
And how many ways do you have? You didn't need to leave your house. You could be in your house with a pot of boiling water. You could be in your drawers eating ice
Okay?
cream on your couch. You could
Right.
be standing in your window through the back window. That's
Don't do
Tatiana
nothing
Jefferson, by
black.
the way.
Don't do nothing
With
black.
your
Don't do-
niece and nephew in your house, guarding your castle, and shot by a white supremacist race soldier. These are
Well,
things we already have knowledge of. You could be asleep in your bed, shot through the door, Fred Hampton.
Alabama, with all due respect, if we're going to do this, we're going to do this right. We don't have no white supremacists in the midst of us. We have Caucasian, clear people, blue-eyed devils in the midst of us, if we will. Do not give them that privilege, please. You might as well
Nice and
be black.
Columbus.
We might as well be black if we're going to tell them they're white superior. The bitches ain't. They ain't.
So
They
can
ain't.
I ask you this question?
I stand corrected, Mama Chief, and you are correct. This is
Thank you.
this
Let's
is
all
the
us do this.
fallacy of falling into the language as this young brother was doing. This is a very hard thing to do.
And that's
To
why I say
transition
practice make
out.
purpose.
Well, I
Practice
got
make
you.
purpose.
I got you, Mama Chief. What I am doing as a wordsmith and a communicator is the unfortunate balancing act that this young brother is saying. You're also trying to communicate to people where they are to guide them to where they should head, not what they should be, because everybody has the choice to be and do and think and act as they do. That causes more chaos and confusion. But it's a growth process. And by the way, you were correct earlier what you said. There needs to be a group response, but it's not going to be done that way with the mindset of Negro, colored, Black, African Americans, BIPOC, FBA, ADOS, continuing, et cetera, et cetera. That's why on an individual basis, and I'll say this one last time, the 4 bullet points are: do your genealogy, correct your status, fix your credit, start a business. Now, if you don't deal with the last 2, which you probably won't until you do the first 2 and correct your state of mind, then we cannot find who those skin folk that aren't kinfolk until we scrutinize how they behave. You get me, young brother?
Put your blood on the table.
I'll get you.
And with going forward with everybody with these content creators who really have platforms, if we're really trying to win and not lose, then we should definitely practice that when we do say words that and use it as a teaching moment. See, all of this should be teaching moments because we do have people that are learning, people that don't know, and people that are learning should not be trying to teach. Come on, y'all. We gonna go. There's so much confusion. It's already enough. So, with those who are in, with all due respect, if you got a teaching and you got some teaching, then teach. But our people, like I hear people say kids all the time, and I don't call my babies no kids, because kids is baby goats. But everybody got kids these days. We are falling in traps all over this place. We are in so many word traps, so many spells. Spells. That's why y'all hear me say solar return. Y'all don't hear me say good morning. Y'all don't hear me putting them words out there. I be trying to give out some energy of real words that carry weight. Not nothing that's gonna pull your weight off you and pull you down. I'll land right there.
Well, Mama Chief, as another example, is why I stress using American known as the Negro, not American Negro. See, because we then slide backwards into accepting being transitioned to a Negro. The Negro was created. We have a book entitled The Miseducation of the Negro. That means, by definition, each and every Negro is miseducated. So it is the American being known as a Negro by others.
I accept that too, yes, indeed, because you know, mulatto, Negro, and all that came from the Spanish over there, came from them bringing it over here, of course. Of course it did. But I still want to.
Shout out to the Mama Chief. Yeah, you be quiet when Big Mama speak. What she gave us is a part of me. It flows through my arteries. Even on that journey, that love grows how the garden be. The first to teach us when we sick, the first to heal us. Mama's boy, yeah, you know, her pride and joy. Soul food, yeah, you know, I'm an enjoy. Calm you down just by the sound of a voice. There isn't another feeling inside when they cheering you on at your game and you feeling the pride. You and your siblings fighting, she gon' make you put them feelings aside. She can't lead you down the road, but she can give you the guide. Where you think I get that blissful look in my eyes? I need a side of ice cream with Bimars apple pie. You know for sure for Mama Chief, you know I'ma ride. Cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. The greatness, the patience, the foundation, the knowledge passed down so many generations, our motivation. I just wanna thank you for my creation. Cause we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. The dedication, I seen your tears at my graduation. Now look, Ma, your boy that made it. You the reason I'm one of the greatest. Yeah, cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. Now be quiet, let Big Mama speak.
You funny. Yeah, I just love Drake Clark for that song for all the Mama Chiefs. For real, y'all. That's awesome. I appreciate y'all playing it and loving it too. That's
Mama
what's up.
Chief, without your inspiration, there's no way he could have wrote what he wrote. All right? I'm just telling you that.
Absolutely. Well, I'm grateful that I was that I'm the
I know
inspiration behind
sometimes
it.
it seems like your kids don't care. It ain't like that, Mama. It's life, Mama. We care. I care. Trust me, I care.
Thank you, son. And I miss where it is.
Sometimes your son gets so scratched out because I'm a patriarch of my family. You know what I mean? For the youth. Not for the older ones that's above me, for the youth. So I be scratched out, Mama. So don't, just know I love you, all right?
Thank you so much, son, for letting me know. I appreciate it. Where high straight smoke? Tell him I asked about him. I miss him so much.
So, because I don't want to trigger niggas, OTK, I'm not going to name them. But the commentary is so despicable and disrespectful. Now, they, whoever they are that shall not be named, keep implying that we're falsely accusing them of forcing Pan-Africanism, and I would argue African descent, on the American known as the Negro. Whereas from the internal perspective, which is what I do with my messaging, the American is being duped already by being categorized as Negro. Then under law, given a designation of color, that's the Racial Integrity Act. Then under law, no, I'm sorry, statutes, codes, and regulations, which we attempted to correct today. Correct, Mama Chief? The Black Codes and the Negro Act of 1740 came out of South Kakalaki. No disrespect to you.
That's
OTK.
right. That was the Sundry Act. That was them Negroes, them African Negroes.
No, baby. No, baby. That was before the Sundry Act. Yeah, see, the Sundry Act.
I'm just trying to deal with some facts, OTK, in response to the
break that Sundry
idiocy.
Act down, though, mama. We can break that, but it's during the same time, mama. But it was different instances. What he's saying during that 1740, they had some different type statutes or what we would call codes that went around. And
The Black
I know
Code,
you know too.
absolutely.
Right.
Well, to be a little bit more accurate, as I attempt to be, for the timeline, the Negro Act was based on Code Noir. So when we say we and all this we shit that we say, the French designation of Code Noir is translated into the Black Codes. Now, the Negro Act, if you would be so kind, OTK, for the slow bus, not you, Shorty, for the other ones that are mentally challenged, could you bring up the Negro Act of 1740 and give some parameters and constrictions that were the regulations, statutes, and codes imposed on the American, now known as the Negro? Could you be so kind as to share that, my brother?
Yeah, give me a second and I'm gonna pull it up. And give me a second, I'm gonna pull it up for you. So we don't have to go through anything else. I'm gonna go through the actual I'm gonna pull up the actual document of that, the code of 1740, because when I pull up an article the other day and I was showing that in 1740 how American Indians got classified as free people of color, and on the census, American Indian slaves also got synonymous with Negro. You know what I mean? But they took that and said, hey, look, that's also showing the clear description between American Indians and Negroes. But at the end of the day, they got to understand that that is a thesis. A thesis is theory. That's why they gotta be real swift on their feet. But I will definitely, let me find that. Because the one I got, Alabama, I got the one to where I explain it. The 17.
Whichever one works for you, because I know people like to accuse us of being Google scholars and Wikipedia. So all I'm saying is show what the law and I'm sorry, we're trying to correct our language. What does the statute say out of the South Carolina legislature then imposed on the American being designated the Negro? Because who was the Negro Act applied to, my good brother?
The American Indian. Anybody got anything else otherwise? Anybody can say anything otherwise?
Let me read some from the Virginia General. Hold on, let me see. The Virginia General Assembly, 1705. All servants imported and brought into the country who were not Christians in their native country shall be accounted and be slaves. All Negro, mulatto, and Indian slaves within this dominion shall be held to be real estate. If any slave resists his master, correcting such slave, and shall happen to be killed in such correction, the master shall be free of all punishment, as if such accident never happened. So I say that to say this. In the General Assembly, they separate the Negro from the Indian. So they didn't identify Indians as Negroes. They were separate, which the Negro was the African slaves.
Okay, can I go in and say something right quick? On to what Shah and them was over there saying. I just went to where they love to go, Wikipedia. And it's easy to see how, just for the first verse I read, It's easy to see how folks are being confused because you know this is edited documents, right? And that they can be edited anytime and anywhere by anybody, right? So when people go and read this Black Indians in the United States, it said Black Indians redirect here for people with origins in both Africa and India. See that right there? Right there, that is some bull crap. And we know it. But when people read that, that's the first thing they believe. They see Indo-Africans for the ethnic group or the people of African descent in India. This is what they got, y'all. So we have to start checking people. We can't continue to let them write our story, write our history, and these people like this back it up. We're greater than them. We're more than them. We always have been. And we still here. It's crazy. I mean, they got all
Mama Chief, these pests and leeches and parasites do not attach themselves to foreign pale degenerates, since you say we should not refer to them as white supremacists, which I agree with your position. However, and I know you know Neely Fuller Jr. I know you know his book, The Code. And I know you know Tariq Nasheed and Professor Black Truth and Jason Black and all these other people claiming to be of the Black media, which is riding the consciousness of the entirety of our people that has us arguing over Kamami Harris today as to whether she is or is not Black. Now, I got you. I'm only saying that for the slow bus and the mentally challenged. After all is said and done, we are the only people with this issue of labels, name changes for property. Each and every one of these labels, and I say this and I will continue to say this, of all of the misnomers, misclassifications, and identifying terms, American is the least inaccurate because in the definition of American is copper-colored Aborigine. Period. Now, as far as Indian is concerned, if we want to circle back to what is law based on the Constitution and common law, Indians not taxed as a negative affirmation is the only ethnic population identified in that document. Not Europeans, not Africans, not Asians, and what the hell is a Hispanic anyway? And there are no natives until the Native American Party is created in 1844. So that constitutional document, if as the liars and cheats and murderers claim, were authored by founding fathers, why did they not include European in the document that is the actual authority operating on our American soil? How does that work? So when he goes over the Negro Act of 1740, could you just share some of the restrictions in this code? Because this is a statute, it's not a law. We allowed foreigners to impose upon us, the sovereigns of the land, these restrictions using Negro as a connotation. Is that correct, OTK?
Yeah. Go ahead, Alabama.
No, I want you to share this for those who are mentally deranged, who love their African descent for whatever purposes, for themselves, not for the propaganda to attach an entire people, which is depriving them of their identity, which is a violation of international law. Is that not correct? Because under UNDRIP and ADRIP, to deprive an indigenous Aboriginal population of their culture, their language, their beliefs, their mores, and their way of living is an international violation tantamount to genocide. Let's stop playing around with this.
For real. Let's stop. Shasan, what year you say they wasn't calling themselves Indians? Just curious. They don't play with me. They don't come and try to challenge me because they know better.
Yeah, Cosmon in the chat. You know what I mean? Bringing out the wasp we saw in there and the wild ass Indians out there in the chat.
Could you please share the parameters of the act, which is a code and a statute, please, my good brother? The Negro Act of the South Carolina Legislature.
That's what this is right here. That's what this is. Codifying white supremacy. Y'all want me to read this? Because
For the slow bus, and I don't think you are, you like to joke yourself about being a slow bus shorty. I'm saying for those who are slow on the uptake and seem to be either mentally challenged or deranged.
I ain't on the slow bus. I ain't on the slow bus. I'm on a short bus. It's a difference.
Yeah, but these people are deranged. So could you share what the law states as the restrictions for Negroes in South Carolina in 1740?
But can you first clear something up for me, OTK and Alabama and whoever else on here might know? What time frame are we factoring in the fact of them changing calendars on us, moving days and stuff around, adding? Are we counting in the fact that they faked our timeline?
The simple answer to your question, Mama Chief, is no. But even addressing it in what they remember, the timeline is based on the year of our Lord. And who is that again?
Yeah, right.
And who is that again, OTK?
The year of our Lord Jesus. I mean God. Jesus.
Okay.
God.
So now go back to the law and tell these mentally challenged, deranged folk what the Negro Act was used to constrict the American on their own homeland. Please, sir.
Hello? Mic drop.
Well, let me read this this quote from James Glenn, governor of South Carolina in the 18th century, 1758. He wrote, it has always been the policy of this government to create an aversion in them Indians to Negroes. It has always been policy of the government to change the identity from the Indians to Negroes. That was always part of the plan.
Now, would you give the time of that quote, my good brother? Since I
1758.
think there's something going on with OTK, if you could also pull up the Negro Act of 1740 and do that side by side with the quote you just gave, if you'd be so kind, my good young brother.
All right.
Because remember, y'all, these Negroes, the 20 and odd niggers and all this shit, remember where they supposed to be at, right? So when you think about what we're talking about now, think about that and who these Negroes really was, and they was doing this diversion with them because they had who brought them, who said that they created and did everything all over the world. Y'all, we got to put this shit together and stop playing. I'm landing.
So who was that young brother that was speaking?
That was me. I'm pulling it up.
Would you reiterate the quote with the timeline? And this is the governor of South Carolina, or this is the governor of a colony?
The colony. It's the governor of the colony.
Okay,
Colonial.
go
South
ahead.
Carolina.
Go ahead. Cook on that, brother.
He said it has always been the policy of this government to create an aversion of the Indian to Negroes.
As in conversion, as in
Yeah,
convert
conversion.
or die, as in kill the Indian and save the man. But what was the time on that quotation?
1758.
So that's almost 20 years after the Negro Act. Would you say, what does the Negro Act describe and define as a Negro and their restricted behavior?
You saying what would I define or what did the act define?
No, what is the law state? I'm sorry, the statute. You see how easy it is to slip up and think some is law and call it law? And as Mama Chifa says, that causes spells to be cast because you then give a statute, a code, and a regulation the authority of law that it does not have. So the Negro Act in 1740 is 56 years before the Revolutionary War, correct?
Yep, I got it.
So,
let me read
so
it.
this is colonial policy of an area. And I love the way that Chief Morning Thunder said as the example, the Washington District of Columbia, even today, is only 10 square miles. So if you can, in your mind, each of the 13 colonial settlements, not states, not what you see is drawn on a map today in contemporary times, if you could envision a village, a settlement, that's what these colonies are, in 13 disparate areas that will eventually be called the 13 original states that were ratified by 1790, Georgia being the last one. So during this colony of South Carolina, right?
Yep.
What are they creating a Negro as under the Act of 1740?
A slave.
But read
Right?
the
Or
law,
do
my
you want me to
brother.
read it?
I'm saying,
All right,
read.
this is
I'm sorry, I keep saying law. Read the statute known as the Negro Act of 1740.
Okay, the act of section 1. I declares all Negroes and Indians, free Indians in amity with this government, Negroes, mulattoes, mestizos, who now are free, accepted to be slaves. The offspring to follow the condition of the mother, and that such slaves are chattel personnel. Section 2. Under this provision.
Pause for the slow bus and the mentally deranged. Repeat that first section for their understanding, or better yet, I guess, misunderstanding. Say that again, my brother.
I declares all Negroes and Indians, free Indians in amity with this government, Negroes, mulattoes, and mestizos, who now are free, accepted, to be slaves. The offspring to the following, the offspring to follow the condition of the mother.
Stop right there, my brother. Do you understand what I am saying, that a Negro is a concoction? The Negro was created. Say it one more time for those degenerates who won't get it, so that they understand those categories and those labels were turned into, what did you just say?
I declares all Negroes and Indians, free Indians in amity with this government, Negroes, mulattoes, and mestizos, who now are free, accepted, to be slaves.
Go on, brother. Share with them the other restrictions in the sections of a Negro.
Under this provision, it has been uniformly held that color is prima facie evidence that the party bearing the color of a Negro, mulatto, or mestizo is a slave. But the same prima facie result does not follow from the Indian color. Section 3, Indians and the descendants of Indians are regarded as free Indians in enmity with this government until the contrary be shown.
Stop right there. So see, this is the part of the language that people don't comprehend because of time that has passed. First, you would have to understand what amity is, right? What does that mean to you? Do you understand what amity means? Not in war, my brother. Not in a conflict. So that means everything else is based on people who are prisoners of war. Could you understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So if you don't fall out of amity, meaning, flag on the play, I'm the white man categorizing others as the Negro, right?
Right.
Now go back again, starting with section 3.
But wait a minute, hold on. What time frame we at right there?
1740.
1740. The crackers went over here like that. There was niggas doing this reclassification on us. Come on now. Then was the mighty Mars.
Come on, Mama Chief. I was not triggering you, but I wanted him to state exactly what the statute said. Then let's expound on it with how people are abusing it with their narratives. But go ahead.
Who these white folks was. These was niggas with a status of white. It wasn't a skin color.
Hey,
Yep,
Master
the
Self.
Jesuits, the Jews, the Moors.
Hey, Master Self. I know you
Yep.
new to this channel too, man. But what age frame you in, my brother?
I'm 26.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Y'all see what I'm saying though? We
No, hold on, Mama Chief. And I should bow to you on this because you didn't spank your OTK child for falling down on his responsibility. So since Master of Self has taken on what was requested, OTK, could you please again assist him in the communicating what the statute known as the Negro Act is the creation of the Negro? But go ahead, Brother Cook.
And who really traded places with you? One looking like you. Stop playing with me.
Indians and the descendants of Indians are regarded as free Indians in enmity with this government until the contrary be shown. Hold on, I lost my place.
Why don't you suggest what the contrary would be?
Shall continue on to where say you are who your mother are. I think you said
But
that
hold on, OTK. The point he just ended on was to the contrary, though, OTK. Hold on. My good brother, Master Self. What would be to the contrary? But re-speak what you just said in that clause.
Indians and the descendants of Indians are regarded as free Indians in enmity with this government until the contrary be shown.
What would you say, OTK? The contrary be shown.
We still free. I heard we still free. Did anybody else hear that but me?
I heard it.
It's the contrary against this shit. We ain't did no contrary. We just said, okay, put my hand behind my back.
Continue, young brother, because again, we're speaking to the mentally deranged who desperately need to be under the condition of perpetual servitude. But Cook, young brother, Cook.
Please cook, bro.
It is declared that every Negro, Indian, mulatto, and mestizo is a slave unless the contrary be made to appear. Yet, in the same, it is immediately thereafter provided the Indians in enmity with this government accepted, in which case the burden of proof shall lie on the defendant. That is, on the person claiming the Indian plaintiff to be a slave. So they have to prove that They have to prove the contrary. Okay, the term Negro is confined to slave Africans, the ancient Berbers and their descendants. It is not. It does not embrace the free inhabitants of Africa, such as the Egyptians, Moors, or the Negro Asiatics, such as the Lascars. Mulatto is the issue of the white and the Negro. When the mulatto ceases and a party bearing same slight taint of the African blood ranks as white. And a question for the solution of the jury.
Hold up, my young brother. See, here again, this is that trick of niggernology shit. Now, notice they use white there, as our good sister just said. White is a status, not a skin tone. Negro is being created in this act, right?
Right.
But how has Negro been used as an identifier by Spaniards and Portuguese for 150 years until this act was dealt with in 1740? Did they call Africans Negroes? Did they call the Americans they accounted Negro de Terra as opposed to Negro de Guinea? Right? Negro de Guinea, and you know Guinea is still over there on the African continent, as opposed to Negro de Terra was coming into what they refer to as the New World, though there was nothing new about us. They always knew we existed, but they're claiming for discovery purposes, under the doctrine of discovery, that this is the New World, correct? So each of these Spaniards and Portuguese explorers are defining us with the term in Spanish language, negro. But now we're having an act, a statute, define the Negro as what, my good brother? Because I want you to keep cooking on this section, but stay with that context. Master of self?
Yeah, my bad.
Back to where you were
I'm on
talking
my
Negro
phone.
and white.
I'm on my phone, so
Yeah, talking about Negro and white and creating mulattoes as offspring.
mulatto is the issue of the white and the Negro. When the mulatto ceases and a party bearing some slight taint of the African blood ranks as white is a question for the solution of a jury.
Now, don't you find it interesting they now say it's an African taint of blood? Did you pick up on that, Mama Chief?
Yeah, and I
Repeat that from the beginning, though, Master. So,
but can I say this right quick, y'all? I was thinking when that came out, is this where the creation of those mulattoes was with, with the Indians? Because the Indians wasn't a dark skinned people from what I'm looking at in my record. The darker people were the ones from over there.
Now there was dark skinned Indians.
I ain't say there wasn't. I say in my tree. I'm looking at my tree. And I'm saying that we know for a fact that these over there over that side that they were really, really dark skinned people, right? So there at some point they tried to make us think that we are lighter because a white man made us. But how about us? Some of us could be darker because those darker people was made with. That can show just that on my family side. Some little dark and right there next to them, and they wasn't that dark.
for some reason, Mama Chief, your signal keeps going in and out. But if you could go back to the beginning of that section, Master of Self, and I won't interrupt you again. I just wanted to underscore how they are saying in their language what mulatto is, though mulatto is not the mixture of quote unquote Negro and white. It is the mixture of different tribes. But go ahead, brother, from the beginning of that section.
Hold on. The term Negro is confined to slave Africans and their descendants. It does not embrace the free inhabitants of Africa, such as the Egyptians, Moors, or the Negro Asiatics, such as the Lascars. Mulatto is the issue of the white and the Negro. When the mulatto ceases and a party bearing some slight taint of the African blood ranks as white, is a question for the solution of a jury.
You catch that, Mama Chief? The determination is by a jury. So now we're seeing the evolution of the one drop rule, the nigga in the woodpile. But the nigga is an African taint. You see that, Master Self?
Did you say a jury?
Yeah, but go ahead. Reread it for Mama Chief so she hears exactly the context of what you just said.
No.
When the mulatto ceases and the party bearing some slight taint of the African blood ranks as white, is a question for the solution of a jury. So mulatto, it's not Indian and white, it's Negro and white.
Then white ain't a skin color. We got to remember that when we hear this stuff. This is what they tricked us with. The white supremacists, the Magna Carta, and all of that is made up stuff.
You're absolutely correct, Mama Chief. What the perception here is, these are European colonists saying they brought African cargo and are supplanting the American called an Indian or the Negro. They are creating the Negro concept in this act. Where are you in the next section, Master? So
I gotta go find another piece because that was just the section 1 through 6.
Yeah, because we need to show how they prevented us from assemblage, from the body politic. OTK, you still got your copy up?
Somebody in the chat, every study said, can we read that again? And I'm talking about my records to anybody in the chat. Shout out to you.
OTK, you keep running on us, bro. Come on, bro. What's happening?
Shout out to all y'all out there.
Because I'm driving, I can't pull it up, or I would pull it up. Or Mama Chief, why don't you pull up your own copy of the Negro Act? I'd rather us be looking at the statute itself, not these references from Wikipedia or Google searching. We need to see what the statute says. You feel me, sis?
Who's saying, what do you want me to pull up? I'll go and do it.
The Negro Act of 1740, the actual statute. See, first, as we've already started with our conversation today, we keep using the word law and misrepresenting what is law. The only law is common law, which is nature's law. The constitutional law is what our ancestors created in the Organic Constitution of 1787, based on the Iroquois Confederacy according to the Congressional Record. The Articles of Confederation and the 1787 Constitution were based on the governing processes of the Iroquois Confederacy. That's what's in the Congressional Record. Now, the document itself only has one ethnic group identified with a negative clause of excluding Indians not taxed. When you say exclusion, using the operative phrase not taxed, is it not easy to presume that there are Indians who are taxed? Right? And since there's no other ethnic group in the document, for comparison, there are no Africans, no Europeans under the Constitution. Only Indians are the ethnic population referenced in the Constitution. So when they were enumerating whole number of free persons, including those bound to terms of service, excluding Indians not taxed, semicolon, 3/5 all other persons. I argue each and every category group of people referred to in the enumeration clause were Indians according to the document itself. And 3/5 all other persons are women and children, not African slaves. But since we are so bereft in basic fundamental things such as reading the document and seem to have real problems with reading comprehension, we keep letting others tell us something that does not pertain to the document itself or to the American known as the Negro. But we'll just chop it up where Master Self, did you get that next section on how they're concocting Frankenstein's monster?
No, I ain't found. I'm finding a lot of. I'm trying to find the exact act. I'm finding a lot of.
Yeah, because that's what's best. That's what they do with this social media and with this thing called the internet. There are other people with their algorithms and mostly non-Americans. You feel me, Master Self?
Yeah.
Because the American is not doing this. These are all United States citizens and foreigners shaping the information, the historical context, and therefore what becomes the propaganda and the narrative. OTK, what's happening, bro? You fell up. You fell down on your job, man. Where's the statute?
Another thing about what you said, between the law and the codes, and what I just read, it told how they categorized everybody under chattel real estate, which the codes apply to cattle real estate, not a natural breathing human being.
Now, until someone can show another document as an act, statute, regulation, or, again, I argue, when you Google Code Noir, as opposed to we use the translation, the Black Codes, you will find how this Code Noir helped fashion the Negro that we're seeing created. And once the Negro was created, Carter G. Woodson told us very simply that Negro, by definition, is miseducated. Would you agree, Master? So?
Yep.
The Code Noir, also known as the Edict of the King, was a set of 55 articles passed by the French government. Now, wait a minute, hold it. What the hell the French got to do with the Europe? So that's what I was just wondering, y'all. All three of these people colonized this place, right?
They were all under the Catholic Church. All of them, the Dominicans, the Franciscans, the Spaniards, they were all under the Catholic Church.
Okay, and
let's not forget the Dutch and the British were last to the party. So you got Spain, Portugal, France, Dutch, and the British bringing up the tail end. But go ahead, Sister Cook.
So then, in other words, they all came in on every side of us. So that lets us know there that we were here and in full force. So, but they done gave us this one little 13 colony story, and we've been, you know what I'm saying? We've been in gets with that. But when in fact, it was a whole diabolical plan scheme with a lot of people.
Yep. So they basically went with whoever's doctrine worked best. That's what they went with, basically.
Okay, and so get this though. They all came over here with telling us they came over here for what? Religious freedom, and coming to get away from that place to come over here to bring their religion over here to impose upon us.
Right.
So,
Bro, my sister, you said there were 55 edicts, whether you want to go through them or not. Could you give us an understanding and overview contextually of what is Code Noir, which has evolved into the Black Codes?
it's the King's Edict, which are a set of 55 articles. I'll pull them up in a minute. I will. Passed by the French government in 1724 to regulate the relationship between Europeans and Africans in colonial Louisiana. Come on, go to Louisiana, can we?
You already know what's going on down there with Creoles, fancies, all this mulatto octoroon, quadroon, all this kind of stuff evolves out of it. But my brother, I really want you to get back to that Negro Act so you see the constriction and the confines of the Negro creation. You feel me, Master?
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
Let me finish
I'm
this
trying
now.
to find it, man, but I can't find the.
What you looking for, baby? I'll try to help you.
I'm finding a lot of other stuff.
What you looking for?
Before that, I believe they had something called the Act for the Better Ordering of Slaves in 1690.
Well, they also had the code was based on a similar code created in 1685 for the French Caribbean colonies.
Yep.
Yeah.
I just wanted you both to understand. You see how the word is called milieu, another French word, by the way. This conglomeration of this intermingling between the Spaniards, the Portuguese, the French, the Dutch, and I keep stressing the English are last to the party. But who do we keep focusing on today? Because we speak American English, not British English. So every time you hear that lisp and that accent, that's evidence of a criminal. You feel me, Master Self? Should be red flags, should be alarm bells going. But we love to be seduced by that British accent, don't we? Over here in Turtle Island.
Yeah, that New York was made to regulate between the slaves and the colonies, pretty much. But it talks about Caribbean, it talk about the islands. So, when you look at that, you can almost just see how this thing go. See, they was inhabiting the islands and they was moving around, bringing it here and pushing us further,
So they set up on the islands. What was the date again on the Code Noir? 1624. And then as they move on the mainland, it evolves into the black codes based on what?
Code Noir is 1724, bro.
And the Negro Act is 1740. So what are we seeing here side by side comparatively from British and English colonialists?
A pattern.
Based on their interactions with Africans. But they are imposing it on Americans to become known as the Negro. This is what I'm trying to help Master of Self with. Do you get what I'm putting down, Master of Self?
Yeah, yeah.
That the Negro is a creation. But keep going, brother.
Just like the mulattoes.
So y'all saying a mulatto is not an Indian and somebody else?
It's a creation.
It's a Negro.
Now you fell down on your job, OTK. Back to the statute. Back to the statute of 1740.
Hold on. Let me hold on. Whoa. Hold on. Let me get this goddamn understanding. Let me get this understanding now.
Bring the statute up, then you'll get that understanding.
Because I was in my car, I was in the truck on my way back. You know what I mean? When I heard the definition of mulatto, so a mulatto is a Negro mixed with a
Well,
European,
according to
whatever
that act that Master Self was reading, it was saying white and Negro, but he had problems with getting further into the statute, OTK. That's why I was saying if you would bring up the statute, then he could help flesh out better.
The thing is though, Indians was classified as Negro too at one point. So we know also an Indian and a white European is also a mulatto.
But just
y'all don't agree? Well, hold on. Y'all don't agree?
No, we going based off what the act said, the language in the act.
No. The act was based off of Indian and European mixture first, not an African and European.
That's not what it said.
The law was based in South Carolina in 1740. Show me an African in 1740 in South Carolina that was a slave.
OTK. That's why we were telling you to bring the statute back up. What he read in the statute had African taint of blood. Can you pull that back up, Master Self, where you were reading before you dropped off section
That's the
6?
bullshit.
Because I'm
That's
still
where the bullshit got in.
Caucasian.
Because once you black or you Negro at this time, you will be considered as African or an Indian at some point. At 1740 in South Carolina, man, Indians and American Indians and Negro slave got synonymous. It became synonymous on the state census.
OTK,
So
we
if an
got you
Indian
on that.
Those were Indians that, but the Indians that was in enmity with the government were free Indians.
No,
So they
no,
wasn't
now you're
classified
talking-
of the same.
Whoa. So now you're talking about the females. See, you're not comprehending. I'm not saying, but maybe your source is not making a distinction of who they're talking about in South Carolina.
No,
Bro,
this is the
OTK.
Negro.
Hold on, Master. Hold on, Master Self. OTK. We were reading the sections of the act. Would you please, if you could, my good brother, is to bring
Somebody
up
can
the
share it,
statute.
man. Yeah,
If you
somebody
could
can
bring
share it.
up the statute, OTK, all he was doing was reading the first 6 sections. We couldn't go further in the other restrictions on once the Negro was defined.
Yeah, but
That's
then
where we
I
were.
heard something else too. When I was in the store, I heard Mama Chief say something about darker Indians. Like it wasn't no darker Indians, you know.
No,
Like
she was
what?
talking about her family. She was talking about her family specifically, not the whole. Indian.
Oh, I'm about to say, God damn, ain't no darker Indians. Everybody in the store was like, "What? Who was us?"
But
'Cause I was
OTK, OTK, OTK.
Alright.
This is
That's
how we
why I
keep
asked the
down. This is how we reduce confusion. If you could be so kind, my brother, and because I'm driving, I would have done it. If you could bring the statute itself up so we can deal with the act and the language in the act, not our opinions, not our perspectives. We need to know what was passed into, as we call law, though it's not law, it is a statute that was based on codes. That's where she was talking about Code Noir, which was in 1724. But the Negro Act is creating the Negro. And that's what we were dealing with the definitions, OTK. So if Master Self, if you still have those first 6 sections, if you could kind of bring them back up and let
Yeah, hey, you can
OTK
share
hear
your
that.
screen. Yeah, you can share your screen. I can share it now. I'm back in front of the computer now.
Can I say this though?
I'm on my phone. Can you bring it up? Because I'm on my phone. Can you bring it up so they can see it?
Excuse me. I think we're really getting twisted because when we think about the fact that we've been given all this colonization talks, all this black, white, colored, mulatto, Negroes, and all, and we know that all of it came from somewhere else because we literally was not doing that prior to colonization. So, but then when we look at it and we got to figure out, okay, who is who? How could we be subdued by a pale-skinned weakling who we seen them when they came over here in the late 1800s? Who is them that is different than those that supposed to came over here and subdued us? When we got Moors every day telling us who did what to us, why are we evading the issue about who the Black Moors are? I mean, I'm just saying. And we all probably got Moors in our family.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the Moors right now. I was just asking the question about the mulatto.
We can't debate who the Negroes is when you look at this. Listen at this, what this says. The first call of the Louisiana thing is that they defeat the expulsion of Jews from the colony. This is Louisiana. You don't know about that, these places. We can't evade that they didn't even colonize Louisiana. It's not one of the 14 colonies.
The thing is, though, it's way more history before Louisiana became Louisiana. You got to start in the 13. I don't care what nobody say. You got to start on the East Coast in the 13. Now, the West Coast, the Pacific Coast, they have their own history that can start around the same damn time as ours start. Because, you know what I mean? The islands over there and all that. But I'm going to tell you like this. It wasn't no other states. Louisiana wasn't Louisiana. All of these are places. Man, all right. I'm gonna leave that alone.
So OTK, personally,
but
I'm not
I don't like
avoiding.
that, man. Shout out to my grandmama, man, who was a straight up Indian mixed with a French during the wars.
So OTK.
You know what I mean? Her bloodline. I'm just saying, and she was a mulatto. They ended up becoming brass ankles. That was the name that they was giving them because they was mixed. So they called them brass ankles in South Carolina.
And you've heard of Melungeon, and you've heard of Octoroon, you've heard of all these different labels. But here's what I'm going to suggest, OTK. I personally, am not avoiding the Moorish discussion. However, the category of Moor is Africans and Spaniards and Portuguese, particularly Sephardic and French Huguenots. All of those categories of Europeans and Africans, quote unquote, are Moors. However, it seems the beef is between the dark-skinned Negropeans and the Africans, which is why this law is talking about a taint of African blood. You follow me, OTK? So, if Master of Self, you got those 6 sections again, could you reiterate that for bringing OTK up to speed of where we were with the definition in the act?
That all Negroes, Indians, free Indians in enmity with this government, and Negroes, mulattoes, and mestizos who are now free accepted, mulattoes or mestizos who now are or shall hereafter be in this province, and all their issue and offspring, born or to be born, shall be, and they are hereby declared to be and remain forever hereafter absolute slaves, and shall follow the condition of the mother. Hold on, I was past that.
No, stay right there for a second, Master. That was what section was that you were reading? Was that 1 or 2?
No, I'm on a different page.
With that part that you were saying about the condition of the mother, and you said forever slave, we must say this is literally under Dum Diversis, Intercateris, Romanus Pontifex, and what we have called contemporary times, the doctrine of discovery, because that is the edict of perpetual servitude, correct?
Yeah. So I skipped a section to go down there for real. It's a lot more above it.
That's cool. Let's just stay on that section for a second, and then you can go back to giving the context for OTK to be brought up to speed. Reread that section and this
Alabama.
Yes, sir.
I'm very familiar with that. What he's reading, that 1740. It should also say that American woman or whatever can be classified as free people of color.
Yeah, that's the next part.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with that. I got that. I just couldn't find it to pull it up, but I got that. That's why I told you, like, my
OTK, I know you on yours, but I'm talking about these goofy motherfuckers who keep trying to put perpetual servitude on us, bro. That's what I'm pissed off.
We don't care about them no more, Alabama.
We're trying
you done got me out of caring about them. Like how Mama Chief was talking to us. Like y'all motherfuckers need to wake up.
Yeah,
Fuck talking to them, Alabama. We need to talk to us. Just
I'm
us.
talking
So, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Mama Chief.
I'm talking to us because we are the ones that's the trailblazers. We are the ones that need to be trying to show them that's coming on the panel now asking questions. So we've been here. So what's our work? That's all I'm saying.
And I feel you on that,
But now,
sister. I just wanted master.
I do
I just wanted
appreciate you
master
for
of
going
self.
through this. Yep.
No, here's the thing, OTK. I wanted master of self to understand we are watching the creation of Frankenstein's monster. You got me, master of self?
Right. Hey, listen, Alabama, I was just about to say that. I was about to say, now, Alabama, I understand and I appreciate you for taking time out of your busy schedule and being able to break yourself down to talk to younger brothers. The other brother that was up here, you know what I mean, Proverbs, and then another brother come up here, master of self. 2 young brothers in one day. Man, let me drop this link for my boy's studies, because that's epic. Go ahead, Alabama.
So, master of self, would you reread that section leading up to the condition of the mother and how they're putting perpetual servitude for these goofy, mentally deranged motherfuckers who just need to be a slave? Cook, brother, cook.
All right. All Negroes, Indians, mulattoes, or mestizos who now are or shall hereafter be in this province, and all their issuing offspring born or to be born shall be and they are hereby declared to be and remain forever hereafter absolute slaves, and shall follow the condition of the mother, and shall be deemed taken, reputed, and adjudged in law to be chattels personnel in the hands of their owners and possessors, and their executors, administrators, and assigns to all intents.
I got you. That's just getting into kind of legalese. So just stay with me for a second here, master. So, because see, this is what the woman, the Aboriginal woman, needs to comprehend clearly. This is taking her womb, because no man can issue forth. Please reread that portion, brother.
Facts. No, man, you are what your mother are.
That's in the genetics.
Yes, but
all Negroes, Indians
over there, though, you are what your father are over there, and you know why they go by that? Because most of the fathers was Jews, and you know how they felt. They didn't enslave each other as long as you fell up underneath their religious code. So if they make you something else, now they can enslave you because you're going against religion. But go ahead, brother Cook.
Negroes, Indians, mulattoes, or mestizos who are now or shall hereafter be in this province, and all their issuing offspring born or to be born shall be, and they are hereby declared to be and remain forever hereafter absolute slaves, and shall follow the condition of the mother, and shall be deemed chattel personnel in the hands of their owners and possessors and their executors, administrators, and assigns to all intents, constructions, purposes whatsoever.
You do understand you are now describing labor and supervisors, right?
Right.
So whether you want to circle back to the beginning, OTK, because you get where we were in the conversation when you came back in, I just wanted him to understand the Negro is being created. Before then, it was an identifier. Are you an African Negro or are you an American Negro? Now they are creating the Frankenstein monster. But go ahead, young blood.
Facts. I agree with that.
This is free people of color, provided that if any Negro, Indian, mulatto, or mestizo shall claim his or her freedom, it shall and may be lawful for the Negro, Indian, mulatto, or mestizo, or any person or persons whatsoever on his or her behalf to apply to the justices of His Majesty's Court of Common Pleas by petition or motion, either during the sitting of the said court or before any of the justices of the same court at any time in the vacation. And the said court or any of the justices thereof shall, and they are hereby fully empowered to admit any person so applying to be guardian for any Negro, Indian, mulatto, or mestizo claiming his, her, or their freedom. And such guardians shall be enabled, entitled, and capable in law to bring an action of trespass, and the nature of ravishment, of war against any person who shall claim property in, or who shall be in possession of any such Negro, Indian, mulatto, or mestizo, provided that in any action or suit to be brought in pursuance of the direction of this act, the burden of this proof shall lay upon the plaintiff, and it shall be always presumed that every Negro, Indian, mulatto, and mestizo is a slave unless the contrary can be made appear, in which case the burden of the proof shall lie on the defendant. The Indians in enmity with this government accepted.
May I? Maybe it's
One last thing, Mama Chief, before you cook on it. Can we clearly explain what is amity? Amity. But go ahead.
now, I just wanted to ask. Now that's in Carolina, right?
Yeah, South Carolina.
South Carolina. So in Louisiana, they got a whole total different thing going on. So would it be safe to say in a lot of places we had a whole lot of different things going on, and they kind of like teaching us different aspects of things they wanted us to ascertain to or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Because
I'll be the first to agree with that, Mama Chief. I'll be the
okay,
first to agree with that, Mama Chief. Go ahead.
because I'm looking at 1724 when Alabama said bring up the code New Orleans. See, that's not code for everybody. The code New Orleans got codes ain't about everybody. It's just about Louisiana. And it's in 1724. So the first code, remember I told you it was 55 of them, right? The first one is the decree that expulsion of all the Jews from their colonies. So what colonies did they have in Louisiana? So see, we're learning some more stuff that went on even right now. To me, I am, because I didn't know they had colonies. I thought it was just the 13 colonies, John. So
No,
now,
Mama.
yeah.
No, Mama. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mama.
Remember, you're discussing French specifically right now. That's why I stress Code Noir. Then it evolves into black codes, and within 100 years, then becomes Jim Crow. But go ahead, cook, Mama Chief.
That's when I first came in, and I was saying, how is it that we acting like the 13 colonies rule all 55 or 50 whatever state they don't claim we got now? But when we had the French colonizing places, and then the Spanish colonizing places, and then the Europeans colonizing places. But when we really look at that, anybody on the chat, anybody that did their research, was them people of color or was they really pale skinned? Yo, that's the whole skit right here that we got to break through. Who was?
Oh, we already know they was melanated, Mama. We already know they was melanated. We passed that. We already know they was melanated. That's why we asked them, what more are you?
But hold on, OTK. See, the Moorish argument is under the status of whiteness, and supposedly with the Treaty of Peace and Friendship and the Sultan, the Moroccan Sultan. So where did this white shit come from, originated for what purpose, and now codified in the act to create a Negro?
It was Moorish law.
Them.
Came from Moorish law.
To get them supreme rule type. Because what, white in law means divine, right?
Right.
What law though? Is that every state law?
Remember the Blacks law. The Blacks law.
No, hold on, Mama. Listen to my question real quick. Does that law apply to all states?
This was just Louisiana, and that's what I'm saying. And what he just read was Carolina. So that's why.
Okay, but the point that he's making, Mama Chief, is, and this is why I keep stressing, Spaniards, Portuguese, French, Dutch, and the English are last to the party. So each of them are doing what differently that we're calling law, which is actually statutes, codes, and regulations. Because the only law is common law of our authority as sovereigns, the only ones of this soil. So everybody else is bringing their statutes, codes, and regulations of foreign origin, imposing it on the American, being made into the Negro. Are you following me now?
That's right.
It's all dogma. It's all dogma.
It's all a trick.
So then it says France
you got to remember, they all work for the Catholic Church.
right, but listen, France is a civil law system. Thus, the most important source of French laws are the 5 basic code. Code civil, Le Nouveau Code de la. Yeah, all these are some codes, penal codes, and the French Constitution. These sources, along with customs, are primary sources. So would it be safe to say we got French laws and codes, we got Spanish laws and codes, and we got the English laws and codes, and the Dutch?
Baby girl,
Yeah,
once
because
you say
they're
French,
separate. They're
once
separate
you say- hold
doctrines.
on. Whoa. But once you say French, it is Spanish.
Spanish, right?
Yes, it is.
Mhm.
Yes, it is. French, Spanish,
The only
Portuguese,
here's what I would say, OTK.
English have their own shit. The English
They
and the
did,
Brits
but only
had
with their
their own
language
shit.
version of Catholicism. Then you get to the British, you get Protestant mixed in it.
Mixed
But
in
each
it.
and every one of them, the Dutch, the German, the Russians, except the Tsar Empire, are under the Pope putting these people on their thrones. We have to understand clearly what is monarchy and how it is given authority. It is given authority through the vicar of God on earth. In the case of England, they were breaking the fuck away. They created their own church, the Church of England. They then created Protestant denominations under Martin Luther's protesting. But Martin Luther did not stop being a Catholic bishop.
You're right. And he didn't even start it. He came from up underneath somebody else. And you know what? I'm going to start breaking that down because people don't like to talk about religion, but religion plays a major part with these doctrines that they came across with and these concepts and these motivations that these peoples had. I don't care what nobody say.
Like the Catholic University that started back then. They was with the Jesuits. It's a lot that people don't even.
No, you can't say people don't know. You can't say it's a lot. That
Yeah,
people
don't be frustrated, young brother. Don't be frustrated.
Don't ever think that somebody don't know. It's just that they might know something that you not up on, and you might know something they up on. So that's why we got to have a common ground and understanding, some kind of lenient, so we can understand where each other coming from. Now, once I understand where you coming from, and you ain't coming from where I'm coming from, then that's where the problem might come in at.
OTK, could you give me a moment to walk with this young brother? But here's what I need from you, my good brother, because I'm always going to defer. I see you done brought your cousin up here, even Darvis. I'm going to defer to you as an expert on South Kakalaki. But we need the origin date of the legislature of the colony. This is not the state of South Carolina. This is colonial legislation that created the Negro Act in 1740. When did this colonial body start, and of what degree of authority and jurisdiction did they have? So do you get what I'm saying, Master of Self? Because I want him to circle back to the very first part of the act. In the very beginning, and Darvis, please cook on this. In the very beginning, let's deal, hold on, because I'm tired of these dumb, mentally deranged motherfuckers on the short bus.
I told you.
Deal with the beginning section and the definition again, please, Master of Self.
And Master of Self. In 1670, the colony of Charleston was founded. Not the whole state of South Carolina was colonized. They had a little colony in Charleston. The Spanish tribe before that, but they got ran the fuck out. Your boy DeSoto, he tried over there on the let me see where I'm at in Charleston. That would be the western side of South Carolina. He tried towards Alabama, out that way right there. He tried, but he got ran out. You know what I mean? He almost got killed. In fact, they got some stories that where he might have died. He might have died by the hands of them, but I'm just saying. So
OTK.
No Portuguese ever had no colony in North America.
OTK.
Goddamn, I was talking in the middle of talking, man.
I know, but it's Ali on the damn phone. I told him about your look with the podcast and whatnot. He wanted to say what's up to you, nigga.
Oh, what's up, man? Tell him hit the link. What's up, Snow? That's my fucking little bubba, y'all. That's my little bubba, man. Goddamn. Why you stop calling me?
Shit, goddamn, I ain't got your number no more, bro.
Well, that makes a major point. That makes a major point. Shit, that explains it. But damn, hey man, shout out to my cousin Al Snow, man. And this is why I be playing my dog Al Poco the Don so much, because of my little brother right here, Al Snow. You know what I mean? He giving time to the corporation right now, but when he get on, man, everything good. But he was another one that can beat on the table and rap, make their own beats while they rap and all of that. You know what I mean? And when he come home, I'm gonna have some live performances by him and all that, man. Hey, shouts out to you, Al Snow. But you already know Dog was gonna give you my number.
You want me to drop something? You want me to drop something right now? Because I got my drum and everything in this now.
Oh, well, go ahead. Hell yeah. How the hell I'm gonna tell my brother no? My younger brother at that. How the fuck I'm gonna tell you no? Go ahead. Y'all please excuse me real quick. This my brother calling.
Come right there beside me and hold it, cuz. Yeah.
Go ahead. My motherfucking brother, man. That's one of my younger brothers from the penitentiary. Let me know when you ready, Snow.
All right.
You good whenever you ready.
I'm ready now.
All right, go
I
ahead.
got that great wrong brass on the block. You ain't know I can tell her that's the thing when you drop. You ain't know people junkie always work around the clock. You ain't know, yeah, you ain't know, and you ain't know I got that straight draw brass on the block. You ain't know I can tell her that's the thing when they drop. You ain't know people junkie always work around the clock. You ain't know, yeah, when you ain't know, yeah. When you ain't know, just by playing for the future. It's drive a Range Rover, I be getting Land Cruiser, solo everything in neutral. When I touch the mic, I story everybody chewing, I blow like hurricane. People nothing but propane fluid, just that Novocaine music. Raw 9 ton of the demons for little stupid and Halloween, just that Novocaine music. Raw 9 ton of the demons for little stupid and Halloween, take out the top, chilling in my mansion, damn I got done it. Cause I'm the world champion, niggas be running with it. It's like a praying mantis, he's in the city or the country, nigga, I ain't grand. Got money like a fan, so chilling like a man. And my bitch got a man, them like she has a phantom, and still gon' have a Lambo. Come on now, like Rambo, the girls singing handsome. Give me commando, that street dog plans on the floor. You ain't know I can tell it that's the thing when it drops. You ain't know people junkie always work around the clock. You ain't know, yeah, when you ain't know, yeah, when you ain't know this eliminate the drugs, I could be all you. The snow is far growing up, I will be all you. Bring it to the streets and let the upon the rock, lay concrete. B-A-E-T-D, LK is what they call me. Some call me Snowman, love because of the cocaine. I was bubbling on your league. The trucks of that American got called from the brain. I'm trapping in your man, y'all. You be at suburban niggas. The fans don't know what I'm about. That under the street light. That could have been scared when I ain't talking about the ski thing. Before I caught 20 years, how they had they posters fake. But Lord nigga, the E right. Snow was just not come home. Welcome back to the relay. Now I'm posted back on the block. They how my brain did I go. They want the rent, how my brain did I call. It ain't come from being suspicious. How I move or how I flaws. The munchies, my people, some people, but they eat you a bluff. Some people are hating. I never been the type asking. I'ma get mine with the fuck out the bag.
True that.
Hey, Snow, you
Yeah.
gotta call my phone so I can definitely hear that shit a little clear, man. Oh shit. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? And you be home soon though.
But you already know I've been here that right there, you feel me?
Oh
So,
yeah, oh
you know what
yeah.
I'm saying?
You
I
keep on.
raised it's a new. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Love you, bro. God damn, man. Hey, dog, make sure you give him my number, man. For real, for real.
Sure, I got
Man.
you. Yeah, that's what I
Love
came
you.
up here for, man. Let you know that, though, man.
Love you, bro. Love you, bro. Wild ass Indian shit. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I just know. Listen, holler back at me on the weekend, man.
All right, this weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, send him my number so he can call me whenever. Yeah. Call me. Call me,
I'm
bro.
gonna text you your phone number.
Yup.
All right.
Man, I appreciate that, Dobbs, man. That's my motherfucking brother, man. About to finish up his 20. I got another brother doing 20. Got another brother doing 20. You know what I'm talking about? Oh, man. God damn, man. Y'all boy just don't know, man. The struggle is real out here, man. Especially when you come from a community where you one of the ones who help make your community different. When you help, you know what I mean? It's a power struggle, y'all. And I'm gonna tell you like this, man. None of us wouldn't even last this long. I'm gonna tell you straight up. My brothers them in jail and doing time or whatever, man, and stuff like that, man. If we all was on the streets together, and Darvis would tell you this too, boy. He know me, him, none of us probably would be on this fucking live chat right now. And that's real talk, because when you like helping change your community and mold it, and you changed it up underneath your way, and then you find out that damn, after the years, like shit, I got to find out how to change this motherfucker to a better way. That shit causes problem, and you know what I mean? And for us teaching each other, because we always learning from each other, you know, we always experimenting and shit. Yeah, we had elders that came before us, but we always experimenting, so we kind of like learn that shit as we go. You understand what I'm saying, man? And for us to still be here, man, even though they in the penitentiary, they still here. And shouts out to all my peoples that's still here in my community, man. Yeah, we put a lot of elders away, man. You know what I mean? Which they always will tell us, like, yo, I rather you supposed to bury me. I'm not supposed to bury you. And that's something that's always was taught. And I'm gonna tell you, dog, in our community, woman held way more goddamn word and power than the goddamn man. Mama cut your ass. The man might tell you, hey, don't you tell your mama. Nah, hell nah. Mama talking to other mama, boy, you get your ass cut twixt times. You get your ass cut when you did something, and then you get your ass cut when you go home. They ain't gonna ask you, why they call, why she called me? No, they gonna just say, why you did that. You can explain yourself after the ass cutting. Explain yourself after the ass cut. You know what I'm talking about? Hey man, hey, with that
And
being
then
said, man, shout out to my Goose Creek community, man, and all the mamas out here. Word. I'm sorry, y'all, man.
Shout out to the Mama Chief. Yeah, you be quiet when Big Mama speak. What she gave us is a part of me. It flows through my arteries. Even on that journey, that love grows how the garden be. The first to teach us when we sick, the first to heal us. Mama's boy, yeah, you know, her pride and joy. Soul food, yeah, you know, I'm an enjoy. Calm you down just by the sound of her voice. There isn't another feeling inside when they cheering you on at your game and you feeling the pride. You and your siblings fighting, she gon' make you put them feelings aside. She can't lead you down the road, but she can give you the guide. Where you think I get that blissful look in my eyes? I need a side of ice cream with Bimars apple pie. You know for sure for Mama Chief, you know I'ma ride. Cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. The greatness, the patience, the foundation, the knowledge passed down so many generations, our motivation. I just want to thank you for my creation. Cause we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. The dedication, I seen your tears at my graduation. Now look, my your boy that made it. You the reason I'm one of the greatest. Yeah, cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. Now be quiet, let Big Mama speak.
Man, I don't know what I miss, y'all, but I feel like I missed something. But my honor, my honor, y'all. It's my honor to be here with y'all. You know, I do what I do because I got babies out here in these streets, and they don't pay me no attention. So I'm grateful to y'all, and hopefully, each one teach one. Somebody will reach my babies. 'Cause I got
yeah,
7
we
great
gotta change
grandbabies,
that.
and I want them to get this, y'all. I need them to get this. I just had a niece call me from Colorado with somebody that lives down the street from me, 20 minutes from me in reality, but they up in Colorado. She called me and asked me, did I know them? I put them in my tree. How about they in my tree, 4th cousins? She said, Auntie, the world can't be this small, can it? The world is smaller than we realize, y'all. We all are really interconnected. And I love you guys. And I'll land on that note.
The only problem I have with that, Mama Chief, is kind of the propaganda by a Jane Elliott last night, trying to call us cousins and claiming that 300,000 years ago, you know, repeating the bilge of the out of Africa theory. So this skin folk and kinfolk isn't just skin complexion. It is also the intentions and the mentality of some deranged people. So I don't know if we moved away from that OTK with Master of Self. I just wanted, again, to understand that the Negro is a creation like Frankenstein's monster. So Master of Self, if you got that, then my work here is done.
Well, wait a minute. First of all, let me say, no, I said his people pulled up in my tree. The name and his relative per se pulled up in my tree. That's what I was saying.
But you do understand that not just Jane Elliott, other people claiming they're descendants of Eve and that is out of Africa keep attaching themselves as leeches to the American known, I will keep reiterating, known as the Negro.
Well, I understand that. Absolutely. But that was not the case. So when you said it, I just had to make sure you understood that was not the case.
Oh, we're not at cross purposes, my sister. I'm saying for the mentally challenged in the audience, on the replay, who keep repeating foreign crap of foreigners, trying to keep a Negro creation under chains. That is war. And I yield.
Shout out to my cousin Davis Blaylock. How you doing, cousin?
Peace, man. Peace to the gods. Peace to the goddesses. How you doing, mama?
I'm all right, Davis. Thank you for asking.
That's the business. That's the business, man. But yeah, man, I didn't mean to interrupt y'all bill, man. I was checking up, listening to the bill, man, but I got a call from one of my people, you know what I mean? I was telling them, I mean, you know how that go. This is the bill, so I let them listen to OTK little thing. But I didn't mean to interrupt y'all bill. Y'all had a powerful thing going on, man.
Hell nah, I don't give a fuck about no Bill, dog. That's my fucking brother. You did the right thing. That's our little brother. You already know. You know what I mean? You already know. Fuck everything else. I mean, the information I get, we can always re-pick up where we left off at with information. Y'all can hear me? Mic check 1 2. I'm loud and clear. I'm good.
Loud and clear.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna drop this real quick, man.
December 4th, 1969. Akua Njeri was 19 years old and sleeping next to her fiance, the Illinois Black Panther Party chairman, Fred Hampton.
The next thing I remember was someone in our room shaking Chairman Fred. Chairman, wake up, wake up. Plaster was flying off the wall. You could smell the cordite from the gunshot. If you've ever been under gunfire, 5 minutes is 5 hours. To you, it seems like forever. The shooting started back again. Then another voice unfamiliar to me said, "He's good and dead now." I knew they were talking about Chairman Fred.
Fred Hampton was murdered by his government. But before that, he was a leader.
Let me give this disclaimer. These are not the views of OTK. These are the views of this website, Fair Use Warning. But I'm going to keep stopping and interjecting and talking about it. Anytime y'all hear something, y'all can tell me stop it. You know what I mean? Please.
In a movement practicing a new kind of activism. A movement targeted because of its power to unite people.
Marking 1964 as a historic year in race relations, on July 2nd, President Johnson signed into law the Civil Rights Act. It was the strongest.
In the 1960s, racial progress in the U.S. was at a turning point. Activists won major civil rights victories, and the era of Jim Crow laws came to an end. But at the end of the decade, there were still deep social and economic gaps for Black people across the country. Black Americans continued to face high poverty, poor housing, and unemployment.
No sound, OTK.
Damn, because I'm muted like a mug. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Mama.
I was wondering if that was me.
Nah, but this is I want to show who I saw this at. This is from Vox. You know, y'all go subscribe. They got 12.
Vox be tight. Even Vice.
Yeah, they got 12.2 million subscribers. These are people who I listen to because I like the information. I like in depth. And they always give their point of view and not saying that it's permanent. So that's why I like them. So I just wanted to show that just for information.
Who you say it is?
Also.
VOX, Mama Chief.
VOX. Okay.
Vox.
Thank you, love. Thank you.
But you're probably familiar with Vice. I hear Vice might be going out of business. I think they filed for bankruptcy.
That's crazy. Yeah,
But
but they
when
got
you go to
12.2
Vox,
million subscribers.
they have
Go
a
ahead,
very interesting series of what it's like Explain. You seen the Explain series, OTK?
Stop it, Alabama.
Yeah. Are you hip to that? Are you hip to the Explain series?
Alabama. man. God damn, you make some damn documentary nights, man.
Y'all got me interested.
Alabama, you gotta understand, man. You've been doing this and bringing this out to the people, man.
Y'all
Leave
got
some
me
kind of room
interested.
for
I
us,
didn't know
Alabama.
what's in that one.
No, but
Shout out
don't
to
get it
everybody in the
twisted now.
chat.
It's less toxic whitewashing than what's already in the curriculum and the dogma, Mama Chi. But what's intriguing, and eventually this is what's going to happen when the American, he or she, gets their head out of their behind, that when they start declaring and stating their personal family stories, my argument is there is no history until our story is told. It is only his story. That's it.
Yep. So is. They made my story a mystery, hey? We trying to figure this shit out, right?
And listen, with these
Now, one
closed
of the
captioning,
piece to that though,
sometimes
OTK.
these closed captionings be messing up words, y'all. But I put the go ahead.
Now, OTK, could you, and again, because if I'm driving or I would do some clerical, the Indian Civil Rights Act of 1866, could you pull it up as it was passed by Congress? And the Indian Civil Rights Act of 1968 that was passed a week after the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. And most people do not know that's what the actual act says. The Indian Civil Rights Act.
But it don't mean that now, though. So, you know what I'm saying? It became all people's civil rights. It became rights for all immigrants and people. It's not ours. That's why folks that Rachel Gonzalo, who was in the NAACP, gonna talk about she identifies as black. Why black?
As black, again, but black is not in law. It is
Right.
in code. It is
Right,
in code.
black
However,
code.
my good dear, as I will continue to iterate, in the Constitution is only one identified ethnic group. That is why the Congress
Indian.
passed acts pertinent to Indians.
That's right.
But y'all got it.
And in the preamble, if we would study the preamble, everybody would get it. And you would see where we are set up under trust in the preamble.
Decade, there were still deep social and economic gaps for Black people across the country. Black Americans continued to face high poverty, poor housing, and unemployment, and they still had little to no political representation. These disparities and an increase in brutal police violence led to uprisings across the country. Many young Black activists grew frustrated that the changes they'd hoped for hadn't come.
It's just the opposite of being a white man. That's about the best I
How many years ago was that, OTK?
After the police killing of an unarmed Black teen in San Francisco.
We say, Mama?
I just say, how many years ago was that? That sounds like today to me.
I ain't no lie in it.
Oh, shit.
You ain't lying, Mama.
Do any of y'all remember when they showed, there was a documentary series where they showed Fannie Lou Hamer as a sharecropper? Do you remember that, Mama Chi?
They show who?
Fannie Lou Hamer as an actual working sharecropper
Yes,
before
I
the
do.
infamous time she spent at the Mississippi Democratic Convention.
Yes, I remember. Mhm. But right here,
Increase
is this
in brutal
when?
police violence
I'm sorry.
led
Can
to
I
uprisings.
say something, OTK? Is this Yeah, them the dogs. And is this when we start turning the other cheeks and stop fighting for what was ours? Is this time frame right here that we're looking at now?
Well, this is the triggering
Jesus.
of Watts and other riots. Is
Jesus.
that how this is being portrayed again? OTK.
This is when Jesus come into
Now hold
play.
on. Right, hold. Right there. You see where it says support decent housing. Now remember, OTK, when we talked about the American Indian movement, started
It was
in
supposed to be
Minneapolis, Minnesota. These were the urban Indian issues, right? Housing, discrimination, police brutality. Where were these Mongoloid Siberian Huskies in any of these urban centers?
Never around. Where was they at doing any wars? Anyway, unless hey Mama Chief, I rewind it back a little bit because
Ooh-wee.
Okay, alright.
And the era of Jim Crow laws came to an end. But at the end of the decade, there were still deep social and economic gaps for Black people across the country. Black Americans continued to face high poverty, poor housing, and unemployment, and they still had little to no political representation. These disparities and
Excuse me,
an
did y'all
increase
see
in
that
brutal
those people
police
say, why
violence
should they
led
beg
to
for what's
uprisings
ours?
across
They
the
knew
country.
back then that it
Many
was
young
their
Black
stuff.
activists grew frustrated that the changes.
Hold on, Mama. What? Oh, you seen the sign? Oh, right there.
Oh yeah.
They
It
said,
said,
why
why
should we
should we
beg for
beg?
what's ours?
Go ahead,
They
Mama Chief.
knew that it was theirs. Why don't we know today it's ours?
Right there, Mama. There you go. Go ahead. There you go, Mama.
I mean, why? Why must we beg for what's ours? Right now, today, in 2025, why are we begging when they're giving our stuff to people overseas? They left the war. They left all those Afghanistan things over there. What y'all think they having war with over there? They left our stuff over there for them to have the war, and then they brought the people over here to us. What in the world? Y'all, we got to do it. We got to stand up. I'm sorry. I'm landing.
Yo, we gotta do a bill. We gotta do a bill on the history between the Homestead Act all the way up to the federal to the Bureau of Land Management.
Hey, Master Chief, man, put your email inside the back so I can get your email so I can contact you. Man, yeah, definitely. I don't mind you coming and we can build it, man. Listen, this is what I'm about. I'm about bringing this out rather than I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I took a little detour. I took a little detour, but you know what I mean? The only thing about a wild ass Indian, man, they always know when it's time to bring it back. You understand what I'm saying? But yeah, put your email in the back, man. Don't put it in the whole chat unless you want weirdos emailing you. So I like to protect everybody's privacy. So only the people that's on the panel will be able to see your email, and you can delete it. Let me see. Almost got it.
I just put it in there.
Yep, I almost got it. I'm about to. Yeah, you can delete it right now if you want to. I got it. You can
Is it
delete
all right
it
if
if you put it in that private chat.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, sweetie, I'll get in touch with you because we need everybody to stand up, you know. Right, what you just said about the land patents. Can I say something on that?
Yep, because that's a big topic we need to get into.
Yeah, because see, I know about it because I don't acquire and recover some. So when I say that, when we was just reading about those codes, what it says that slaves couldn't own land, why my folks owned a lot of land then?
My folks did too.
Our folks, they won't say all of us. We know a lot of us got land. So how is it that we gotta beg for what's ours, y'all?
Right.
All of us need to remember that when we go to sleep tonight. Why we got to beg for what's ours?
And we ain't never left the continent, so we ain't give up possession.
Okay.
Boy, I'm about to make a shirt out of that. That's a shirt right there.
Now, possession is a term in real estate. Literally, who has possession of the property has the authority of it. It's a term in real estate.
That's why they started on it. But when I tell you I got documentation that shows that the pale skin that was part of my family, that he ended up getting 40 acres and a mule. See, it wasn't our folks. He got the 40 acres and a mule, and he gave them some of that land to build a church on that is on there to this day that my family goes to.
Mike, check. Mike, did I get booted to the honky hole?
Tax-free land too, boy. Once it's up underneath the church, it's tax-free. Damn.
Mike check. Can you hear me, OTK? Because I know the squatulators, the crackers, and the other foreign invaders all around me out here in the goddamn Podunk USA, as they call it. Question, my good young brother. Do you understand that under the 2005 ruling of the United States Supreme Court, as you were, I guess, intimating possession is 9/10 of the law? If I don't want to put words in your mouth, I gather you're referencing land patents and possession as a real estate term. Do you know that the United States Supreme Court said all property law is based on the doctrine of discovery in the record of Oneida Nation versus the city of Sherrill or Sherrill,
And that's
whichever.
powerful. And I think people really should hear that again, King. We use these terms like land patent as if we don't know the history of it.
That's all issued by the Catholic Church.
And we know that is false. We know that there's some fallacy. That the Pope didn't even denounce that stuff. So why are we adhering to it? It was something that they gave us and we believed it. Now are we gonna still believe it, or are we gonna tell them, what would they discover? Because we know y'all ain't discovered the damn was already here.
Exactly.
We gotta also understand that a lot of those land patents came through by the federal government or the military. Before the federal government.
The many of them are the Spanish land grants. Again, who was first given the edict of this hemisphere under the doctrine of discovery? You see it in the ancient map of those two circles. The reason that Brazil is the only Portuguese-speaking nation in South America is because the Spaniards were given this hemisphere and the Portuguese was given the other hemisphere. I'm not saying it's authorized. I am saying under the agenda of get a nigga.
Right.
This is what we need to stop quarreling over. This is indisputable.
Okay, stay right there. Okay, we said there's three different people came with territory, right? What y'all say? Spanish, French, and the European, right?
Yeah, but all those are agents of the crown.
Okay.
Excuse me, agents of the cross or the church.
Yeah, but check this out though. What they gave us with the three sons of Abraham.
I know, Mom, your phone broke up just now.
Right? They gave us this religion, Christian, Muslim, and Judaism.
We already had those. I was saying your phone in and out just now, like we was talking, it was blinking in and out.
Davis, were you trying to talk with me or over me?
My bad, Mom. I was trying to tell you that your mic is going in and out.
Yeah, Mama Chief, you was breaking up when you were saying. I didn't hear nothing you said either, Mama Chief. Go ahead and repeat yourself, Mama Chief. Mic check 1 2. Everybody else on the panel can hear me loud and clear.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Mama Chief, your phone was you was breaking up, Mama Chief. We only heard parts of what you said. That's what he was saying, Mama Chief. Go ahead.
Hear me now? Can you hear me now? Am I clear now, y'all?
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
keep on talking.
Yeah.
Keep on talking. Let's go ahead.
I was just looking at those threes, y'all, because they gave us the three with those people, the Spanish, the European, and the French, right? I mean, Britain, right? Whatever. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Well, Mama Chief, Mama Chief.
No, don't
First,
let me finish.
I was just putting the actual people on the table. Spaniards, Portuguese, French, Dutch, and the British bring up the rear. But go ahead.
But that's five. That's five. It's only three major colonization. And I was just bringing in the fact that they always, told us about Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the Jews, the Muslim, and the Christian, So I'm just looking at all of these factions that they done put over us to try to hold us down from being who we truly are. Why must I beg for what's mine? And I land like that, y'all.
Bet, y'all. I'm gonna get back into this, man.
Black Americans continued to face high poverty, poor housing, and unemployment, and they still had little to no political representation. These disparities and an increase in brutal police violence led to uprisings across the country. Many young Black activists grew frustrated that the changes they'd hoped for hadn't come.
It's just the opposite of being a white man. That's about the best I can abbreviate that for you.
Hold on. Did y'all see
At the changes they'd many young Black activists grew.
Oh. Do y'all see that? Wanted for murder.
He's holding up a bounty for a race soldier, the boy in blue, right?
Right. And this I know Big Dog Philly OG love this part right here. When they say don't vote for mayor and shit like that. I know Big Dog Philly OG love that part right there.
And the mayor is a female horse. So the mayor should be a woman.
Shout out to Big Dog Philly OG, man.
These disparities and an increase in brutal police violence led to uprisings across the country. Many young Black activists grew frustrated that the changes they'd hoped for hadn't come.
It's just the opposite of being a white man. That's about the best I can abbreviate that for you.
After the police killing of an unarmed Black man in San Francisco, two activists in Oakland, California, Bobby Seale and Huey P. Newton, founded what was initially called the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. Newton had studied law and knew it was legal to carry arms in California as long as they were not concealed. The Panthers began to patrol their communities. As the movement grew, several highly publicized confrontations with police would bring about mainstream awareness of the Black Panther Party.
I gotta stop that right there because if y'all notice what they said, Huey P. Newton knew the law. And he know it was legal to carry long as it wasn't concealed. So now we see years later, now you gotta have a license to carry an unconcealed weapon in some states.
Yeah, but that's not a law though.
You only need a license when you're associated with a corporation.
That's not a law though.
Hold up. If you get caught in New York with a gun and you do not have a New York permit, what's gonna happen to you?
It depends on if you're a U.S. citizen.
No, bro. That's New York law.
That New York don't make law. They make statutes.
States have their own state laws.
I understand what you're saying, King, but
Hold up. The federal is the one that doesn't really have no fucking jurisdiction over states because the federal can make a statewide law, like they legalize marijuana. That's
I know.
federal.
Yeah.
Hold on.
International.
Hold on. Let me finish real. quick. Federal said that legalization of marijuana is legal. But guess what? In the state of South Carolina, marijuana usage or domestic or fucking recreational use is illegal. So that lets you know it's a difference between state and federal.
But it's also a difference between legal and lawful.
Exactly. And you got to be careful of the words. You see these words,
So,
it's like they
so let me
reveal
ask you
who
this.
they are.
So let me ask you this, bro. So if you get caught in South Carolina where marijuana is illegal and you get caught with it, you're trying to tell me because the feds say that it's legal and the state of South Carolina say it's illegal, you can beat that charge?
No, that's what I'm saying, King.
No,
Because
not
of the
you, Dawes. I
statute.
was talking to Master
Oh,
thing. Go ahead, Dawes. Go ahead, Dawes. Go ahead, Dawes. You can
all right,
answer it,
cool.
and then Master Chief, I want you to answer it too. Go ahead.
All right, cool. Because of the statute, it applies to elected officials, selected officials, agents, employees, or wards of the state. Their statutes, their codes of conduct for agents of the state.
Corporate entity.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. Yeah. So
And
that
Master
is not
Chief, give me
law.
a quick answer. Oh, okay. Yeah, I like that. Master Chief,
Yeah.
give me
So
a
if you're
quick
not
answer.
if you're not an agent or employed by the state or ward of the state, those statutes don't necessarily apply to you.
Oh, okay. Okay. I bet. Go
Now,
ahead,
now, Darvis, that was a
Hold on,
that was
Alabama. Hold on, Alabama. Please, don't stop me real quick. I'm gonna get this shit to you, Alabama. Go ahead, Master Chief.
He basically summed it up. Yeah, he basically
Okay.
summed it up, but I'll add to it. So I mean if you have a contract with that government, then you have to abide by those government statutes.
Exactly.
All right, so let me ask you this. So is your contract with the government your social security card or your birth certificate?
No, your birth certificate.
What happened?
Your birth certificate.
Okay, so if you got a birth certificate,
on
do
record,
you
yes.
fall up underneath state law? Master Chief, do you fall up underneath state law if you got a birth certificate or a social security card?
Well, hold on now. You're
Well,
asking
yeah,
him
if you
whether or
have
not he
a
falls under state.
Alabama. Oh man, I'm gonna mute up. Go ahead, Alabama. Go ahead, Alabama.
No, what I'm trying to hear what you're saying is you're asking him whether you fall under state jurisdiction. Is that what I'm hearing? Yeah.
No. I didn't get to that yet. Alabama. I didn't get to that. I got a new audience, Alabama. I'm a new on YouTube, so that's why my cousin Darvis, and he'll tell you, man, me and him just get into shit all the time. I'm like, man, quit talking so highly sophisticated and break it down in layman terms because we got new people who don't know nothing. So regardless if me and you agree or not, just break it down so where the people can understand. Give them the chance to determine what they want. That's all I'm saying, Alabama. Damn. Go ahead.
Well, you fall under the jurisdiction of wherever you were incorporated in.
Which is your
Now,
birth certificate,
are you
correct?
referring to the birth certificate or are you referring to the social security card?
So explain to me the different, like the.
Let me just suggest until the end of the 20th century, people born, whether with a birth certificate or not, did not have a social security number. In contemporary times, babies are being stamped with one, with their footprint in blood. That's why they prick the heel of the child and are then packaged with a number owned by the federal government, because the social security number is owned by the federal system. Now, the
Right.
birth certificate is registered in the county, and that's why I was wondering where you were going, OTK, with your question.
Yeah, and Darvis knew where I was going. That's why
But
Darvis said yes.
you have counties can be incorporated.
You know what I mean? This a younger brother. I don't want to run him off. You know what I mean? I don't want to run him off. I definitely want Master Self to come back.
No, you're not running me off. I'm here to learn too. You know?
Yeah, man. Hey, listen, me too, Master Self. Don't get it
Yeah.
fucked up. Me too
But
now.
may I walk with the young brother for a moment?
So wait, let me ask this real quick. From my understanding. So counties, cities, any all of these regions can be incorporated or unincorporated, right?
And if they become corporated, now we're talking about the issue of being a corporate fiction. Unincorporated areas are where we exist on our own land currently.
Right.
Whether the air, OTK, slapping with where you are particularly you as an unincorporated entity.
Well, you in Maryland?
Yes. So no, where we at in South Carolina in Goose Creek. We're in a place called Goose Creek. We're in Berkeley County. But then you have a city of Goose Creek that just got established like fucking 1900s. My mama is older than the city of Goose Creek. So we're not incorporated with the city. We're county. So by having a county, we don't have no media iterator. Our community decides what goes on in our community.
So y'all don't in that county, y'all don't have no municipal courts, right?
Yes, we have municipal courts, but what I'm saying, when it comes down to making decisions about changes in our community, we don't have a city council. We got a county council, but the intermediate to the county council is us, the community. But over there in the city of Goose Creek, they got a city council. So that's their intermediate. We do not have no mayor. The mayor.
And then
Goose
you
Creek
get into these
municipalities.
municipalities. Yeah, that's what you get into municipalities and jurisdiction.
Right.
So here's what the point that I was raising. Can I walk with you, Master of Self, for a moment?
Yep.
Because what I wanted to raise girly girls' comments in the chat, OTK. American Indians and our ancestors were never naturalized. And a very cute part that she wrapped up. We are not new here. We grew here. But above that, the U.S. government may revoke a naturalized U.S. citizenship for a variety of reasons. So where you're going with that, my good young brother, is the document, not the birth certificate, but the social security number that gets attached to the live person, now codified in a birth certificate. You feel me, brother?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So they then take that, by the way, those birth certificates are printed on bond paper, if you didn't know that. And once issued, that becomes a financial instrument. Now, the utilization of that is the all caps appellation that we were talking about earlier in our conversation.
Yep.
When they use the fraud of your mother and your father, hopefully they were birthed there, but they're on that document having been coerced into believing that they will hand their child over to the system. Then by accommodating the system, by allowing, in a sense, a serial number, because that's what the Social Security essentially is.
Mm-hmm.
It is a serial number attached to a live person, but owned by Uncle Sam. You feel me?
Yep.
Then what Mama Chief was referring to earlier, it is allowing them access into the trust.
Damn, is it just me or did he drop off, y'all?
It sounded like he dropped off.
Yeah, because it went low and then it stopped.
Right. Okay. Well, until he comes back in, I'm trying to get through this little 18-minute thing, man.
About mainstream awareness.
I ain't gonna lie to y'all, man. I've been on for damn near 6 hours, man, and I ain't getting into none of the stuff I want to show. Oh, none of that. Because we was having good conversation, which is always helpful. Two young brothers came up today.
Can you hear me?
Two good young brothers came up today. Goddamn, Master of Self, and the other brother Proverbs. you know what I mean, came up today, man. 2 young brothers.
OTK,
And
the
I don't know what
squatulators
man
get
thought
me?
of my channel.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, they
Mic
had
check.
knocked you out for a second, bro. Yeah, they had knocked you out for a
So,
second.
so the Negro Security Agency, known as the NSA, Master of Self,
Yep.
when you are interacting with Uncle Sam, the United Snakes, okay, they're not like us. They're not us. U.S. As Girly Girl said, the American, there can be only one, cannot be naturalized. What's your understanding of that statement, Master of Self?
We didn't immigrate here.
Yeah, that is a fact, but do you understand naturalization as a process? By definition, an alien is naturalized. See, here's what the problem of people not teaching civics to our children, besides our earlier conversation of logic, discernment, critical thinking. The only naturalized person is a foreigner. I do not care when or how long they've been here. They're children and the descendants of naturalized citizens, though born on our land, are still foreign to it. You follow me?
Yeah.
The American cannot be naturalized because you are sovereign at birth. Now, the question is where you were born. We have these boundaries drawn on a map that we consider the 48 contiguous states, and we have included Alaska and Hawaii, who were both separate kingdoms, by the way, particularly Hawaii.
Right.
So we have now said that we have 50 aggregate state corporate entities that are all registered as corporations in the state of Delaware. Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
In addition, any county, municipal, or local government, using air quotes loosely, are also registered corporate entities.
Right.
So when you are unincorporated, as in the case of Goose Creek and what OTK was saying, that is the free access to the land of your inheritance. So what does that mean of all these other confiscated territories, lands, boundaries that fall under the Department of Interior and the Bureau of Land Management? Would you agree, OTK? I stand corrected because I am still learning, just like Neely Fuller Jr. So when we're having these discussions and we're using language and things such as paperwork, Master of Self,
yeah,
we are granting authority to those who have none. Why, you might ask? Because we are being complicit in our own demise. We are voluntarily giving ourselves over to foreign invaders. And under the Supreme Court ruled in 2005, all property law is based on the doctrine of discovery. It's not about whether we agree with it or not. It's not about whether some people say it never existed, kind of like arguing over the Willie Lynch letter. Do you think I care whether it existed or if the content of the letter is the behavior amongst people known as niggas? Does it make sense to be quarreling over whether the piece of paper existed, or do we deal with the behavior that is real? So the behavior of these foreign, alien, invading, naturalized citizens is to think they have the right to absquatulate. Are you familiar with that word? It comes from the Cracker Dictionary.
Yeah.
To absquatulate is to squat on other people's lands. What has come to be known as squatters' rights? What is your understanding of that, Master of Self?
If they are in possession of the land or
you getting on the 9/10 again? You going back to the 9/10 clause again? Under so-called real estate?
If they are standing on the land or living on the land for a certain period of time, they have a right to claim.
They have no rights ever. at all.
I'm saying in that in their system, that's what it's saying, right?
No, again, interesting choice of words you use of their system. The alien operation of a criminal enterprise based on fraud. Have you ever heard the phrase fraud vitiates everything? And this is a legal phrase. Do you understand the significance of how fraud vitiates everything? In other words, makes it null and void?
Yeah.
But how does it get enforced if the persons that are duped and are ignorant and keep being told that they're a perpetual slave? Can a slave own anything, even themselves? If
No.
a slave, by definition, is the property of another person, you follow
Can't own
me,
nothing.
Master? So,
Yeah.
so you see how this trick-a-nigga-nology stuff works?
Yeah. But no, that's it. That's why it's important for us to speak up.
Because until
Because
the fraud
if
is
we don't say
declared,
nothing,
until
yeah.
the fraud is declared, this is an ongoing crime scene.
Right.
So no matter that they paper over it, no matter that they bring it to a court, quote unquote, of law, which is an administrative court operating under maritime law, which means what? Off of the land?
Right.
So none of it has a basis of authority if it's removed from the land by definition, right?
Right.
But that means we would actually be intelligent, wouldn't it? That would be the facts and the need to acquire military intelligence. You do understand what that is?
Yeah.
And when you are acquiring military intelligence, that is because you know that you're in warfare, right?
Right.
What does that have to do with slavery?
The slaves was prisoners of war.
My young brother, boy, I'm so glad that you are brilliant in your own.
We didn't even have no prisons. We didn't have prisons until they came over.
Understand that servitude, indentured or otherwise, enslavement, if you choose to use such terms, can be penalties imposed on a prisoner of war. Would you agree?
Yeah.
But that is a temporary condition. You know why? Would you like to throw post-millennium up, OTK, one more time? One more again, please. For our good young brother. Are you familiar with post-millennium, Master So?
No, but it sounds like it's a limitation.
OTK, could you just do a quick screen grab for our young brother? Since we keep going back and forth over the doctrine of discovery, whether it exists or not, property law, land patents, which the Supreme Court of this federal criminal enterprise has already ruled that all property law is based on the doctrine of discovery, which is a Roman imperial edict. Do you think you would need a Roman solution to a Roman problem, Master?
Yeah.
So OTK, my good brother, are you still with us? I'd also say if you can pull up in your own browser as you did earlier with the Negro Act, I will give the word for you to spell. It's very simple. It's less than a paragraph. You ready, Master Self?
Hold on.
Now, this goes right along with everything else we've been discussing and about the creation of the Negro, taking the American Indian off his or her land, stealing their identity, and making them perpetual slave. You feel me?
Yep.
So spelled all one word, POSTLIMINIUM, post-millennium. And whatever you pull up doesn't matter in the Google search. There'll probably be a couple of references, but if you can, since you can't screen share for other people that are watching, if you would read what post-millennium means, and maybe we could chop it up for a minute for your comprehension.
It is a specific version of the maxim ex injuria jus non oritur, providing
So,
for the invalidate. Go ahead.
invalidity,
Yeah,
meaning
invalidity.
everything is invalid. Like what I said about fraud vitiates everything.
Yeah,
But go ahead. Reread that portion after the Latin. You did use Latin phrase, didn't you?
yeah.
That means Roman
Providing,
law, right?
yeah,
Go ahead.
providing for the invalidity of all illegitimate acts that an occupant may have performed on a given territory after its recapture by the legitimate sovereign.
By
Therefore,
the legitimate sovereign. Let's pause there for a minute. I want you to reread it and chop it up as you choose for your comprehension.
a specific version of the maxim ex injuria jus non oritur, providing for the invalidity of all illegitimate acts that an occupant may have performed on a given territory after its recapture by the legitimate sovereign.
What say you about that, good young brother?
So we take back our territory, then all their international law is invalid.
Now go on to what is considered as a remedy, where you were reading next.
Therefore, if the occupant has appropriated and sold public or private property that may not legitimately be appropriated by a military occupant, the original owner may reclaim that property without payment of compensation.
I'm sorry, squeeze me? For the mentally deranged on the shore bus, would you reiterate that in nigger speech or ebonics, please, my good brother?
Hold on, let me see. How can I put it?
Just read it one more time and then translate it for the
All right.
ebonically challenged.
If the occupant has appropriated and sold public or private property that may not legitimately be appropriated by a military occupant, the original owner, may reclaim that property without payment of compensation.
I think you know what without payment or compensation means, but let's walk through this again. From the beginning of that clause, what's legitimate about being taken in war?
You said what's legitimate?
Yeah, I want you to reread it. We're gonna chop this up. But reread the clause.
If the occupant has appropriated and sold public or private property that may not legitimately be appropriated by a military occupant,
Stop.
owner,
Stop. Would that be considered under the context of Indian wars?
Yeah.
Who is the Indian killer? Do you know who the Indian killer is that got a deserved nickname after more than 20 years and became the president of the United Snakes? Andrew Jackson, by the way, referred to in his documentary of a biography as a land speculator. Now reread that with that in mind. You feel me? What I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, Master of Self. Reread that.
I understand.
I know you do, but this is for the mentally deranged, pan goofy wannabe slaves forever. You feel me? Reread that portion of the clause with that in mind.
If the occupant has appropriated and sold public or private property that may not legitimately be appropriated by a military occupant, the original owner may reclaim that property without payment of compensation.
Now, let me suggest and share with you the facts. Remember I told you about 2005 in the city of Cheryl versus Oneida Nation?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the Cherokee Nation versus the state of Georgia, 1832?
No.
That was been the Supreme Court of the same criminals told the Indian killer, Andrew Jackson, that the Cherokee Nation could not be impinged upon as a sovereign. What do you think his pithy response was, my good young brother? I'd like to see you come down off that bench and enforce it. Does that sound like a gangster outlaw motherfucker to you?
I was about to say he can only act military.
I'm sorry?
I say he can only act military.
Then reread that clause for these mentally deranged motherfuckers in the back of the short bus, brother.
If the occupant has appropriated and sold public or private property that may not legitimately be appropriated by a military occupant, the original owner may reclaim that property without payment of compensation.
So now you have the Indian Removal Act of 1830. Yes, no, maybe. You then have adjudication of Cherokee Nation versus these criminals in the colony of Georgia. And you have the Supreme Court acknowledging who is the sovereign of this land, brother? The American known as the Negro. But how does a wannabe white supremacist act about a Negro that they've created? You have no rights that the white man, flag on the play, is bound to respect or acknowledge. I believe that's the Dred Scott decision of 1857. So for how long have they had these notions from the Negro Act of 1740 to the Dred Scott decision of 1857? A good century. A good century, right?
Yeah.
While knowing the American Indian they are making into a Negro constructed concoction is the sovereign to this land, these absquatulating bastard crackers with their first white trash president, according to Dr. Nancy Eisenberg. And if you get it for your library sometime, brother, White Trash, the 400-year untold history of class in America, she reports Andrew Jackson to be the first white trash president. Then you circle back to Uncle Bubba from Arkansas, William Jefferson Blythe Clinton. Hello? So what are we saying about these criminals?
That all they deeds and land grants, and they're all invalid.
Fraud vitiates everything. Hello?
It's a de facto government.
Her property law on Turtle Island, known as North America, is based on the doctrine of discovery. According to the Pope, is what? Denounced, renounced, invalidated, or what? I mean, I don't know. I'm just asking. But we keep repeating out of ignorance what? By calling ourselves black, colored, or African American. We're doing what? We are setting up perpetual servitude.
I apologize, y'all. I hope y'all wasn't calling for me, but I'm here.
Cook on it, sis. I mean, we only dealing with what I hope I've explained to Master Self is it law or is it statutes, codes, and regulations, my young brother?
Statutes, codes, and regulations.
Cook, sis.
Oh, I just came back in here. I just wanted to let y'all know I'm back. I had stepped away. I apologize.
Well, if you didn't
What we
hear,
on now?
run it by our sister again, Master Self, where we
Yeah,
were.
what we at? Yeah, it's not no harm in reiterating because, like, I missed it. Somebody else might have missed it. Come on, reiterate and teach.
So post millennium is a part of, you already know what it is?
Oh no, that's why I wanted Alabama to cook on when I brought it up yesterday out of the law, because it's totally different than what I'm looking at. Right, OTK? You remember? Let me see, because I ain't got. I'm away from home, so let's see.
Right. So this is part of international law, right? Which should be backed up by the UN, right?
Okay, is that the same one we pulled up yesterday? Was that yesterday, you guys? And I brought it up in the Black's Law Dictionary, and
My sister, this
Alabama,
is for the mentally deranged, perpetual servants who need to be slaves to white slave masters. Again, is this a Roman imperial problem, Master of Self?
Yeah.
Do we need a Roman imperial solution?
Yeah.
Cook, my sister. Circle back to the clause we were reiterating for her edification, my good brother.
Okay, so providing for the invalidity of all illegitimate acts that an occupant may have performed on a given territory after its recapture by the legitimate sovereign. Therefore, if the occupant has appropriated and sold public or private property that may not legitimately be appropriated by a military occupant, the original owner may reclaim that property without payment of compensation.
Now, would you share with her what your understanding is of the Indian killer and the example I used, the Cherokee Nation versus the state of Georgia?
Well, the only way they can act is militarily, because the courts already ruled that the sovereigns are the rightful owners.
The Admiralty law, right? Is
No,
that
but even at
military
that,
as
Mama
well?
Chief, but hold on, even at that, Mama Chief, which is the ironic part of this, the Supreme Court ruling was to adjudicate between the sovereign nation of Cherokee and the colonial government that has become the state inside the criminal enterprise of foreign activity on the sovereign land. And once they ruled that, Andrew Jackson, I'd like to see you enforce the law.
So you just went back and said something about the Cherokee. But see, wouldn't anybody that's listening right now say that even that word, the Cherokee, we didn't call out, it was a young will. So why, you know what I'm saying? When they call themselves moving them, that's when they gave them this name as 5 civilized tribes. So, but at the same time, we all are still here. All the tribes, ain't none of these tribes gone. So why are we letting them keep saying we are? I don't care about none of them. None of them.
Well, the tribes was separated. So we have to come together. A lot of us don't know what a tribe is.
No, I think Master Self, you're missing what she's saying. The 5 civilized were only interacting with these criminals. There are thousands of quote unquote uncivilized.
That we did not mess with them. And there's so many people online right now say they are Powhatan. They know I'm Powhatan. We can resurrect Powhatan because we ain't dead.
You're right. So with that point being said, there was more confederacies other than the Iroquois. It was a lot more.
But stay with me. Just walk. Hold on, Mama Chief. Hold on, Mama Chief. Let me walk with him for a moment. So, Master Self, first and foremost, for them to be considered 5 civilized tribes, is that again reiterating convert or die as a process under the doctrine of discovery? So the 5 tribes that are quote unquote civilized are subduing and placing themselves under foreign jurisdiction, correct?
Yeah.
Even in that, the Supreme Court is acknowledging the sovereignty of the American known as the Negro. And even in acquiescing, which is still, we're discussing fraud, Mama Chief, you got back here.
Absolutely.
Whether voluntarily or involuntarily participating, the Supreme Court ruled that they were criminal and violating them. But the head criminal, Andrew Jackson, nicknamed the Indian Killer, still did what? Through, as you reread that clause, Master Self, reread again that clause.
No, but she mentioned the other groups of Indians.
Right. Those are the ones that are not civilized or yet not in cahoots with the criminal enterprise. But I'm saying, reread the clause. Hold on, Mama Chief. Reread the clause of what Post Millennium says about military intervention.
If the occupant has appropriated and sold public or private property that may not legitimately be appropriated by a military occupant, the original owner may reclaim the property without payment of compensation.
And we're going to circle back to the without payment of compensation part. But you got me, Mama Chief? So again, the actual commander-in-chief, I love that title, of this criminal, the Indian killer, Andrew Jackson, actually called a land speculator, which is a crime in and of itself. Now you follow me, Master Self?
Yeah. But
reiterated
let me ask
how
her a
that you
question
just
so I
said
can,
in the clause.
hold on, let me ask her a question so I can get a better understanding of what she was saying. So were you talking about like why we can't organize as a people and do the same thing?
Oh, no, we're not suggesting that at all. I'm just trying to lay out what is and what has been done for your clarification.
Yeah.
You follow what I'm saying, Master Self?
Yeah.
So I'm just showing you, as they themselves acknowledge, not only are they criminals, they break the law that they are operating under to
But I
the
think he
highest
was asking
office
me a
of this
question.
land. But go ahead.
Yeah, which
Mama
is
Chief.
treason.
You was asking me a question, sweetie. Please ask me so I can answer it.
I wanted to get a better understanding of what you were saying.
Okay. What I'm saying is that why should I ask for what's mine?
Go back to that sign in the video.
Because the people in authority hold the possession. So
But
we
no,
gotta
they don't. No, they don't. That is where the illusion is, because we think that. Not we though, because I don't know better. So when you
we don't
know
have
better,
to,
you do.
right.
Go ahead. What'd you say?
I was gonna say, so we don't have to ask for it. We gotta demand it.
All
right, ding, 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 ding,
That's what
ding,
I'm
ding,
talking
ding.
about. There you
Again.
go. The bell went out. Right.
Okay, so
That's what I'm
now
saying.
let's walk through the clause again. Though I think you get it, Master Self. Reread the clause of post-millennium as remedy. You follow me now?
Now how we spelling that post-millennium? I think I'm missing
He
something.
gonna
Y'all.
spell it for you. He gonna spell it for you.
Okay.
But
Thank you,
reread that
love.
for the short bus pan goofies who want to be perpetual servants. Perpetual servants.
If the occupant has appropriated and sold public or private property that may not legitimately be appropriated by a military occupant, the original owner may reclaim that property without payment of compensation.
Now, you understand putting the Indian Removal Act of 1830 with the Supreme Court ruling of 1832, Cherokee Nation versus the state of Georgia. Now do you get, I was trying to bring you up to speed with where we were in the conversation, Mama Chief.
I'm good, bro. Go ahead, babe.
So do you follow me or picking up what I'm putting down, Master of Self?
Yeah.
Now cook on it, brother. Cook on it. For the young folk, for the Gen Zs.
So, well, my understanding is that in order for us to be able to reclaim it, we need to build the power to sustain it.
Now, how are you suggesting that power be built? Which I would argue is self-identification. But go ahead.
Yeah.
No, you're right. So that's part of it. But after that, we need to organize and unite.
But that would also mean like-minded people, because that's what organization comes from, including the body politic, including claiming inheritance, including you are the only heirs to the homestead. You wanted to go that earlier, right? You wanted to go to the Homestead Act and the land patents and all that other good stuff. You suggested you wanted to build on that, right, Master? So
yeah.
So how do you build on it now that I've given you a Roman imperial remedy to the Roman imperial problem of the doctrine of discovery codified in the Supreme Court as the basis of all property law? Are you following me now, Master?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. So,
brother, cook, man. I'm hungry. My stomach growling. Cook.
So Jackson, right? He told them to enforce.
Well, first of all, he knew the court had no army as he was the commander.
Hey, so that's my point. So which he also had to know that the Cherokee didn't have a big enough army to go against them.
But
So we
what
need
does
to.
post-millennium state, regardless, as international? Because you asked the question. Yes, it is international law, and we'll underscore why it's international law. But go ahead.
But the Cherokee works with them. Remember that too now.
We already know that they're under
Exactly.
5
They are the military.
civilized status.
Right.
But even in being under 5 civilized status, the criminals acknowledge that they're still acting in a criminal fashion, Master.
So that means they're challenging us to come take it by force. So we don't have a big enough force, right, as it is right now, as we are divided. If we come together, then the sky's the limit. But
actually, we have a duped force because more than 20 to 30% of the military forces are your cousins, brothers, sisters, daughters, parents.
But we need to unite though. We have to figure a way to unite us.
That would still circle back to their frame. It would still circle back to the frame of mind of these individuals, correct?
Right, but that also it gets into the way we teach people and how we teach them for them to understand. Right, so different people learn different. That's why I brought up how we was talking about law and how I got introduced to all this. Just being dealing with the law, that gained my attention. It made me dig deeper, and it's a lot of other. All our soldiers, our warriors, are all dealing with the law today. The people in jail, those are the soldiers.
And everyone in military uniform swear an oath to protect, preserve, and defend people or the Constitution.
Right. But so the challenge would be to get them to go against their commanding officers. Right?
No, it would go into understanding the Constitution first, and who is in the Constitution second, and who is the actual American third.
Yeah, but like you said, it's a lot of people experiencing cognitive dissonance. So they may want to do the right thing, but they may be scared of the consequences, or they might be hesitant because they don't know how it will affect their families. Right?
Is that part of what does Mama Chief tell you about coercion?
Yeah.
Is that coercion?
Yeah.
And for the threat of violence, torture, intimidation, and coercion, that is fraud, and fraud creates everything.
Right. Kier, you still there?
Okay. Yes, I'm here too. Alabama, I think he just got dropped off. No, you still here, ain't you, Alabama? I think he's still here. But can I say something right quick to that? Post-Linneman, pretty much. I wanted to go in on it because I was looking for it. I don't have my dictionary with me. But did what you read similar to this, or did it agree to this? That's what, because I thought it kind of wasn't the same. So could you help me out with that, please? It said here that post-Linneman, I can't say that whole big word, a Roman legal doctrine whereby those captured by an enemy are regarded as having died, free men, before captured to protect those claiming under them, and whereby upon their return to the jurisdiction of Rome, the captives regain their suspended property and civil rights.
Now, Mama Chief, underscore that people, I know you kind of joked and said earlier, it was Rome, you translated to home, which is correct.
Yeah.
Could you tell me how an African slave can ever comprehend what you just said, the words that are coming out of your mouth?
I don't know. I guess they cognitive distance, like Moose said just did. I mean, because I don't know.
The Africans got to go back to Africa and fight them colonizers.
I mean, that's what their problem is with them. It's not with us. We didn't do it. But they want us to identify and be them and help them. But at the same time, they want what you got. They want our land. But look, number 2 said the right or rule of international law under which when persons, which we are not, or things, which we are not, taken by an enemy in war, come again under the control of their own state. Okay, and over there in the law book, it says of their own country. We know that each state of the several states make up, that's our country.
Right.
And we are citizens of that country, of the several states, not of the United States
Hello,
Corporation.
because that is a
Exactly.
federal criminal enterprise.
Yep,
Now,
that's what I
one
was
last
about to
thing I
say.
want, because I want you to cook on this. I'm giving you another log for your fire, Mama Chief. Each of those contiguous 48, because I put aside Hawaii and Alaska for the moment, the contiguous 48 of the mainland, each of those states where you are born to your mother is your nationality, master of self. And the
Absolutely.
family you are born into, not what you spit in a cup. That's why it's pertinent for you to find your family tree yourself, and the
Yep.
womb you climbed out of on that patch of dirt is your nationhood. But go ahead, Mama Chief.
And so you are back and under control of your own country. They, as a general rule, regain the rights belonging or related to them before capture, because in this captivity and this colonizing rule, they got us as being citizens of their corporation. That means that we are employees only.
And by definition, a citizen is a subject. A
Subject.
subject falls under a monarchy. A monarch is the sole sovereign, and the subjects are his or her property, according to how the Vicar of God on earth has set up monarchies, right, Mama Chief?
And that's when the Hebrews used to teach, come out from among her, be ye separate. That's getting your status back, coming out under this rulership of these foreign, who is really came over here throughout the United Nations. They are all the nations that united or confederate against us. And we've been under the democratic rules for the last 45 to 50 years. But we were set up under a republican, under the Constitution, under the common law. And the common law had to be ours. So they replaced ours with the maritime sea law of the pirates.
Because that is how they got into our midst. I
Okay.
hope we haven't hit you with too much, Master. So still
I hope they
got
hit
it.
somebody.
No,
I hope somebody got hit upside the head with a big boulder.
They under the Skull and Bones. It's all piracy.
Yes, absolutely.
So what's your understanding of post-millennium at this point now, young blood? And thank you again, Mama Chief. You just reiterated it from a different frame of reference, but I wanted to bring that to the conversation as well. But what do you first and foremost have to be? Can you be a slave? Can you be the property of others?
No.
And how does a slave argue anything? The slave doesn't own him or herself.
And under international laws, like it says, you regain your rights, which under the colonizing laws, you don't have rights. You have privileges given to you by another man. Who does so? When no man can take and turn your rights into a privilege. Because you have the right to pursuit of happiness and anything else that you want in life, not by what no man tells us.
Yep. The sailors of the ships are granted privilege, liberty by the captain to roam the land.
But see, we gave
How
them
you
privilege.
come off the sea and roam somebody else's
That's what I
house?
was saying. We gave
I
them
don't, I
privilege to
don't,
roam our land. See.
I don't know, but they got us on a citizenship.
Okay. So now, and I'm always give BAP credit for it. We were not transported on a slave ship. The American Indian was transported on a citizenship.
Okay, let's go ships. Everything that got ship in it, y'all.
And,
We have to
and,
understand where it came from. See,
and
all of
technically,
that.
since it's a ship, since we're still on a ship, we're under maritime law, and technically we lost at sea.
And that's how they got it. That's the
And that's
maritime
why the
law of
birth
it.
certificate
Absolutely.
has you coming out of the birth canal
Yep.
and being transported to who?
And
Once
that
they
birth
have
is spelled.
pricked your blood oath on the heel of that baby and put it on bond paper as
That's right.
blood libel. Come on, Mama Chief. Blood money.
Before that,
Come on, Mama
before that
Chief. Come
baby
on with it.
touched the land.
registered by
That's
the
right.
doctor, registered by the doctor into the banks.
But they become the fiduciary at that point. That's your first fiduciary, the one that signed that register. And so you got two dates on there. You got the date that you were born, and you got the date that it entered in on the record as a bond. It is
So let
true.
me ask
And
y'all this.
okay,
I'm
I'm
back.
sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Mama. My bad, Mama. I thought you had came to a stopping point. 1,000 pardons.
No,
Go
I
ahead,
was
Mama.
just
Go
going to
ahead,
say
Mama.
one more last thing. And if OTK will, we can show this another time. I know it's not tonight, I don't mean, but I can show y'all where it is. It's in the preamble of the Constitution, and it shows us where the trust is and the estate. Let's go. Go ahead, OTK.
Yeah. So I was just about to ask, in layman terms, how do we access this trust? And I want it in layman terms because I didn't hear a bunch of people come and say this and that, I still ring around the rosies. You know what I mean? And it's
Before
like,
you respond, Mama Chief.
hold on, let me finish. So the reason why I asked that, because I know it's not easy. So if y'all just give us the first 2 steps, that will be lovely.
I'm going to let Mama Chief elaborate, but I want to point out something for our good young brother. And thank you for walking with me, Master himself.
Yeah.
Okay. When we are being transported from our mother to the all caps appellation, we are being transported as a dead corpse. Because what do you see in every tombstone, headstone in the cemetery? The name in all caps letters, correct?
Right.
So now this corpse has been transferred on the birth certificate, again, printed in bond paper. This corpse, the fictitious thing, is now being traded and sold as property, correct?
Right.
And we're being convinced that we are participants in chattel slavery, born to the Aboriginal woman's womb, that is now being said is an African factory. Cook on that, Mama Chief, since now I don't bring no people here on this planet.
I mean, it's basically human trafficking, low key.
Mama Chief, you stepped off for a second. You still here with us, Mama Chief?
I was talking, y'all. I was muted. My bad.
Oh yeah, Alabama was saying, go ahead and elaborate. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
my
Mama.
bad. I was talking, y'all, so y'all might. But I was saying, this is very, very serious to me. Okay. And I got bills that I bill on this for real. But I keep my stuff on the private because I don't want sniggers walk around here getting my information, talking shit because they don't know what they don't know.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Sniggers know what they know, but they don't know what they don't know. So they run their mouth on stuff and they ain't got no business running their mouth. But when I tell you I've done what I'm talking about, and I'm not, you know, and I don't feel like I'm going to jail. I'm afraid if I go to jail for standing up for what's, I ain't asking nobody for what's mine. Okay, okay. That sound up there is stuck in my mind, y'all. I'm not gonna ask. Okay, so I'm doing, and I'm being and doing, and that's what we're supposed to be doing. Every time we was never supposed to go to jail. All they wanted was our signature. Okay, so first step, OTK, is a live certificate of birth. Okay, first step, in my opinion. Somebody else might have something else to say. Your live certificate of birth proves that you're not dead, because your birth certificate at this moment is a death note. It's what they call it, facial evidence of a crime that has been taking place. Okay, your SS number was your first credit card, which is an unlimited amount on there, and I promise you it is. We was never supposed to get that number to anybody, but we did, because they tricked us, y'all. They tricked us. And every time you sign an application, and I can show you better than I can tell you because it's in these laws. You sign an application, put your name on it, put your birthday on it, and your social, and then you sign it. Listen, you just gave them authorization to go into that trust. It is a trust.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Now
The bank is gonna pay
go
them
ahead, baby.
without you
Go
even
ahead.
knowing.
I'm sorry, love. What you saying?
I was just saying that the bank is gonna pay them from that trust without you even knowing, and then they still gonna send you a bill after that.
All right. So hold on. So hold on. See, once again, Mama Chief gave me two solutions, but then she said something that went back into over people's heads.
What did I do?
And they elaborated about the bank. The bank is gaining access off your trust. See, my fault. Maybe I don't want to ask the wrong question, but I want y'all to break it down for me.
Okay. Mort Main. Let me see. Can I find?
Yo, you gave me what I asked for, Mama Chief. You told me two ways to start.
Well, it's the only way to start to me, because it gives you your status of being a creditor. See, right now we all are listed as debtors, and that's why the clock is ticking, and they say we are in debt. See, but y'all in debt because I cleared mine already. I cleared mine through the treasury. Janet Yellen knows my name because I took care of my business with this United States government. And I separated myself from this bullshit.
I need to get your information so we can talk after this.
Hold on, Mama Chief. Yeah, Master Chief. That's why I told you. Go. That's Mama Chief. That video that I keep showing. Shout out to Mama Chief. That's her. That's Mama Chief Powelton.
Okay.
That's who this is. Yeah. Go subscribe to her channel. That's why I told everybody. Go over there. You know what I mean? So you can goddamn, so you can get some old history. She got old history. And she got documents to prove it. That's what I was saying to everybody.
But and another thing, my fault. I was about to say that a strong woman like Mama Chief can help bring along the other females once they follow her example. So we definitely need to get her.
Y'all. All right, y'all. Calm down. I'm hated amongst the community. Let's stop, y'all. Let's be real here. I'm gonna bring it real with you. Okay. I love y'all. Love you so much for all of that. But no, I'm nobody. I just did some stuff because I wasn't scared. And I ain't scared to talk about it. I ain't scared to be about it. I'm about this life. But I'm hated in the community because I'm the original matriarch. I brought the matriarch word to the team. Ask anybody. Ask Ty Data. Ty Data was the one that brought this shit on board. Okay. All right. So I'm just putting it out there. So let's not. I'm nobody. I'm just somebody trying to tell everybody
No, but
how to do
you
this
I mean,
thing.
but
Hold on,
you
hold
can't
on, real
dim your
quick.
light.
Hold on, Master Chief, Master Chief. Hey, let me ask you this, Mama Chief. If everybody didn't know about Ty Data and they came and started doing this off their own and they didn't know about him, is he still a founder of this?
It's founder of this? No, he's not a founder of this. He's just the beginning of all of us coming together at that time when he did this before YouTube did. He had us popping up, you know. Yeah, it was a phenomenal time for us to be
Okay.
coming together. That's all.
This is the
That's
first time
all.
that people seen it on YouTube.
Yeah.
But let me ask you this. What if people was doing the same thing, but nobody knew about them? But they was preaching the same stuff we're preaching.
I'm not following. What are we saying?
In other
This was
words, we gotta be careful. We gotta be careful when we say people are the founders and people are
I didn't say he was
this
the
and
founder,
that.
baby. I said that he started when we all first got together, all of us prior to this year. I'm talking about way back in 2008. You know what I'm talking about? That's all I'm talking about. You know, when I first came on the scene, matriarch was, you know, the word that I was coming on looking for matriarchs, and I'm still looking. That's all. That was my only point. You understand? Still trying to
YouTube,
build.
MySpace. Yeah. Damn,
Still
that's
trying to
real
build.
back. Yeah, that's real back. You talk about MySpace and all kind
And
of shit
pal
like that.
talk.
I've been
Pal
doing
talk.
it.
Yeah, pal talk
Yeah,
too. I used to teach ancient Hebrew on pal talk, and pal talk go all over the world. You know. So
okay.
yeah.
That's why I
Been
asked you that
around.
question. That's why I asked you that question, Mama, because I want you to bring that out. That's way back. Yeah. Okay. You got the right to
Shout
say
out
that.
to Hawkeye, then Chad, Richard Bay, Kay. How y'all doing?
Yeah.
Girly
Tons of,
girl. Yeah,
man,
y'all.
I ain't gonna
But
lie, man. It ain't long before BAP come on. What time is BAP show, y'all? Oh, hold on. Let me look. I know BAP
let me
has
say
something.
this though right quick, baby. Anybody, y'all know my email, y'all know where I'm at. Anybody that wants to know how to do what I'm talking about, and I'm just gonna say it like that, and I'm not, you know, I'm willing to work with you. You know, I ain't never sold no package. I just give out the truth that I can. So that's just all I know. Okay, y'all.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank y'all for having me.
Thank you.
Oh, definitely. And Master Chief, man, Master Self.
Before you run off, Mama
Yeah,
Chief, did she come?
man.
Because I wanted her to tie together for Master Self why the
I
Department of
done been
Interior.
sidetracked all day long.
Mic check. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah.
Before is Mama Chief dropped off? Or is she still there? The criminals that we were discussing earlier, Master Self. I hope you now comprehend why I keep stressing post-millennium gets direct to the remedy. Everybody else that talks slave reparations, all the stuff, is a distraction. Okay.
Yeah.
The scene of the crime is the land that you stand on. Wherever you crawled out of the womb of your mother, that's your nation state. Whichever one of those 48. The Department of Interior, which, by the way, has the buffalo as its logo, and the Bureau of Land Management is where I wanted her to elaborate on the trust itself. Remember, OTK, and I hope you're going to bring Straight Smoke back and
The natural
discussions that we
resources.
had about the public land and the domain that was created from the bounty lands in the Revolutionary War. Remember that, OTK? OTK? Yeah. Hello? Can you hear me? Mic check.
OTK fell off too.
Oh, Mama Chief, you back with us?
No, I didn't go anywhere. I was just waiting.
No, that's why I was asking him to hopefully you elaborate further on what the actual trust was, as in the Department of Interior, the Bureau of Land Management, and the duping they've done by creating the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Would you click on that, please?
All of it's just theater. What they call it, theater stuff. They just playing us like fiddles, man. They've been doing it all a while. So I got records where those Indians in my family that did not want to go, but they gave them land out west.
Right.
They gave them land. I got thousands of acres of land I done recovered. I don't know what the hell I'm going to do with it, but I done recovered it. It's in my trees. See, but I know if I can do it, y'all, everybody else can if we're Indians. So, but these Africans and these slaves ain't got no land.
That's exactly what we need to do, because that's how we're going to build the wealth in order to support all these other things that we want to do.
But if you authenticate, listen, can I authenticate my birth certificate? Y'all haven't heard anything about birth certificate being authenticated. I'm going to go there for a minute. Anybody heard that before? Anybody? OTK, where you at?
I know you're not dancing on this Moorish.
Are you talking about
I'm dancing on who? What? I'm dancing on reality.
This Moorish paperwork.
Okay, y'all better stop listening to that bullshit. Y'all better get y'all freedom in the way y'all supposed to. Y'all better know what belong to you.
I'm here for it.
Okay, it says, can I authenticate my birth certificate? Now, I just go on there as co-pilot for a minute because I know what I've already done, right? And I know why. Yes, you can authenticate your birth certificate. Here are the steps to doing it. And this is the step that I took, y'all. Obtain the certified copy. First, get a certified copy of your birth certificate from the Vital Records office in the state where you were born. This copy should have a raised, embossed, imprint, impressed, or multicolor seal and registered signature and the date it was filed. Why would it be there, y'all? I just told y'all about that, right? Secretary, then the second step, you're going to go to the Secretary of State, who will then authenticate it.
Yep. So I heard about this process. Is it 7 seals or something like that?
No, I ain't never heard that one, sweetie, honestly. But it doesn't say anything about Moors. But this is part of the stuff that they don't set us up under. Then you get your do you know your passport is another trust? Do you know your zip code with the post office? Man, let me tell y'all something. Got so much to work with, but somebody is keeping us occupied with bullshit, and we're not focused on what we really need to be doing. And I'm on here today to just try to throw something out there to somebody, a little worm, somebody to bait and bite off of.
I'm biting. I'm biting for sure.
But when you come to talk about Moore's paperwork, Moore's, they ass go to jail. Shit. I went to jail, but when I went back, I fought it all the way to the top court and ended up, that lady said, oh, I'll talk to you outside, because I stood up and started running my mouth. She said, no, sit down. She said, after I called the counselor, she said, I'll talk to you in the hall. After she finished, she came and tapped me on my shoulder. We went outside in the hallway. My brother-in-law was out there, and she started questioning me. Do you still drive no license? I said, ma'am, I do not drive. I said, I'm a traveler on my land.
Right.
I have to have a license. I said, you're a government employee. She said, well, my daughter, I said, she is. Me and her had it out in the hallway. She said, well, I'm going to let you go.
Subscribe to my channel.
I just went to it on my TV.
But I walked, needless to say, I walked out. And I still don't have a driver's license because I don't need one. I have a passport. My passport can do anything, and it'll even give me my tax-free exempt. Y'all don't hear me? I'm talking what I know. I ain't talking what nobody told me. And ain't no more help me do jack. I sat here by myself and did this. And I figured it out. And I'm still figuring out stuff. Because guess what? Down there at the Secretary of Treasury, you know that little name they call a straw name? Guess what it is to the Secretary of the Treasury? The Secretary of the damn Treasury. Y'all better hear me. Y'all better hear me. If that didn't give you a jolt, everybody ought to know right now, if your name, your straw name is the Secretary of Treasury, what the hell are we doing? What is we doing? Ooh-wee. Like I say, I like to do my stuff in the private, y'all, and we can do some private stuff, and I can show you my stuff. Because you do have to create stuff. You have to be in control. You have to know how to run your business. See, we supposed to have 5 different entities that we working out of. Niggas be talking about, oh, I got an LLC. Honey, you supposed to have an LLC. You supposed to have a foreign grantors trust. You supposed to have an estate trust. You supposed to have a UCC filing trust. You supposed to have what else? Estate. Did I call that? You supposed to have 5 out together, including your little debt, Social Security, because that's the one get everything. The little debt, y'all just don't know how to work it. I'm trying to get somebody to help me, but I'm tired, y'all. But I done got so far. I'm tired. I'm really tired, but I still got so much further to go. But I talk to y'all because I need y'all to be on point. I need all of us to be in the same place, same space. You know, I really do.
Shout out to the Mama Chief. Yeah, you be quiet when Big Mama speak. What she gave us is a part of me. It flows through my arteries. Even on that journey, that love grows how the garden be. The first to teach us when we sick, the first to heal us. Mama's boy, yeah, you know, her pride and joy. Soul food, yeah, you know, I'm an enjoy. Calm you down just by the sound of her voice. There isn't another feeling inside when they cheering you on at your game and you feeling the pride. You and your siblings fighting, she gon' make you put them feelings aside. She can't lead you down the road, but she can give you the guide. Where you think I get that blissful look in my eyes? I need a side of ice cream with Big Mom's apple pie. You know for sure for Mama Chief, you know I'ma ride. Cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. The greatness, the patience, the foundation, the knowledge passed down so many generations, our motivation. I just wanna thank you for my creation. Cause we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. The dedication, I seen your tears at my graduation. Now look, Ma, your boy that made it. You the reason I'm one of the greatest. Yeah, cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. Now be quiet, let Big Mama speak.
On that note, I just want to shout out to everybody that's in the chat and everybody that's do know. I mean, like, I got to shout out to Richard and K-Bay. I know they know, but, and you know, I know people be tripping because they say they Moors. But everything we got to understand is not more anything, especially when you got to go through and properly. Everything has to be done properly because they set this stuff up in a proper way. So to get out of it, we got to do it properly. So shout out to everybody who knows how to do this, y'all. I suggest that we all get together so we can put something together that will benefit the people. Because one of us ain't, you know, yeah, we're doing what we can. Like I said, I need help. I've been begging y'all ever since I came on here. And honestly, Philly OG, I thank you, OG. I really thank you. Because if it wasn't for you, I would never be on live doing my own live because I'm not clicked up, you know. But it's all right because I'm going to do what I got to do. And I appreciate you, OTK, for letting me come on here and give out what I can give to the people, because I don't go everywhere because I'm not wanted everywhere. And I dare not to be disrespectful, because when people disrespect me, I swear I don't fight with you about it, because I know my ancestors take good care of people who do the wrong thing towards me. So I stand down and I let it be. You know, so when y'all cuss me out and talk to me any kind of way, know that I'm not gonna fight with you. Know that I'm gonna love you, and I'm gonna let the ancestors take care of you. So with that being said, y'all, I appreciate all of y'all so much.
We appreciate you too.
Thank you.
You already know I love you.
I already know. I want to know, to give my love to Straight Smoke. He's in my spirit for some reason. I ain't seen him in a minute. I wish he'd come on. Good to see him.
Okay. Yeah, I sent them the link.
Okay.
Founded what was initially called the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. Newton had studied law and knew it was legal to carry arms in California as long as they were not concealed. The Panthers began to patrol their communities. As the movement grew, several highly publicized confrontations with police would bring about mainstream awareness of the Black Panther Party. The allegations in these confrontations were serious, but the public accounts of them were typically one-sided and shaped largely by police. Media coverage depicted party members as a caricature of Black militancy.
The Black Panther Party was portrayed as a marauding gang. They say their goal was to kill all the white people.
In reality, the Panthers did call for radical change.
What they were hoping for was a revolution to overthrow the capitalist enterprise.
But what they called revolution might not actually sound so radical today.
Focused on socialism as a way of solving economic needs. They looked to places like Canada, which always had a democratic political system, but the economic system has always been socialism. So they want a democratic socialist country here in the United States, which they saw as a more equitable, more humane system.
They released a 10-point plan for broad social reform that called for an end to police brutality and for Black employment, housing, education, and freedom and jails. Chapters began forming across the country. They started to implement social programs, which they called survival programs.
The Panthers would say, put that theory into practice. If you really want to change minds and you really want to meet the people where they are, you have to give them the services which they need.
The programs included food and clothing drives, free health, and physical.
Man, shout out to Black Panthers, man, for feeding the youth and doing all they did, man. Shout out to
cell
them.
disease testing, and were funded largely by volunteers and donations from businesses. One of their biggest programs was a free breakfast for children initiative.
Here we are living in 1960.
1960, you hear about the Black Panthers having a free feeding children thing before you hear about the church. And that's crazy. In these major cities like this, man, and in these southern cities, oh, trust me, the church was doing whatever they got to do to stay inside that neighborhood, because they know if they, at any moment in time, they didn't abide by the southern rules and the community rules, if that church wasn't built by the people of the community, okay.
66, 67 is the most wealthy nation in the world. And kids were going to school hungry, especially in African-American communities. So one of the first community service programs were free breakfast for school children.
And all the children had to do was come.
It was during this time that Akua and Jerry, then known as Deborah Johnson, met Fred Hampton.
I was a student at Wright City College, and Chairman Fred had come up to the school to speak. And he said, in the breakfast program, we feeding over 3,000 children a week. We're serious about making power to the people of reality. We're not just sitting up here jaw-jabbing and talking shit, you know.
3,000 people a week, y'all.
we about work. And I say, damn, he's serious about this business.
Fred Hampton grew up in Illinois, just west of downtown Chicago. He became president of his local NAACP Youth Council in 1967 at 19 years old. Shortly after, he was recruited by a founder of the Illinois chapter of the Black Panther Party.
That you can jail revolutionaries, but you can't jail a revolution. Right.
Because of his character.
Recruited by a founder of the Illinois chapter of the Black Panther Party.
That you can jail revolutionaries, but you can't jail a revolution.
Powerful words, man. Hey, peace, Anton, y'all, man. Peace, my brother, my motherfucking brother. I know. I ain't entertaining that, man. I know. My apologies to you, Anton, on my show. I'm glad you came. My apologies to you. You know what I mean? I did give you a shout out yesterday because you had brought out some information that, the other day, and I did shoot you a shout out. But peace to you, Anton, man. You already know, man. It's all love, man.
Yeah. Shout out, Antoine. That's
go shopping's goal, Anton. You know what I mean? Listen, one thing about OTK, when I'm wrong, I don't got no problem with apologizing to the person that I'm wrong to. But if I feel like I ain't wrong, I ain't apologizing about not a nada. But I felt I was wrong that day, in that particular moment, regardless if it was information or not. I was wrong on the way I handled myself, Anton, towards you. So 1,000 pardon to you, kinfolk. You know I'm talking about. You know you always welcome up here too, man. You know what I mean? See, here's the thing, right? That's his favorite word. See, here's the thing, right? Word, man. Shouts out to Anton, y'all, man. Go ahead, Mama. I'm sorry.
Anat and Enoch, how y'all doing? Well, I just saw a question in the chat, and that's why they moved. That's why they separated us between water, y'all. You know the little saying say blood is thicker than water, but the old man say, but the river runs harder. See that little water right there? That's why we don't feel each other like we should, you know, and we're separated. So therefore, most people ain't even in the city or the state that they're born in. So they can't even get there to take care of this type of business. So if you are in the state that you are from and you can get this business done, then you can get it done and you can help our people in a better way. Okay, because you're gonna get a federal and a state situation, and they both gonna be unlimited. And when we learn how to do the things we're supposed to be doing with it, we will be able to change our world. Antoine know what I'm talking about. A few other in this chat know what I'm talking about. But we got to come off this thing and get together where we can make this happen. I'll land.
Chapter of the Black Panther Party.
That you can jail revolutionaries, but you can't jail a revolution. Right.
Because of his charismatic skills, he quickly rise to the top of the crop.
Here he is at age 21, building and leading the Illinois chapter Black Panther Party.
Soon after they met, and Jerry and Hampton became a couple.
Anybody that has met him or heard him speak, they say he wasn't bullshit. He was for real.
You got to understand, the people have to be Christ people. If you dare to struggle, you dare to win. If you dare not to struggle, then goddamn it, you don't deserve to win. Let me say peace to you if you will fight for it.
Get that show on the screen real quick. Hey, Master Self. Are those some powerful words That brother Hampton dropped right there on the screen.
Yep. Yep.
What do you get out of that, my brother, when you read those things? What do you get out of that? You have to understand that people have to pay the price for peace, not for freedom, for peace. If you dare to struggle, you dare to win. If you dare not struggle, then God damn it, you don't deserve to win. Let me say peace to you if you're willing to fight for it.
And that should be on a t-shirt too.
Yeah, that should be on the t-shirt.
Can you have that done, OTK? Can we get that somewhere? Because I mean, that's the problem.
Yeah, y'all. Hold on. Y'all make sure y'all go subscribe. Anton, y'all. We done bring Anton out of retirement and he's about to start doing shows. What we tell him is needed because you can hold your own classes, man, especially him and Nonetheless. Hawkeye. K Glover L has a channel. But Hawkeye, all of them need a channel so they can teach this. They don't have to be in the same space we in what we do, but they still part of the environment, but they teaching the financial part and the economic part of the environment.
Yep, we need all that.
Absolutely.
We need all that, man. So y'all make sure y'all go subscribe to my brother right here, man. You know, I mean, you already know. That's the channel, y'all. Y'all make sure y'all go subscribe to that. Word. I'm gonna keep,
there is no peace without war.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep on pushing that that channel. Definitely, I'm gonna keep pushing that. You already know. Yeah, you have to understand that people have to pay the price for peace. If you dare to struggle, you dare to win. If you dare not struggle, then God damn it, you do not deserve to win. Let me say peace to you if you're willing to fight for peace. Fight for it, rather.
He made a distinction between peace and freedom.
A very clear distinction. They had freedom, but it seems like they were looking for peace, right?
Right.
Or part of the so-called American pie, right?
Which is, I mean, at the end of the day, it's essentially happiness.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
It's essentially happiness.
And that's all they wanted: happiness and a better life for their kids.
What year was it?
That's all they wanted.
Can I be heard? OTK, can I be heard?
Yes, mama. Yeah, I can hear you now, mama.
Okay, sweetie. What year was this, please? I'm thinking of something.
Oh, this Fred Hampton with the Black Panther Party, baby.
Hey, I know,
Chicago.
but what year was it? Around what year? Can somebody?
I don't know what year he made the speech though. I don't know. Let me see. Let me go into this category, and it's a 1969.
1969.
I went into it. It's a 1969. Yes, ma'am.
And 14 years later, they bombed Philadelphia. See.
I showed that on my show. The bombing of Philadelphia. I know. Hey, mama, you know I be finding the cut shit. You know what I mean? Go ahead, mama.
Yeah, I was there. I mean, but that's the thing. They made these bombs in Tennessee, so all these bombs is made already here on our land, while these people are pretending to stage wars and say this happened while they are doing the reconstruction. So all of these type things has to be questioned when we really pull the card on what really happened to us.
Right.
You know, there was more paperwork and constructed and bombing and destroying shit so they could recreate their own lives, and time being added to it at the same time, to recreate some type of fantasy that they had for us.
Yeah.
I-
Forgive me if I offend anybody, but I think segregation was one of the worst things that happened to us.
You mean no, you ain't offending them. We supposed to have been on our own.
Right.
I mean,
well,
fix in Atlanta when they bombed Atlanta, and all the big skyscraper, those was our buildings.
Yeah.
Buildings. And then our people, then they end up talking about race riot. Why are you gonna show me cartoon pictures every time you show me a race riot? But then you're gonna show me real crackers standing out there with 6 feet tall guns? It don't even make sense.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna try to get through some more of this, y'all. I got like an hour before back come on, so
For real.
You got to understand, the people have to be quiet. If you dare to struggle, you dare to win. If you dare not to struggle, then goddamn it, you don't deserve to win. Let me say peace to you if you're willing to fight.
Oh, and let me say, shout out to Sister Bethy, man. I didn't know, man. And let me tell y'all, if y'all don't double check y'all subscriptions to people who y'all subscribe to, sometimes they would not send you no alerts. Just saying. I'm sorry to interrupt the brother.
The people have to be quiet, peace. If you dare to struggle, you dare to win. If you dare not to struggle, then goddamn it, you don't deserve to win. Let me say peace to you if you're willing to fight for it.
Chicago in particular was a place where the party's ideals especially resonated. It was then the second largest American city, and due to decades of discriminatory policies, also one of the most segregated. Chicago's mayor at the time, Richard J. Daley, opposed neighborhood integration. And in the 1950s, the city had begun to redevelop certain neighborhoods, pushing low-income residents out and into densely packed, high-rise public housing in already overcrowded neighborhoods. Black people were pushed primarily to the south and west side of Chicago. A large Puerto Rican population was here in Lincoln Park, and poor white people were concentrated here in Uptown. These groups all faced similar problems.
They all had dilapidated schools. They all had dilapidated homes. They were all being drafted into Vietnam. Very few of those communities had health care.
In 1969, Hampton led the Panthers towards an unexpected alliance, a coalition of activists working across racial.
I want to let everybody know the views of these people who's doing the documentary doesn't necessarily reflect the views of me. I'm watching it, you know what I mean, because I love to watch and I love information, so it doesn't necessarily reflect the views of me.
Lines against a corrupt city government that threatened their communities.
We're going to fight racism, not racism, but we're going to fight with solidarity.
What they had in common was their poverty. So they was building a revolution based on class solidarity that transcends race, that they all had the same hell to pay.
Hampton named the group the Rainbow Coalition. It included the Black Panthers, a Puerto Rican group called the Young Lords, and a group called the Young Patriots, made up of largely poor white migrants from Appalachia who had
I thought Jesse Jackson came up with the Rainbow Coalition. So do Jesse Jackson got the Rainbow Coalition of the NAACP? Or do Jesse Jackson run up underneath the Rainbow Coalition up underneath the Black Panthers? Because we know he never had no church. Never had no congregation. You know, brother Andrew Young was supposed to take over if anything happened to King. This is hold on, I'm gonna rewind it back just a little bit more. I'm sorry, y'all.
That they all had the same hell to pay.
Hampton named the group Rainbow Coalition. It included Black Panthers, a Puerto Rican group called the Young Lords, and a group called the Young Patriots, made up of largely poor white migrants from Appalachia who had moved to Chicago seeking economic opportunity.
We don't hate the motherfucker white people. We hate the oppressor, whether he be white, black, brown, or yellow. We got to know that.
I don't mean sing kumbaya and make a quilt. I'm talking about bringing them together on common things they can unite on. Not everything, but who could say the children do not deserve to have a healthy meal?
We work with anybody from anybody that has revolution on their mind. We're not a racist organization because we understand that racism is an excuse used for capitalism.
Hampton and other Panthers helped the Young Lords and Young Patriots launch their own social programs. They organized.
So he said racism. Hold on. Racism is a form. Hold on, let me hear it.
Deserve to have a healthy meal.
On their mind.
A racist organization.
Because we understand that racism is an excuse.
Racism is an excuse
for capitalism.
Okay. Racism is an excuse for capitalism. All right, bet.
Hampton and other Panthers helped the Young Lords and Young Patriots launch their own social programs. They organized protests together. And it was working. Members were traveling across the country to organize Rainbow Coalition chapters.
Particularly where Black Panther chapters were, but also in these rural white communities as well, to bring the revolution to bear. This blows people's minds. These people are not supposed to get along, but here they are operating as brothers of the struggle, as revolutionaries against the capitalist structure. And that was the threat to the state at the local level, but also at the national level.
In 1968, the FBI had sent around this internal memo. It outlined goals to prevent the coalition of militant Black nationalist groups and prevent the rise of a messiah who could unify and electrify the militant Black nationalist movement.
Okay, so
it wasn't written about Hampton specifically.
So they using documents that's given out if you request for them. So they're using requested documents from what they're saying, but the person who's narrating is speaking from their point of view. I just want to keep that in mind.
And prevent the rise of a messiah who could unify and electrify the militant Black nationalist movement. It wasn't written about him specifically, but by 1969,
Chairman Fred Hampton was the one that fit the
revolution was in the air. And the ways in which the Panthers was able to transcend those racial lines, especially the charismatic leadership of one like Fred Hampton, they saw him as a greater threat even than Martin Luther King or Malcolm X ever was.
In one FBI memo about...
Whoa, hold on. They say this man was a greater threat or a greater threat than Martin Luther King. Hold on. Look at that. It's right on the screen. A greater threat than both of them, Martin and Malcolm, ever was. You know why? Because Martin was constricted by the church and Malcolm was constricted by the Nation of Islam. But once he left from up underneath a banner, and once King left from up underneath the ACLU banner, and you know what I mean? They know. somehow they became unalive. I don't know, but it's just crazy. It's just crazy.
In one FBI memo,
And the reason which the Panthers transcend those racial lines, especially the charismatic leadership, like Fred Hampton, they saw him as a greater threat even than Martin Luther King or Malcolm X ever was.
in one FBI memo about the Black Panthers breakfast program, they claimed their real purpose was to poison minds with anti-white propaganda and indoctrinate youngsters in hate and violence.
The FBI, under the leadership of J. Edgar Hoover, had deemed the Black Panther Party as the #1 threat to the internal security of the country.
The FBI operated a counterintelligence program called COINTELPRO. It was a program that targeted dissident political groups in the U.S. Their methods typically went outside the law.
They were using tactics such as assassination, discrediting.
This what they was using, y'all. Not my words. This is what they've been using now. This is from this documentary standpoint. Shout out to Alton, man. What's going on, brother?
Hey, what's going on? It's crazy how a lunch program can make you a #1 enemy. You know what I'm saying? You're trying to feed people and you become an enemy. That's crazy.
Aton, don't do nothing real quick. I'm about to adjust your mic real quick. Just unmute real quick. Unmute yourself. Go ahead, keep on talking. Say what you said again. I'm about to adjust your mic because it was just a little bit low, but you good. I'm gonna adjust it on my side. Go ahead.
Mic check, mic check.
No, don't mic check. Go ahead. What you were saying now about the lunch program?
No, I was saying it's crazy how a lunch program can make you public enemy #1. You know what I'm saying? You're trying to feed your communities and they mark you as a #1 enemy. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's real crazy. I still been working on the mic just now because you still like going a little dead on one side, you know what I mean? But yeah, that's crazy as hell, right? That's crazy as hell. Feeding the youth, saying you poisoning the youth, Uh-oh. Oh yeah, you loud and clear right now, Aton. I'm about to. Okay, all right, yeah, I
Am I
heard
good
something
now?
loud.
Am I good now?
Background. Yep, you real good. You always was good, bro. I was about to bring you up on my side. What's up,
Yeah, I
family?
was just yeah. Yeah, I just want to hear this up close. This is interesting.
You might got a little delay. How much did you hear?
I just caught the other things. Like I'm still like halfway working and trying to listen to this because this is interesting. But I just caught this last part about that. I saw that paper that was put up.
About you, nonetheless, goddamn Hawkeye. Y'all need to have your own show because y'all teach a whole different side of the shit. You know what I mean? And that's all. It's needed. That's all I'm saying. It's needed. Y'all and y'all expertise is needed, bro.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that what I put out is not conflicting with what you guys are doing. So, yeah, it'll be good. It's gonna fit right in.
Whole thing is though, I'm gonna tell you like this, Aton. We can't atone for what happened in the past. with our family members. Would you say that? That we didn't know what happened, that we just learning
Yeah,
about. Would you agree with that?
yeah, I agree.
All right. So I feel we need to find out what happened and how things happened and why it happened, to see why, you know what I mean, it took the way it took. But I think that's a conversation we all need to have. You understand what I'm saying?
Without a doubt.
That's to me. That's to
That's
me
me too.
because what happened in South Carolina didn't happen for my brother Aton in another state. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I say we be letting other people come in and listening to what we be talking about, and then they take it and try to apply it to all of us, and then they be like, well, yo, OTK said this and this and right here, but hold on, OTK was talking about South Carolina, where he's from.
Right.
OTK wasn't talking about all American Indians. You understand what I'm saying? So I got
Right.
it's a conversation to be had, bro. Go ahead.
Well, that's just my thing because, you know, most of the time I just get on YouTube just to pass the time and listen to what people talking about. You know, I never thought I'd be hopping on panels and having these type of discussions, but I did that because I knew I had something to share that nobody was talking about, a different perspective. Because, like I said, I'm doing this like literally like every day. You know what I'm saying? I'm fighting these bastards every day in more ways than one. So, and I debate and I get busy with people. You know, we on the ground, but you know what I'm saying? I said, okay, well, let me bring something to the table. Outside of that, you know, I think it's a good direction. You know, got some stuff going on. When I'm ready, I'll let y'all know. That's why I said, let me go ahead. Now I can go ahead and put it out a little bit, a little more time on my hand, so we can make some shit happen for real.
Where and if I'm not mistaken, I think I've been told you that, like, man, damn, you ain't got no channel. You was like, nah. Like when we first started conversating, you know what I mean? And the crazy thing is, we never really knew each other like that. Yeah, we seen each other in other spaces, but we never knew each other like that. So, you know what I mean? I think it was, to me, I acted out of place, so that's why I'm glad you up here. I did apologize in the chat, but I'm apologize again. I took it the wrong way because you know I was already agitated, Anton. You already know, man. You said, you told one nigga one day, man, hey man, come on, man, don't let me let OTK wild on you, man. You know I'm a wild Indian. Now here go my dog who let me loose on a dude. Now he telling me, hold on. Oh my God,
I'll be like, nah, what I be trying to tell you is that you superior. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know bosses when I hear them. You come down on somebody that ain't on that level. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah,
like,
I understand that now, man. And another thing, Aton, I know you're really doing it in the community. That's why, if you didn't notice, I shut the hell up. Because I'm like, hold on, man, this motherfucker really doing it in the community, man. Like,
yeah, I'm trying to
you
take
know
over
what I mean?
towns out here, man. Trying to take over towns out here, man. What you doing? Settle for less.
Well, I just want you to know, appreciate you. You already, see, you know, it couldn't have been too much problem. Shit, still got your goddamn your wrench.
Yeah.
Don't talk about that. I ain't that tight, man. Because one thing about me growing up in the hood amongst my family, dog. Hey, listen, you gonna get into stuff, but it's all about keeping it respectful. Me and you never went into know each other family and none of that. We kept it on me and you and with information or other shit or whatever like that. So That's why I say,
I would,
man, and
I
you
would never
kept
do
your
that.
contention until I push you, man. So my fault, man. My apologies.
I be like, I get frustrated with you because you don't have to do that. Like, bosses ain't got to do that. You know what I'm saying? They ain't got to do that. But we can't take on the responsibility for what our ancestors did. They made a mistake. We got to fix it. You know, I talk to my ancestors all the time. But
damn, boy, you would have been my older cousin instead of telling me like you ain't got to go through that. You been and slapped me up like, yo, get your shit together, dog. Get your shit together. I understand now,
I'm like
Ethan. I understand.
I'm like that. Yep. Yep. They call me Chief Littleface.
Word, man. And we're gonna help grow that channel, man, because I'm gonna be over there because now I can really go and get on some economic shit and just stay on that. You know what I mean? I don't have to worry about it being an American Indian topic, and then we get no financial, and then you know what I mean? Because you know on our channels, man, the conversation go 8 months.
Mm-hmm.
And there ain't no way a person can remember all that. They probably remember the first minute, or they probably remember the middle or the end.
Yeah,
So
I went and got me.
that's good. That
I had to get me another laptop, OTK, because my laptop is for doing paperwork. So that ain't gonna work. And I want to make sure that it's right. You know, can't be coming. You know, it ain't gonna be all like DJ Cut be having his shit jumping off. You know what I mean? But it's
right.
It's gonna be simple and it's gonna be effective. You know what I mean? I'm not tech
Man,
savvy.
shout out to OTK, man, for bringing all the older G's out like me, man, and making the boys go buy new laptops to come out and give their information because it's needed, man. Shout out to Hawkeye gonna be next now. Hawkeye, nonetheless, they gonna be next now. Shouts out to the kid folks, though, man, who are strictly with us all day, every day. All day, every day. They just trying to put us on another level. So sometimes if you don't understand it, it might sound like they're going against what you're saying, but no, you got to understand what's going on first. So that's why their channel is needed.
You know, when I used to hoop,
needed, man.
When I played ball, I used to wear my shoes until I put my toes through them because I didn't like new stuff. I wasn't comfortable with it. You know, that's how I am. I've got an iPhone 12. Because I got it. Only way I'm gonna get a new one is if this one breaks. That's the same thing with these earbuds. I went and bought 2 other pairs.
How much subscribers you got?
Man, I ain't got
How many subscribers you got? Time.
I just got a phone call. I'm gonna drop down. I'll be right back. All right.
I bet.
Members were traveling to organize Rainbow Coalition chapters.
Particularly where Black Panther chapters were, but also in these rural white communities as well, to bring the revolution to bear. This blows these people are supposed to get along, but here they are operate as brothers of the struggles, as revolutionary against the capitalist structure. And that was the threat to the state at the local level, but also at the national level.
In 1968, the SI had sent around this
struggles, the capital white communities as well, to bring the revolution to bear. This blows people's minds. These people are not supposed to get along. They are operating.
All right, brothers of the struggle on Boss. You know what I'm talking about? Pay attention.
As brothers of the struggles, as revolutionaries against the capitalist structure. And that was the threat to the state, local level, but also at the national level.
In 1968, the FBI had sent around this internal memo. It outlined goals to prevent the coalition of militant Black nationalist groups and prevent the rise of a messiah who could unify and electrify the militant Black nationalist movement. It wasn't written about Hampton specifically, but by 1969,
Chairman Fred Hampton was the one that fit the bill.
The revolution was in the air. And the ways in which the Panthers was able to transcend those racial lines, especially their charismatic leadership of one like Fred Hampton, they saw him.
Okay, so y'all heard what they said. He didn't necessarily fit the bill, but at that time, he did. So that's letting you know. That's almost like the Dumb versus Don versus Pappas Bull, Edict Street, Pope Street. They writing stuff in pre-existence. I mean, if y'all follow me with that, you know what I mean? It didn't necessarily mean that to him. Let's go.
At the national level.
In 1968, the FBI had sent around this internal memo. It outlined goals to prevent the coalition of militant Black nationalist groups and prevent the rise of a messiah who could unify and electrify the militant Black national movement. It wasn't written about Hampton specifically, but by 1969,
Chairman Fred Hampton was the one that fit the bill.
The revolution was in the air. And the ways in which the Panthers was able to transcend those racial lines, especially their charismatic leadership of one like Fred Hampton, they saw him as a greater threat even than Martin Luther King or Malcolm X ever was.
In one FBI memo about the Black Panthers' breakfast program, they claimed their real purpose was to poison minds with anti-white propaganda and indoctrinate youngsters in hate and violence.
The FBI, under the leadership of J. Edgar Hoover, had deemed the Black Panther Party as the #1 threat to the internal security of this country.
The FBI operated a counterintelligence program called COINTELPRO. It was a program that targeted dissident political groups in the U.S. Their methods typically went outside the law.
They were using tactics such as assassination, discrediting, false narratives. They were falsely putting people in prison and exile, which were all illegal.
Several Black Panthers were killed or imprisoned, including the party co-founders. In Chicago, the party was also targeted by Mayor Daley and the Chicago police.
Our office was burned down at least 3 times. People would disappear. You never see their bodies again.
Before you go to bed tonight, say I am a revolutionary. Make that the last word. In case you don't wake up, then somebody might believe it and you might,
Oh, whoa. Whoa, hold up.
The party co-founders. In Chicago, the party was also targeted by Mayor Daley and the Chicago police.
Our office was burned down at least 3 times. People would disappear. You never see their bodies again.
People would disappear. You never see their bodies again. Wow.
Before you go to bed tonight, say I am a revolutionary. Make that the last word. In case you don't wake up, then somebody might believe it and you might, end up in what they call a revolutionary happy hunting ground.
Hampton, a rising star at just 21 years old, knew he was a target too. He'd been arrested in 1968 for allegedly robbing an ice cream truck and handing out $71 of ice cream. In 1969, he was sentenced to 2 to 5 years in prison. He appealed and was released on bond, but lost the appeal. He'd have to return to prison by December 6th.
Do you want to eliminate escapism like porn, video games, and binging social media so you can finally get locked in with the laser?
Okay, so we see that that song right there that's Wade in the Water, all kind of shit. You know what I mean? That's crazy. Let's go back to that. I just want to rewind it just a little bit because it went to commercial.
He'd have to return to prison by December 6th. On December 4th, around 4 a.m., 14 Chicago police officers arrived outside Hampton's apartment on Chicago's west side. Inside, Hampton, Njeri, and 7 other Panthers were asleep.
I was very pregnant, and the first thing I remember was Chairman Fred had fell asleep while talking on the phone. The next thing I remember was someone in our room started shaking the chairman.
Okay, so that's Mama Hampton right there. That's Mama Hampton right there. Shout out to Mama Hampton.
Arrived outside Hampton's apartment on Chicago's west side. Inside, Hampton, Njeri, and 7 other Panthers were asleep.
I was very pregnant, and the first thing I remember was Chairman Fred had fell asleep while talking on the phone. The next thing I remember was someone in our room started shaking the chairman. Chairman, wake up, wake up, the pigs are vamping. And I'm seeing Chairman Fred look up, and then he laid his head back down real slow.
Officers kicked open the door and shot Mark Clark, a visitor from another party chapter. They shot a sleeping 18-year-old named Brenda Harris. Then they shot in the direction of Hampton's bed.
Man, shouts out to the family of Brenda Harris, man. I know everybody else who who was a victim in that case. I know y'all get overlooked, but you know what I mean? People like me not overlooking y'all. You know what I mean? Much respect and love to the family of this crisis situation. You know what I mean?
Started shaking the chairman. Chairman, wake up, wake up, the pigs are vamping. And I'm seeing Chairman Fred look up, and then he laid his head back down real slow.
Officers kicked open the door and shot Mark Clark, a visitor from another party chapter. They shot a sleeping 18-year-old named Brenda Harris. Then they shot in the direction of...
Whoa, my bad, y'all. Damn, I'm glad I rewinded that because it's somebody named Mama Clark. Shouts out to Mama Clark. You know what I mean? Hold on.
And shot Mark Clark.
Right there. Oh, Mark Clark. Shouts out to Mark Clark and the family, man. You know what I mean? I just seen that just now too. You know what I mean? You know, I don't know if you might, if you still living or not or whatever, man, or you and your family. Shouts out to y'all too. I'm just trying to acknowledge everybody who was involved. My apologies.
Talking on the phone. The next thing I remember was someone in our room started shaking the chairman. Chairman, wake up, wake up, the pigs are vamping. And I'm seeing Chairman Fred look up, and then he laid his head back down real slow.
Officers kicked open the door and shot Mark Clark, a visitor from another party chapter. They shot a sleeping 18-year-old named Brenda Harris. Then they shot in the direction of Hampton's bed.
The mattress is just going. You can feel the bullets going into it. I had moved over on top of Chairman Fred because there was shooting into our mattress. The person that had come into the room kept shouting, stop shooting, we have a pregnant sister in here. Eventually, the shooting stopped.
Njeri was forced into the kitchen when she heard another voice.
Someone said he's barely alive. He'll barely make it. I assume they were talking about Chairman Fred. Pig said he was good and dead now. as they took me out and jammed a revolver to my stomach as I was handcuffed behind my back. I didn't look towards our bedroom because I didn't know what I would see or how I would respond.
The police fired nearly 100 shots. Fred Hampton and Mark Clark were dead. The 7 surviving Panthers were arrested. And police smiled as they removed Hampton's body from the scene.
Man, shouts out to the family, man. What's crazy to me is because she was pregnant, she was covered by a shield to where she didn't get hit at all. In order to, if I'm not mistaken, Mama Hampton, this is the mother of Fred Hampton Jr., if I'm not mistaken. Man, she had a shield around her. Now, I ain't getting all goddamn out of space with it. I'm just saying she had a shield around her because what she was carrying needed to come forth. Shouts out to the family, man.
The Chicago police and the state's attorney's office quickly shaped the narrative to call it a gunfight, a battle, and a shootout.
Officers involved in the raid testified that they were fired on from 4 different rooms in the apartment by shotgun.
And before I could get past the threshold, there were 3 shots fired from the rear bedroom.
They played back a story that you could not even fathom. They gave a fictional account of what happened. Again, vilifying the Black Panther Party.
I mean, they were firing at police. Yes, sir. We saw the shots coming out of the 2 bedrooms.
This attack by the Black Panthers on the police clearly demonstrates the true character of the Black Panther Party.
But
is this showing good for everybody, man? Just throw a arrow or something in the chat, or yeah, if this showing good for everybody, man. Just to make sure, man. Just to make sure. And while we making sure, let me do this real quick.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it 1,000. Slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it 1,000. Slow mo.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, man, that the video is good, man. And even if it's chopping up or whatever like that, man, damn. See all these damn email alerts coming through. All that's messing with me, man. But all right, we're gonna get back to it though.
experts and lawyers hired by the Panthers, along with other journalists, inspected the crime scene. The Panthers even opened the apartment so that anyone could examine it. And a drastically different picture emerged. It was clear that the police had fired unprovoked. Of the nearly 100 shots fired, only one possible shot could have come from a Panther's gun, likely from Mark Clark at the front door. The bullet holes that the police said came from Black Panthers were nail heads. Later, it also emerged that the FBI had assisted Chicago police with the raid. The FBI had an informant within the Black Panther Party named William O'Neill, who had become chief of security and Hampton's bodyguard. O'Neill had provided the FBI with a hand-drawn floor plan of the apartment, which the FBI then gave to Chicago police. And evidence strongly suggests that before the raid, O'Neill had drugged Hampton. In the years after Hampton's assassination, the police and the FBI continued to imprison dozens of party members across the country. The official Black Panther Party would continue to exist until 1982, but membership decreased dramatically, and it would never be the same.
And I hope that each one of you will be able to die in the international proletarian revolutionary struggle, or you didn't be able to live in it. And I think that struggle is going to come. Why don't you live for the people? Why don't you struggle for the people? Why don't you die for the people?
Fred Hampton wanted revolution. Those in power wanted to destroy him and what he stood for. But they weren't totally successful.
Yeah, right, Nate.
Chairman Fred lives.
Yeah, right, Nate. That was cool as hell, right? Hold on, let me bring that back real quick.
O'Neill had drugged Hampton. In the years after Hampton's assassination,
That was cool as hell. Hey, and the reason why I keep stopping it, y'all, because I got a strike from playing one documentary the other day. Y'all know I love documentaries, but I stepped away for a second and I didn't comment on it or none of that. So I'm just making sure I'm covering myself so we can keep doing what we do.
the police and the FBI continued to imprison dozens of party members across the country. The official Black Panther Party would continue to exist until 1982, but membership decreased dramatically, and it would never be the same.
And I hope that each one of you will be able to die in the international proletarian revolutionary struggle, or you didn't be able to live in it. And I think that struggle is going to come. Why don't you live?
I wanted to leave that on the screen for a second. And I hope that each one of you will be able to die in the international proletarian revolutionary struggle, or you'll be able to live in it. And I think that struggle is going to come.
It's going to come. Why don't you live for the people? Why don't you struggle for the people? Why don't you die for the people?
Huh? And then he goes on to say, why don't you live for the people? Why don't you struggle for the people? Why don't you die for the people? Huh? It sounds like words a chief would say, man. You know what I mean? Before it's time to get into what it's time to get into. Huh? Them chief words to me. I'm sorry, y'all. Let me bring that back. Let me start from there.
And I hope that each one of you will be able to die in the international proletarian revolutionary struggle, or you didn't be able to live in it. And I think that struggle is going to come. Why don't you live for the people? Why don't you struggle for the people? Why don't you die for the people?
Fred Hampton wanted revolution. Those in power wanted to destroy him and what he stood for. But they weren't totally successful.
Chairman Fred lives. You know what I'm saying? Through the military assault, through the destruction of the party as an organization itself, you know, by the state, the legacy of the party is still here.
Today, the work of Fred Hampton is alive through some of the same programs that marked him as a threat.
Many of the programs that the Panthers created are now staples of our society. We didn't have free breakfast in schools prior to the Black Panther Party's free breakfast program. Those free clinics, almost every major college campus got a free legal aid clinic. The ways in which sickle cell testing is now respected as a disease by the CDC and others. None of that stuff existed before the party. I think that's revolutionary.
The history of the Black Panther Party is going toe to toe with this government will never die. Never die.
Got to show the credits.
Thanks for watching this video. If you want to learn more about Fred Hampton, there's an amazing 1971 documentary called The Murder of Fred Hampton, available to stream via the Chicago Film Archives at the link in the description. They also have a film called American Revolution 2, which documents the work of the Rainbow Coalition in action and the many activists who helped to spearhead the movement.
Y'all already know. Let me bring that back so y'all can see that. Hold on, let me see.
Film Archives at the link in the description. They also have a film called American Revolution 2.
American Revolution 2, y'all.
Which documents.
And it documents the work of the Rainbow Coalition in action. Y'all know I like documentaries, man. Y'all already know that. Y'all want me to bring that up real quick, or go into the other part what I had, and bring that and say that for another day? I definitely can. You know what I mean? Say that for another day. I notice when I go on YouTube, it cuts my frequency a little bit, but maybe because I got too many things open. Yeah, that could be the problem. Yeah. Shouts out to the family, man. Fred Hampton and family, man. You already know. Real for real. Hold up. Let me see something real quick. Let me do this. Let me try to find this real quick. An hour before goddamn go back, come on. With the Darwinism shit. That's gonna be fire. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see something real quick. Let me check this out. Yeah, I think I want to play this because this is also needed to be played. This was a complimentary video backed up to what I just showed. Got plenty more, but this was a complimentary video. And I want to show this real quick, y'all. Here we go.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The Quarantine Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. As Black History Month begins today, we look back at the assassination of Black Panther leader Fred Hampton in Chicago 51 years ago, and how new documents reveal more details about the FBI's role in the murder of the 21-year-old revolutionary. Fred Hampton was killed December 4th, 1969.
All right, now, y'all, this is Democracy Now! This is not my point of view. This is information that I like to listen to. I call everything information. You read it out, you know what I mean? Like that. So this is not my point of view. Okay.
years ago, and how new documents reveal more details about the FBI's role in the murder of the 21-year-old revolutionary. Fred Hampton was killed December 4th, 1969, when Chicago police raided his apartment and shot and killed him in his own bed. Black Panther leader Mark Clark was also killed by police in that raid. Authorities initially claimed the Panthers had opened fire on the police who were there to serve a search warrant for weapons. Evidence later emerged that told a very different story. The FBI, the Cook County State's Attorney's Office, and Chicago police had conspired to assassinate Fred Hampton. Now, several hundred pages of FBI memos and reports obtained by historian and writer Aaron Leonard through a Freedom of Information Act request document that the director of the FBI's Domestic Intelligence Division, William Sullivan, and the head of the extremist section of the Domestic Intelligence Division, George Moore, both played key roles in planning the raid and the cover-up that followed. For more on what these documents say, we're joined by Flint Taylor and Jeff Haas, founding members of the People's Law Office in Chicago, who are the lead lawyers in the landmark Fred Hampton and Mark Clark civil rights case. Their new piece for Truth Out is headlined, "New Documents Suggest J. Edgar Hoover."
So these are the lawyers. These are the lawyers right here. Yeah, Engine Radio, man. Listen, man, I'm well-rounded. I'm well-rounded. I'm strong in what I'm strong in. I'm well-rounded also to where I can at least ask questions to get a better understanding. Engine Radio, and that's the whole thing about it, man. Everybody need to know something about something. Don't keep yourself stuck inside no book. Get your ass outside that book or your ideology or your belief. You know what I'm talking about? Let's go.
Suggest J. Edgar Hoover was involved in Fred Hampton's murder. Jeff Haas, let's begin with you. You wrote a book about Fred Hampton. Talk about what these new documents show and what you see as the smoking gun of J. Edgar Hoover's direct involvement.
Thank you, Amy. Well, first of all, it's 51 years after the incident and 40-some years after the trial. We had never gotten these documents before. But what they showed was that Hoover and Sullivan and Moore were following Roy Mitchell, a special agent in charge, very closely.
All right, y'all. This is from Jeff Haas, a book writer, and he's also a civil rights attorney.
With regard to O'Neill. And they were complimenting him and rewarding him from the moment he gave the information and the floor plan to Special Agent Mitchell. They were congratulating Mitchell on what a wonderful job he did with this informant. Of course, Mitchell got the floor plan, gave it to Hanrahan's police, and that's what led to the raid. The floor plan even showed the bed where Hampton and Johnson would be sleeping. So we knew much of this. We knew O'Neill had gotten a bonus. We never knew Mitchell got a bonus. And we never knew that Hoover and Sullivan and Moore were starting to watch this in November, but 10 days before it happened. They were monitoring exactly what went on. And so
hold on. Did he say other people got bonuses? Whoa, hold up.
The floor plan even showed the bed did with this from the moment he gave the information, special agent in charge, Hoover and Sullivan, 40-some years after the trial. We had never gotten these documents before. But what they showed was that Hoover and Sullivan and Moore were following Roy Mitchell, a special agent in charge, very closely with regard to O'Neill. And they were complimenting him and rewarding him from the moment he gave the information and the floor plan to Special Agent Mitchell. They were congratulating Mitchell on what a wonderful job he did with this informant. Of course, Mitchell got the floor plan, gave it to Hanrahan's police, and that's what led to the raid. The floor plan even showed the bed where Hampton and Johnson would be sleeping. So we knew much of this. We knew O'Neill had gotten a bonus. We never knew Mitchell got a bonus. And we never knew that Hoover and Sullivan and Moore were starting to watch this in November, but 10 days before it happened. They were monitoring exactly what went on. And so it was approved at the highest level. And during the trial, we had sought to go up to Sullivan and Moore and Hoover, but the judge wouldn't allow us. And we thought perhaps even John Mitchell and Richard Nixon were involved. We didn't have these documents, so we couldn't uncover that. This also shows that after the raid, the head of the FBI in Chicago met with and congratulated the informant O'Neill, thanked him for his information, which led to the success of the raid. What's also interesting is 51 years later, these documents still have redactions. There's a specific redaction because an FBI agent had been called in front of a grand jury and he was.
All right. So when y'all hear redaction, that means on the paperwork, it can either be blacked out or it been pulled back and it can't be used. That's redaction in the layman terms.
Told if you get asked any questions about blank, which is the FBI, leave the grand jury and report to your higher ups. A year after the raid, the FBI role and COINTELPRO had never been disclosed. It was only about Hanrahan and the police. So it took us 13 years to uncover that it was COINTELPRO, a program whose objective was disrupt, destroy, and neutralize the Panthers, and specifically prevent the rise of a black messiah like Fred Hampton, who could unify and electrify the masses. It was this FBI program that led to the passing of the floor plan and the 90 shots, and Fred Hampton executed in his bed at 2:30 in the morning on December 4th. On December 4th.
Now, Jeff, the documents also seem to indicate that there was a plan to cover up the FBI's involvement in the raid. Could you talk about that aspect of what you've uncovered?
Yes, at the grand jury, this was a special state grand jury, because the black community was so outraged and there was a lot of pressure, they called a special grand jury. Well, they allowed the FBI agent who talked about who fired the guns, but they didn't allow anybody to talk about the floor plan or the role of the informant, William O'Neill, in setting up the raid and getting a bonus for it. So that was kept quiet. Matter of fact,
so did he have immunity? Did he sign an immunity deal?
If there hadn't been a raid at the Media, Pennsylvania FBI office, we might never have learned about COINTELPRO.
Or did the police have something on them to where they used that against him?
And in terms of why it's taken so long and there's still redactions on some of these documents, I mean, there's the assassination of President Kennedy. There have been documents released from that, and here we have one radical revolutionary in Chicago, and it's taken so long just to get information about what actually happened.
Well, yes, I think the cover-up continues in the fact that many of these pages contain redaction, including the information from O'Neill. So there are things the FBI has still not released, we think showing the involvement of higher-ups. We do have a continuous rewarding of the Special Agent Roy Mitchell, referring to the success of the raid, how the raid was critical to the role of the FBI. So see, some of these documents are new. But for the next year, Roy Mitchell got congratulated for how well he had handled O'Neill and how important the information had gotten. And they continuously internally called the raid a success, while externally they were hiding it.
I want to bring Flint Taylor into this conversation, co-founder of the People's Law Office in Chicago. You and Jeff were arrested for protesting what you called in the piece the outrageous rulings of the judge and the blatant misconduct of the defense. Can you explain what this trial was, Flint?
Well, this was a trial, 18 months on trial, Jeff and I and others in our office, fighting to get these documents out, fighting to establish the role of the FBI. And we had a judge who was very similar to Judge Hoffman in the Conspiracy 8 trial, which many people may remember. And he was dead set against us. He was originally from Alabama. He was a racist, and he did not believe and would not let us get at the evidence that the FBI was involved in this case. But we were developing this evidence along with the Senate Select Committee, the Church Committee. So we were exposing this evidence both in court and outside of court, and the judge was getting more and more upset with us. And so when we protested the unfair rulings that he was making, he was keeping us from putting Hoover in the case.
But the thing is, y'all should get the judge recused, just like in the Young Thug case.
Was keeping us from putting John Mitchell and the others from Washington in the case. And he was keeping us from getting the documents that showed the bonus to O'Neill, the informant. All of this we were fighting for day and day after day. And when we protested, both of us at various times were held in contempt and sent to the federal lockup here in Chicago. But we kept fighting it. The judge threw the case out after 18 months of trial, believe it or not. He wouldn't let the jury decide the case. We fought to appeal, and we won a remarkable decision in the Court of Appeals, defended it in the U.S. Supreme Court, and 13 years of litigation and fighting to get the evidence out. We were ultimately able to obtain one of the largest, if not the largest, police violence settlement for the families of Mark Clark and Fred Hampton and the surviving Panthers in the history at that time of the federal courts.
And Flint, for the younger members of our audience who really do not perhaps understand the role and significance of the Black Panther.
Whoa, what's going on? I hear a bunch of static going on with that. Let's see.
Party, and for instance, J. Edgar had been polling the support.
Dynamic leader, but a very charismatic and dynamic leader. And the Panthers had a 10-point program.
Yeah, man, it's all good that, man. What y'all think about that, man? You know what I'm talking about? Powerful, powerful, powerful. To me. You know what I mean? And make sure y'all do this.
Welcome to Bridge 3 TV, where simplicity starts and quality TV begins. In this ever-changing digital world, quality TV is just a step away. Minimizing bills for the things we want and the things that we need on a daily basis is something we all want. In order to save money and cut that cable bill, get an Amazon Fire Stick. Go to the app downloader and download the NetGo app. We offer a free 3-day trial and much more at a fraction of the cost for other streaming platforms. Use our free promo code to navigate our service and see if you would like it. Text 502-325-2921 for additional information and details. Enjoy your TV the way you want to.
Man, shouts out to goddamn Bridge 3rd, man. You know what I'm talking about? Y'all got a Fire Stick. Make sure y'all go and y'all get that discount. Y'all go and get that. Use my name and you can get a discount. Oh, for real, for real. Me and Cousin Dollar still here, man. I'm gonna go real quick. Well, as I play this real quick, I'm gonna go Got like 30 minutes left, so I'm gonna go find something real quick. I'm gonna play this real quick. While
Father Ray, Reed Youngin. Come on, man. Fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African. Hey, the niggas trash like some ooh. Try to get back to them slave hoes. Hey, hey. Try to get back to them slave hoes. Hey, hey. Fucking slave narrative, they phony. I had this nigga named Toby and he owe me. When the plot crop and the stock drop on top, them niggas going. Sold to the bitter cotton pickers, them my niggas. I'ma come down, feed them chitlins and them gizzards. Nigga, I'm the mister, I whip ya, I kill you. In the big house, go down with your sister. Send it back to you, then I send for your mother. Y'all niggas look out, I'ma work you like no other. Make you pick cotton till the sun come and touch you. Till your damn hands and feet and foot all bust up. Look me in my eyes, I'ma backhand the buck up. Nah. Shout out to Grandma Foo. Why your man came, she the one that sold you. My crew swam to the show and got you. Good shit, Jesus, man, that nigga came through. Hey, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African. Hey, the niggas trash like some ooh. Trying to get back to them slave hoes. Hey, trying to get back to them slave hoes. Fuck off it, fuck Lennon, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Fuck off it, fuck Ben, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Fuck off it, fuck Lennon, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Ayy. Play with this shit, dude. Beginning. Baby, yo, so PC, the acrobatic. Fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African.
man, shout out to Old Soul, man. You know what I mean? Just winding it on down. I'm gonna find something to play. To my brother Bap, come on, man. I love information, y'all. Hold on, give me a second, y'all. I was hoping I found it before song that went on, but apparently I got it saved up underneath something else. So let me go ahead and find it real quick. I'm talking about. I think I originally put it on this one. Y'all give me a second. I appreciate y'all. Give me a second. It's gonna be a good one that I got. The crazy stuff is some of the information that I got, some of the documentaries that I got. I'm just waiting for people to come and say, yo, that was my uncle, or that was my people, that was my auntie. You know what I mean? For real. I ain't even lying to you. That's when you don't find, you don't find yourself in the story. Damn. My bad, y'all. I apologize so much. What do I got there? Oof. Hold on, y'all. Give me a second. I gotta think where I saved that. No, it ain't that. Ain't that one. Hold on real quick, y'all. While I'm waiting. Yeah, while I'm waiting, y'all. I'm sorry.
What it look like, man?
Listen, you know what it
Real,
is.
man. I feel the same way you feel about
Word.
I just don't want
I
much,
can't
man. I just want to take it one day at a time.
Me too.
That way we can reach the highest point of friendship.
What's the highest point? Let me know.
Then whether you know how far to take this flight.
That's what I'm talking
Word.
about.
You don't just jump in the plane and fly and don't know where you're going
Why
first.
not?
Just chill, baby. Just got you.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you.
See, we don't have to rush. Baby girl, be patient. Anticipation of love making. Got your legs shaking. See, every time I'm next to you, I feel your heart beat faster. But yet you try to hide behind your smile and your laughter. See, money's what I'm after. So all I do is chill. I'm out here on the grind. I'm trying to see a meal. You never seen this good life. Well, come on, let me show you. You never had a real hug. Well, come on, let me hold you. This life I lead is troublesome. You win some, you lose some. You lost one, then gain one. You want some, come get some. See, everything you want, you need, I got you. Even though you don't know me, I don't know you, baby, I got you. That's just how it's supposed to be. Rather have you next to me, never in front or back of me. You look good beside me, but we take it there. It's some things you need to know. We don't have to rush, baby, we can take it slow.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you.
Say you like me is what you want. I ain't about games, I'm trying to front. See something that you want, then get it. Ice cream man always deliver, never late. I come on time. Tell me, girl, what's your room size? Sitting here, watch you visualize. I can't lie, see it in your eyes. Fantasize, I mean you all day, all night. Let me strap your seatbelt on before we take this flight. You know I'm helicopter high. Baby, you know I'm on a wide, baby, we can buy. And that's just how it is. El Blizzo keep it realer than all the rest is. And don't compare me to them other dudes. I act a fool, with my tool, lock it down, just for you. You got a man, you can keep him too. I don't want him, I want you. Got a couple friends, but I got a couple too. Just let me know, girl, what you wanna do. And we can keep it on the low, long as you know, baby, just take it.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you.
Yeah, y'all. Just winding it down. Just winding it down into back. Come on. That's crazy, y'all. I can't even find it, and it's a good story, man. Y'all know I like to keep good and interesting stories. Yeah, this about right, y'all. This is like 24 minutes long. I'm gonna show this right here. I don't think I even have to illustrate with this or nothing like that, but yeah, I'm gonna do this right here. Let's see what a free family, Black Masters, a free family of color in the Old South. Let's see what this is saying.
To history. As we think back to history, a lot of the things that were taught to us in the schools with regards to slavery has always been a focus on blacks being owned by white. What we don't talk about is the blacks who sold the blacks to the Europeans who actually brought our ancestry over to this country. What we don't talk about are the other peoples of the world who've actually been enslaved in history before. A lot of us know history where there was a group long ago who was actually enslaved for over 400 years. So today we're going to talk about free blacks who actually owned slaves. Now, during this period of time, in this country, there were actually 4 million blacks. And of that 4 million, about 250,000 of them were actually free. As we take the time to study who owned slaves relative to the size of the population in this country, be it black, white, or Native American, blacks own a larger percentage of slaves as it relates to the other races that were here. There's also evidence that blacks own white slaves. And then some free black people in this country bought slaves. And I'm not saying every black that were free actually owned slaves, but a large number did. Since 1654, continuing right through the Civil War, blacks owned slaves. Now, we can actually stop right there and just throw this in that the very first slave owner in this country was a black guy named Anthony Johnson.
Can y'all hear this? Loud and clear, y'all. I want to make sure y'all can hear this. You know what I mean? I see Enoch throwing the fire. Yes. Okay, I bet. No problem.
54, continuing right through the Civil War, blacks owned slaves. Now, we can actually stop right there and just throw this in that the very first slave owner in this country was a black guy named Anthony Johnson. And if you don't believe me, look him up yourself. The very first slave owner in this country was a guy named Anthony Johnson. Now, as we review these numbers, it is too...
Whoa. Hold on. Am I tripping, y'all? Or did he say the very first slave owner in this country was Anthony Johnson? Now, I know he was a black slave owner, but is he saying that? Did he just say that? Let me rewind that. Let me rewind that real quick.
And just throw this in that the very first slave owner in this country was a black guy named Anthony Johnson. And if you don't believe me, look him up yourself. The very first slave owner in this country was a guy named Anthony Johnson. Now, as we review these numbers, it is too extensive of a list to include every black person that owned slaves. So for the sake of time and the sake of you having to listen to me share this information, I'm only going to include everybody that owned 10 or more slaves. A lot of times.
So if Anthony Johnson was the first slave owner, forget the black slave owner thing. He was the first slave owner in this country. If he was the first slave owner in this country, that means that all the American Indian so-called slaves before then will be prisoners of war. Am I saying that correct? That's what I'm understanding from this, because if he was the first slave owner, and we know that you had indentured servitude, right? Okay, all right, okay, all right, bet. I'm gonna bring it back real quick just to make sure I heard the same thing we all said. Let's go.
The very first slave owner in this country was a large number did. Since 1654, continuing right through the Civil War, blacks owned slaves. Now we can actually stop right there and just throw this in that the very first slave owner in this country was a black guy named Anthony Johnson. And if you don't believe me, look him up yourself. The very first slave owner in this country was a guy named Anthony Johnson. Now, as we review these numbers, it is too extensive of a list to include every.
And let me make this clear too. This is somebody else's point of view. This is not OTK point of view. I'm just listening to it.
Black person that owned slaves. So for the sake of time and the sake of you having to listen to me share this information, I'm only going to include everybody that owned 10 or more slaves.
Yeah,
a lot of times those who
Jackie Brown, you'll find out as time go on,
were actually owning family members, and there was a sign of benevolence so that they could keep the family intact. So I'll respect that. This is a compilation of various books, various study. I've had some folks tell me that most of these slave owners that we say were black don't count because they were Creole or mulattoes. And normally you find those people with those labels coming out of Louisiana, you know, the French Purchase and things like that. And I myself, before my mother married and my stepdad, my last name was a French last name. So we're going to keep that in mind as well. So when folks tell me that we can't claim this as being black, they're totally off the mark, because these same folks are excited about our supposed first black president, who was also of mixed heritage. These same folks were excited about Tiger Woods being on top of the golf world, and Tiger Woods is of mixed heritage. Now, as a side note, when you want to educate yourself a little bit more, go look up Thomas Jefferson, Andrew Jackson, Abraham Lincoln, Warren Harding, and Calvin Coolidge, who all had black fathers. Check on Dwight Eisenhower's parents. His mother was black. And if you want to figure out who the very first president of our Continental Congress was, look up a guy named John Hanson, who was a Moor. And a Moor is a population of people from Northern Africa. So we cannot claim to have a black president while at the same time claiming that these slave owners were not black because of the Creole or mulatto label. Now, in the case of those in Louisiana, there's a lot of those, as I mentioned. You know, we had the French Purchase, Louisiana Purchase from the French and all that. So that goes hand in hand. There's a lot of mixed ancestry. So we'll start off with John Carruthers Stanley, who was born a slave in Craven County, North Carolina. He was the son of an Igbo mother, and Igbo is a tribe of people in southeastern Nigeria. They're still prevalent today. And her master, who was John Wright Stanley. He became an extraordinarily successful barber and speculator in real estate in New Bern. As Lawrence Swinninger points out in Black Property Owners in the South, by the early 1820s, Stanley owned 3 plantations and 163 slaves, and even hired 3 white overseers to manage his property. He fathered 6 children with a slave woman named Kitty, and he eventually freed them. Stanley actually lost his estate when a loan for $14,962 he had co-signed with his white half-brother, John, came due. After his brother's stroke, the loan was Stanley's sole responsibility and he was unable to pay it. And see, the image that we're looking at on the screen right now, Black Masters, a free family of color in the Old South, is actually a book written by Michael Johnson and James Rourke, and it's talking about William Ellison and his family. Now, at the death of William Ellison.
All right. So this is a book right here, y'all. This is a book that's on the screen. He just said that. And they're talking about William Ellison. Sometimes y'all will find him in history as April. He changed his name to William Ellison to be named after his so-called slave owner, his master, which was his father. But notice what they said. The father left everything to William. And William was of a slave, supposedly. And his half-brother was full breed. That's why they was half-brothers. But let's see if he say that. Let's go.
On the eve of the Civil War, he was wealthier than 9 out of 10 white people in South Carolina. He was born in 1790 as a slave on a plantation in the Fairfield district of the state, far up country from Charleston. In 1816, at the age of 26, he bought his own freedom and soon bought his wife and their child. In 1822, he opened his own cotton gin. Now, see, that's a whole nother point right there if we took the time to understand.
All right, so this is the thing. He didn't buy his own freedom. His daddy, William Ellison, sent them to work underneath Willie McCrae to learn how to fix the cotton gin. And he came out with a business to go around the South fixing people cotton gins and stuff like that, man. Oh man, this is weird. And he caught it because he's like, hold on, how the hell he buy himself out of slavery? And then all of a sudden, this man had over 900 acres that he inherited. And they got stories about how he treated his slave. But let's go.
He bought his own freedom and soon bought his wife and their child. In 1822, he opened his own cotton gin. Now, see, that's a whole nother point right there. If we took the time to understand real Black history, we'll understand a lot of Black folks actually owned business during the time that we were supposedly all enslaved. So Black men were about business back then too. And Ellison became quite wealthy. By his death in 1860, he owned 900 acres of land and 63 slaves. Now, this is a kick in the bucket right here. Not one of his slaves was ever allowed to purchase his or her own freedom. Now,
that just go to show y'all, dog. I know the story about them. I just said that. Let's go.
We're going to move on over to Louisiana. By 1830, in Louisiana, several Black people there owned a large number of slaves, including the following. In Point Coupé Parish alone, Sophie DeLunde owned 38 slaves. Lefroy DeQueer owned 59 slaves. Antoine DeQueer owned 70 slaves. And the DeQueers are actually some of my wife's ancestry. And as I mentioned, you know, this was never shared with her by anybody in her family. And down from the New Iberia, Cade area of Louisiana, this is where they were from. Leandre Severin owned 60 slaves, and Victor Duperron owned 10. In St. John the Baptist Parish, Victor Deslandes owned 52 slaves, and in Plaquemine Brûlé, Martin Donato owned 75 slaves. In Bayou Teche, Martin Lenormand and his family in St. Martin Parish owned 89 slaves. In West Baton Rouge Parish,
All right, let me tell y'all this. Look at these time periods that they're talking about that these people own slaves. All right, pay attention to that.
Pollen owned 69 slaves. The Ricard family owned 27. Phil's Honoré owned 30. Francis Gerard of Washita Parish owned 33. And C.C. McCarty in the upper suburb of New Orleans owned 32 slaves. Now, the 13 members of the Montoya family, led by Nicholas Augustin Montoya, collectively owned 215 slaves up in Natchitoches, Louisiana. You know, which I mentioned, you know, that's where my side of the family is from on my mother's side. T. Sandlin of Jefferson County owned 12 slaves, and J.B. Packard owned 11. The Duplessis family collectively owned 30 slaves. Joseph Curiel of Point Coupé owned 40 slaves. Sarah Ham Rock of Natchitoches owned.
Now, the thing about this, he's calling out all these people that own slaves, which we already got these people and all that. But the thing is, he's not saying that what they supposedly, he's not doing lookership. He's not saying, he said something about some African earlier, but he didn't say nothing else about that. I want him to get into some kind of description or nationality or something.
12, as well as Florentine Corner, who owned 16.
And y'all go over there to BAP. BAP done started, you know what I mean? 501 out there, you know what I mean? Go ahead.
And Charles Mollier owned 10 slaves. V. Rilliot owned 49 slaves in St. John's Baptist Parish. And C. Ferrand and St. Dunstan owned 38 slaves collectively. Laurent Malvo of Bellevue owned 18 slaves. In Bayou Mallet, Jean B. Guillory owned 18. And back over to Bayou Teche, Valerian Osand owned 27 slaves. Jean Lasassier owned 19. Joseph Balky owned 18. Jean B. Moulion owned 52. And Jean Gallo owned 12. In St. Mary, Filippo Boutte owned 10. And back to the upper suburbs of New Orleans, Louise de Vivier owned 17 slaves. Sanit Grand Maison owned 13. Cantrell de Forge owned 11. Missy Kempran owned 10. Monique Volant owned 10.
God damn, is he gonna ever stop calling out? That's a bunch of the population, huh?
Pierre Rupon owned 13. Virginia Mangona owned 10. Dershell Rogues owned 11. Genevieve.
So now that I know some of these names that I see that people be calling French, I will see some parts of French in it, but then I see American in it. Now I know why.
Gobert owned 16. Rose Lenoir owned 13. Desiree Athanase owned 11. Daniel Duperrier owned 10. Gabriel Mothelos owned 11. Louise Vavant owned 10. Eulalie Mandeville owned 13. M. Dupai owned 11. Constance Rivera owned 17. Caroline Miller owned 13. Pierre Saint-Amand owned 17. Lord Piero owned 13. Wid Duvalon owned 10. And Cecil Marcow owned 10. Now we move on to down in Iberville Parish, where Antoine Dubuclet and his wife Claire Pollard owned more than 70 slaves when they were married. According to Thomas Clark, and by 1864, in the midst of the Civil War, they actually owned 100 slaves, worth $94,700. Now, 1864, and their worth is $94,700. I haven't put the math figures to that,
1864, y'all. Ain't the so-called whole slave trade stopped in 1865? So they say that's Juneteenth, about 1865, the last state. No. Hold up. What's going on now? He said 1864, y'all.
And their worth is
I'm not saying what he's saying is
$94,700. I haven't put the
true,
math figures to that, but it would be a substantial fee today. So it was very substantial back for slaves. And Cecil Markow owned 10.
This is his
Now
word.
we move on to down in Iberville Parish, where Antoine Dubuclet and his wife Claire Pollock owned more than 70 slaves when they were married. According to Thomas Clark, and by 1864, in the midst of the Civil War, they actually owned 100 slaves, worth $94,700. Now, 1864, and their worth is $94,700. I haven't put the math figures to that, but it would be a substantial fee today. So it was very substantial back then. And if we go by the standard that money actually increases, well, doubles every 10 years, it's supposed to double every 10 years on everything except our salaries. That's a whole lot of money. And during Reconstruction, he became the state's first Black treasurer, serving from 1868 to 1878. Now, Andrew Durnford was a sugar planter and a physician who owned the St. Rosalie Plantation, 33 miles south of New Orleans. And you say 33 miles of New Orleans, so you're probably looking at somewhere like Morgan City, Thibodeau, Homer, somewhere around in there, or headed that way at least. In the late 1820s, David O. Whitten tells us he paid $7,000 for 7 male slaves, 5 females, and 2 children. He traveled all the way to Virginia in the 1830s and purchased 24 more. See, it was all about business. You know, it wasn't about people, it was about business and economics. Now, I never said it was right. You know, don't make that mistake. I never said it was right. I don't believe enslaving anybody is right. But it was a system of economics. Eventually, Durnford would own 77 slaves. When a fellow Creole slave owner liberated 85 of his slaves and shipped them off to Liberia, Durnford commented that he couldn't do that because self-interest is too strongly rooted in the bosom of all that breathes the American atmosphere. And see, that's a whole nother thing. You know, we complain about all the ills of America, but we American when it's to our benefit. The wealthiest Black person in Charleston, South Carolina in 1860 was Maria Weston, who owned 14 slaves and property valued at more than $40,000 at a time when the average white man earned about $100 a year. That's amazing, isn't it? Now, even though she was the wealthiest, she didn't own the largest amount of slaves. The city's largest slaveholders were a guy named Justice Angel and Mistress L. Horry. Both of them owned 84 slaves each. In Savannah, Georgia, between 1823 and 1828, according to Betty Wood's Gender, Race, and Rank in a Revolutionary Age, Hannah Leon owned 9 slaves, while the largest slave owner in 1860 was Cyprian Ricard, who had a sugarcane plantation in Louisiana and owned 152 slaves with her son Pierre, many more than the 35 she owned in 1830. So we talk about 1860 to from 1830 to 1860. In 1830 she had 35. In 1860 she had 152. So she wasn't looking to free anybody, her and her son. According to the economic historian Stanley Ingerman, in Charleston, South Carolina, about 42% of free Blacks owned slaves in 1850, and about 64% of these slaveholders were women. Greed, G-R-E-E-D, in other words, was gender blind. Carter G. Woodson also tells us that some of the husbands who purchased their spouses were not anxious to liberate their wives immediately. They considered it advisable to put them on probation for a few years. And if they did not find them satisfactory, they would sell their wives as other slaveholders.
Hold on. That was wow. That nigga saying what? 18 what?
These slaveholders were women. Greed. G. Ingerman in Charleston, South Carolina, about 42% and 52. About
let's go.
1860 to from 1830 to 1860. In 1830, she had 35. In 1860, she had 152. So she wasn't looking to free anybody, her and her son. According to the economic historian Stanley Ingerman, in Charleston, South Carolina, about 42% of free blacks owned slaves in 1850.
Hold on. 42% blacks owned slave in 1850 in Charleston? Boy, y'all better shut up with that African shit.
And about 64% of these slaveholders were women. Greed, G-R-E-E-D, in other words, was gender blind. Carter G. Woodson also tells us that some of the husbands who purchased their spouses were not anxious to liberate their wives immediately. They considered it advisable to put them on probation for a few years. And if they did not find them satisfactory, they would sell their wives as other slaveholders disposed of Negroes. He then relates the example of a black man, a shoemaker in Charleston, South Carolina, who purchased his wife for $700. But on finding her hard to please, he sold her a few months thereafter for $750.
Oh, wow.
Gaining $50 by the transaction.
Wow.
Now, from this point forward, I'm just going to go ahead and mention a city or county and a state and the individual's name and how many slaves they actually owned. So in Clark County, Alabama, we have a guy named P.T. Harris who owned 24 slaves and David Monack who owned 27. In Mobile County, Alabama, Jane Seymour owned 10 slaves and Louisa Chastain owned 14. In the city of Mobile,
mind y'all now, they say these places, these people was owning thousands of slaves from what Roots and all the other bullshit showed us, y'all. Listen to these numbers, 20-something slaves. These are indentured servants. Let's go.
Mobile, Alabama, Bernardaz Rosie Este owned 14 and Madame Beauchamp owned 16. In Escambia County, Florida, Euphron Hennard owned 12. In St. Johns County, Florida, Gabriel Perpall owned 39 slaves. In Greene County, Georgia, Betsy Perry owned 25 slaves. In Anne Arundel County, Maryland, Richard Horwood owned 39 slaves. M. Meade owned 17. Richard Chase owned 15. Henry Manitier owned 17. Phillips Leitner owned 11. In Second Collection District of Maryland, Pompey Preston owned 11. And in Calvert County, Maryland, Sarah Skinner owned 13. In Allen's Fresh District, Maryland, John Hungerford owned 39. In Kent County, Maryland, Lucy Boyer owned 10 and John Constable owned 13.
All colony states.
In Adams County, Mississippi, George Wynn owned 16.
Except for Mississippi.
In Hancock County, Mississippi, William Perkins owned 17. In Craven County, North Carolina, well, I already mentioned that we're back to Stanley, but this is actually James Stanley, who had to be a relative, but he owned 10 slaves. In the town of New Bern, North Carolina, Donham Mumford owned 10. In Bladen County, North Carolina, Gooden Bowen owned 44 slaves. In Martin County, North Carolina, John Cricklund owned 24 slaves. In Nash County, North Carolina, Humphrey Rebel owned 14 slaves.
Y'all make sure y'all go become a member over there to BAP, man. That's the only way y'all can get in that live screen tonight. Got to be a member.
In the town of Fayetteville, North Carolina, Charles Mallet owned 36 slaves. In New Hanover County, North Carolina, John Walker owned 44 slaves. In Beaufort County, South Carolina, Alexander Brown owned 15 slaves. In Christchurch, South Carolina, The Venning family owned 37 slaves, and John Laguerre owned 12 slaves. In St. Stephen, South Carolina, Jenny Wilson owned 16. St. Thomas and St. Denis, South Carolina, I'm pretty sure these counties overlap one another. That's why they were actually included together. Robert Collins owned 11 slaves, Thomas Capers owned 11, and Daniel Warren owned 41. In the city of Charleston, Ward number 1, South Carolina, Samuel Walker owned 24 slaves. Amaretta Best owned 12. Polydor Morrison owned 14, and Jane Mitchell owned 15. In the city of Charleston, Ward number 2, South Carolina, Thomas Ingalls owned 11. Eleanor Cotton and Sarah Holmes each owned 12. Sally Middleton owned 16. Kazar Wright owned 14. John C. owned 22, and Camilla Johnson owned 16. In the city of Charleston, Ward number 3 of South Carolina, Edward Bateman owned 12. Martha Allen and Sandy Magwood owned 12. Mary Fenwick owned 11. Frank Crowley owned 13. Lydia Burney owned 41.
And let's make this understood, y'all. He never said they was African. He just said slaves.
Jane Drayton owned 17. Peggy Whiteheart and Mary Watts owned 10. Elizabeth Henson owned 15. And Dolly Laguerre owned 14. In the city of Charleston, Ward number 4 of South Carolina, Julietta Cantor owned 14. Angeline Smith, Thomas Cochran, and Catherine Anderson each owned 12 apiece. Ann Mitchell, Samuel McCall, and Sarah Shaw each owned 10, and Mary Yeadon owned 11. In Charleston Neck, South Carolina, Susan Vesey owned 10, as well as Betty Robertson and Polly Brown, who each owned 10. Mary Wrighton and Mary Dees owned 12. Betty Inglesby owned 11. Anthony Deal, Peter Wall, Ann Wilson, Thomas Strobel, Cuffy Alston, Benjamin Dallas, all owned 13 slaves each. James Bell, Martha Jackson, Nancy Tucker, Will Pryor, Hager Johnston, Ann Williams, Martha Gilprice, Flora Philbin, Diana Creighton, Jane Talley, Phoebe Cross, Nancy Tucker, and Reuben Small each owned 11 slaves. Rebecca Cordes, Eliza Franklin, Betsy McIntosh, Jeremiah Jones, John Gordon, Peter Parlar, Thomas Cowan, Susan Laguerre, Jacob Edward, Mary Busby, Peggy Cripps, Mary Payne, Mary Ann Pope, Ann Belmore, and Sylvia Wilson each owned 10 slaves. Joe Pole, Mary McReady, Elizabeth Lee, Rachel Glenn, Betty Rosenberg, A.W. Foster, Jane Matthews, and John Jerby each owned 14 slaves. And to round off Charleston, next South Carolina, Hannah Solomon owned 20 slaves. Now we move over to St. James Goose Creek, South Carolina, where Charles Tennant owned 38 slaves, and Henry Holmes and John Bell each owned 12. In St. Bartholomew's Parish of South Carolina, Margaret Stock owned 46 slaves, and Ephraim Seabrook owned 44. In St. Paul's Parish, South Carolina, Jane Logan owned 16, and Daniel Postel owned 11. In Williamson County, Tennessee, Gamble Brooks owned 11. In Cumberland County, Virginia, William Daniel owned 32. In Gloucester County, Virginia, James Gregory owned 13. In Eastern District, Virginia, John Pierce owned 18. In Greensville County, Virginia, David Watkins owned 11. In Hanover County,
hey, y'all can still hear this, man? We got like a minute left.
Virginia, William Brockenbrough owned 46. In the city of Richmond, Virginia, Curtis Carter owned 22, and Philip Haxell owned 18. In the Isle of Wight County, Virginia, John and Suri Crump owned 11, Nathaniel Hawkins owned 11, and Benjamin O. Taylor owned 71. In New Kent County, Virginia, Thomas Hogarth owned 15. In Prince Edward County, Virginia, Thomas Martin owned 45. In Stafford County, Virginia, Abra Howard owned 11, and Littleton Walker owned 28. So as we look at that list of Black slave owners, that's a pretty extensive list. And a lot of that information has actually been hidden from us. Now, that's not all of them. Those are actually the slave owners that actually lived on the property with the slaves. At a later date, I'll release another talk talking about the slaves, the slave holders that actually are what we would consider absentee slave owners, which means, you know, they weren't living on a property and they had overseers and other folks to manage their property for them. So we've learned something today. I've learned as well, because I've been searching for information for a long time, because I want to get a true picture of history. And I would hope you would too.
I like that, man. I was all right. I like that. I like that. Is everything y'all good and clear with everybody, man? If not, let me do this real quick, man. And, let me reboot real quick.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it thousand. Slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it thousand. Slow mo.
Yeah, man, appreciate all of y'all, man. Y'all, it's like 7 minutes, and then Smoke going in. BAP Live members only. I like that. Members only, man. I truly understand, Babbington. I truly understand. Yeah, man, shouts out to all of y'all, man. We done going in for damn near 9 hours. Matter of fact, when I wrap this up, I'll be exactly at 9 hours, man, at 10. Definitely got to go because got a bunch of stuff to do this week. Man, crazy weather been going on after the little tropical storm came through, man. Let me play this real quick, y'all.
I hold my head up high and I look into the sky.
waiting upon my blessings, constantly stressing, wondering if I chose the right direction. Nobody told me pain would leave an everlasting impression, so I go up my clip, that's my protection. Coming up about the struggle, ain't nothing ever been beautiful under these coats of pain. I just make it look good to you, keeping my feelings inside, cause I don't wanna hurt nobody. So I suck up my pride, I don't wanna hurt nobody. Hearing voices of grandma telling me to come down, so much of weight you boy, don't let your family down. With this load upon my shoulder, that gift done became a boulder. Thought it would change when I was older, baby, I'm a soldier. We came a long way to bathrooms, we never had them. Throw that shit up in the woods of country flushing. Thanks to this game, cause they got me living better. They try to stop my blessings, but I will never let them. She only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug, nigga, baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, I hold it down. Take a chance and you see. Man, you know I lock it down. Man, you know I lock it down. Certified thug. Mix it with some passion, but you call it making love. I only got one night, so baby girl, let's mingle. Feeling like Weezy, little mama, cause I'm single. Let your head down, let your earrings jingle. My name is L Bliss, and like Chris, I get Pringles. You know I hold it down. Baby, I'm a G. 2 Street, baby, lockdown, ENT. You know I keep it 100 every day of my life. Gin and juice got me open. What's your plan for the night? Maybe we can slide, or maybe we can float. Overdose on L Bliss, all it take is one toke. Whoa. She say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug, nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, I hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down. She say she only.
Yeah. What it look like, man?
Let's see, you know what it
yeah,
is.
man, I feel the same way you feel.
She say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug, nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, I hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down. She say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug, nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah,
yeah, I hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down. Man, you know I lock it down. Certified dub. Mix it with some passion, but you call it making love. I only got one night, so baby girl, let's mingle. Feeling like Weezy, little mama, cause I'm single. Let your head down, let your earrings jingle. My name is L Bliss, and like Chris, I get Pringles. You know I hold it down. Baby, I'm a G. Two Street, baby, lockdown, ENT. You know I keep it 100 every day of my life. Gin and juice got me open. What's your plan for tonight? Maybe we can slide, or maybe we can float. Overdose on L Bliss, all it take is one toke. Whoa. She say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug, nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, I hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down. She say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug, nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, I hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down.
Come fuck with a G. Blow on some trees every coast of the city lights. Alizé, Hennessy for the late nights. Call Jones when your man ain't acting right. All she want is thug nigga who slang that pipe. Let your man be the one to fuss and fight. I'll be that thug you put it in your life. Sip rosé as you strip to some OJs. Text my phone for pictures of that thing, and how the neighbors already know a nigga name, and telling everybody how you wanna be a man. But baby girl, that was never part of my plan.
Say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug, nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, I hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down. She say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug, nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, I hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down.
You need a thug in your life. You can be a boom blunt. I'm the bud, you the wife. Passion and sex like husband and wife. I can make your heart melt like a tub full of ice. Like a tub full of ice. What you come do tonight? We can take flight in my helicopter ride. My helicopter ride. Take it to the other side. Show you a couple sights that you never seen in life. She never seen in life. Experience new things, ain't no need to think twice. I can be your man, but that's just for the night. I ain't TIP, but I give you what you like. You can hit me on the phone when you're scratching for the pipe.
Say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug, nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, I hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down. She say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug, nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, I hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down. She say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug, nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, I hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down. She say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug, nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, I hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down.
Man, shouts out to all of y'all out there, man. You know what I mean? Just to let somebody know that y'all love them means a lot to them. And in case y'all don't know, man, somebody out there love y'all too, regardless of how you feel, how you think about it. Life is life, man. It is what it is. The thing about the cards that you was dealt, let's go off that soliloquy. The cards that you was dealt, sometimes you can use the card that you was dealt to find a higher card that you need to be incorporated with. But we don't look at that concept. We look at the concept as into where, damn, I ain't got nothing big. I ain't got no boss trump. I ain't got no boss spades. I ain't gonna do nothing this round, man. You know what I mean? That's not true, y'all. For real. I done seen people take a nothing hand, but because it's a us thing, a team thing, you somehow pull it off. Now, people who pull it off by themselves without having nothing, you cheat, nigga. Quit playing with me. You got help? Definitely, if you got help, now it can be pulled off because you'll help. That's why it's a us thing. You know what I mean? Play this for paper real quick, man. You know what I'm saying?
Life is a movie, man. Shit. Yeah, niggas need to quit hating down there, man. Live your life, nigga. Cause we living ours, dog.
My life is a movie, y'all just hating. That's why y'all can't do me. I said I get my grind on, stack my paper. That's why I'm certified on these streets. I said my life is a movie, y'all just hating. That's why y'all can't do me. I said I get my grind on, stack my paper. That's why I'm certified on these streets. I say my life is a movie, so why is you hating? I stay on my shit, dog, so why is you playing? Look, I'm just saying, I'm living my life. I grew up around hustlers, we don't sleep at night. You can call me anytime, dog, I love getting bread. I'm on my hustle right now. I can sleep when I'm dead. At least that's what my little brother told me. Don't worry about them bitches, I can let my money hold me. Don't fall for the hooky though, I always stay focused though.
Oh, y'all just don't know. This is an OTK. Man, shouts out to OTK. This is El Blizzo. But this is me, y'all. Too. With my kinfolks. I'm going to bring it all ahead when it's all said and done.
Yo, Joe, turn me up in this motherfucker, man. Life is a movie, man. Shit. Yeah, niggas need to quit hating down there, man. Live your life, nigga. Cause we living ours, dog.
My life is a movie, y'all just hating. That's why y'all can't do me. I said I get my grind on, stack my paper. That's why I'm certified on these streets. I said my life is a movie, y'all just hating. That's why y'all can't do me. I said I get my grind on, stack my paper. That's why I'm certified on these streets. I said my life is a movie, so why is you hating? I stay on my shit, dog, so why is you playing? Look, I'm just saying, I'm living my life. I grew up around hustlers, we don't sleep at night. You can call me anytime, dog, I love getting bread. I'm on my hustle right now. I can sleep when I'm dead. At least that's what my little brother told me. Don't worry about them bitches, I can let my money hold me. Don't fall for the hooky though, I always stay focused though. I can get my grind on, I'm living for that moment. Hold stack my paper and watch you chase it. I only see number traces, taking penitentiary chances, but I'm also ducking cases. Got no time for relocation, situation's critical. I'm out here getting money, dog, while y'all looking pitiful. L to the Blizzo, and Gucci's where I be. Y'all niggas just mad, cause y'all can't do me. My life is a movie, y'all just hating. That's why y'all can't do me. I said I get my grind on, stack my paper. That's why I'm certified on these streets. I said my life is a movie, y'all just hating. That's why y'all can't do me. I said I get my grind on, stack my paper. That's why I'm certified on these streets.
I caught me a fresh bag, it's gone for the night go. You tell it I get stacks, I live like the white folks. I know niggas ain't dead, like junkies ain't white, yo. My life is a movie, don't prepare for the light show. Whenever to get bread, I might shoot the dice, so jam your ass up if they were taking your life, oh. My pockets they bulging, I think they need life, oh. My money keep growing, that's as tall as a light bulb. These haters look up to me, so my song they recite those. I gotta stay pumping tree, keep a zone in the cycle. I stay on my grind, just hope I stick to the right road. Continue to grind until I'm richer than Michael.
My life is a movie, y'all just hating. That's
me. And y'all just hating. That's why y'all can't do me. I say I get my grind on, stack my paper. That's why I'm certified on these streets. Certified in these streets.
Yeah, man. Peace and love to y'all, man. You know what I'm talking about? Y'all go over there, Smoke Signal Live now. BAP Live, goddamn, got to be a member only. I like that. I like all of them brothers. They need to be members only to get their content because they done gave a lot away for free. You know what I mean? A lot. They done gave a lot away for free. So, word, man. Hey, shouts out to all of them, man. But it'd only be right if I just close it out with this right here, y'all. Y'all already know my motto. Peace.
Father Ray, Reese Younger. Come on, man. Fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African. Hey, niggas trash like some ooh. Try to get back to them slave boats. Hey, hey. Try to get back to them slave boats. Hey, hey. Fucking slave narrative, they phony. I had this nigga named Toby and he owe me. When the plot crop and the stock drop on top, them niggas going. Sold to the bitter cotton pickers, them my niggas. I'ma come down, feed them chitlins and them gizzards. Nigga, I'm the mister, I whip you, I kill you. In the big house, go down with your sister. Send it back to you, then I send for your mother. Y'all niggas look out, I'ma work it like no other. Make you pick cotton till the sun come and touch it. Till your damn hands and feet and foot all bust up. Look me in my eyes, I'ma backhand the buck up. Nah. Shout out to Grandma Foo. White man came, she the one that sold you. My crew swam to the show and got you. Good shit, Jesus, man, that nigga came through. Hey, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African. Hey, them niggas trash like some ooh. Tryna get back to them slave boats. Hey, tryna get back to them slave boats. Fuck off it, fuck Lennon, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Fuck off it, fuck Ben, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Fuck off it, fuck Lennon, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Ayy. Play with this shit, dude. Beginning. Baby, yo, so peace, teeth, acrobatic. Fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African.
Peace and love to all of y'all, man. And make sure y'all tell somebody out there that y'all love them. Somebody, someone, or something. At the end of the day, they need it. Early in this show, y'all heard me, not a coincidence, let him up here. He was supposed to come back at 5. It's 10 o'clock now. He never came back. But it's all good. It's all good, y'all. Chess players strategize. Players plot and strategize all day long. You can't beat me at a game that my people's invented. You feel me? Good word. Shouts out to all American Indians out there. Shouts out to all the Aboriginal. Shouts out to all the indigenous people of America. Definitely North America, where I'm from. Kakalaki, Kakalak, South Kakalak, Catalina, Caroline, Carolina. However you want to put it, man. Y'all go over there to smoke, though. Hopefully I might can catch a little bit of wreck over there before I go in for the night. Hey, I appreciate y'all, man. And in case nobody ain't tell y'all, man, OTK love y'all. Good word.